We didn't. Oh no, we didn't. We didn't tell. We didn't say who was going to do the intro. But never
Oh,
mind.
no.
We are here for Nationals Day One. I am Cairo, one of your casters, joined by the lovely Treasure. How's it going, man?
Howdy, doing great, Kyra. I'm super excited to get Nationals started for R6. We've been going for quite a while with NECC Nationals, but moving right into R6 here, we're getting our first match of the day, and it should be a good one. It's a Challengers division. We've got Concordia University, Wisconsin, and Baker University up.
Yeah, this is going to be two great teams matched up. I think they will run about the similar level when we look towards spring NECC for R6, and obviously Treasure. I mean, you maybe have a bit more, I guess, a little bit more experience with these two teams.
Yeah, so they both performed quite well throughout the last couple seasons. Concordia placing third both in spring and fall semesters this year, so they've been doing really well running with the biggest dogs in Challengers. Baker University similarly playing well, placing a little bit lower, but not any less consistently. They're also on back-to-back fifth places out of their playoffs, and they're lock and change in that amount of time. They've had a couple weeks to prep, even with school being out. I'm not sure if their school season is still going, but they do have this chance to get some more practice in even after playoffs and keep pushing to reach that next level. So definitely that's going to be a super close skill discrepancy. They're basically not going to be one that comes into play at all.
I will be super interesting to see maybe a couple of pocket strats up the sleeve. I mean, we have been watching the major. There's been plenty of action happening there. I wonder if they're going to copy a few strats from there, man. But with that being said, I mean, I think we do have a bracket to show somewhere or elsewhere. Oh,
No bracket. But this is going to be essentially the quarterfinals. It's double elimination. So these teams, if they do win, they're on the upper side. So they have the luxury. They can lose one and they'll still be okay for now, but they'll have to win two more from that point to get to finals.
Yeah, that will be an interesting one here. And well, with that being said, I wonder what maps we're going to be getting to Treasure. What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, I think I'm not sure if the asset there is going to be coming up, but we got an interesting one right here, starting out with Clubhouse, the inevitable favorites for just about all teams. We've seen it come out so much over the course of regular season playoffs. I'm sure we're going to keep seeing more and more of it throughout nationals so far. Second map, our other certain one, this is a best of three, will be Chalet, another one that's ended up being super popular, and maybe we'll be lucky enough to see Border, which would be super exciting right now because that hasn't even been in play through playoffs, so that would be totally new.
Yeah, I mean, Border is one of those really tight maps. It's kind of like Coastline. That's probably why it replaced it. I do like a little bit of Border action, really high-paced, high action, a lot of good kind of, I guess, intrinsic details for that map. But with that being said, Clubhouse, the kind of generic, I don't want to call it boring, but it's a really good fundamental map where you test the fundamentals for your team.
Yeah, I feel like this one always gives you like that team diff, if you will. You get to see just how they'll rely on their fundamentals, how their coordination is on the most basic stuff, getting walls open, finding cross angles, leading the roam and taking, top floor if you need to do a top down take in the basement, and vice versa, first floor up and clearing out any roamers from the basement if you're doing one of the second floor sites.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, there's so many things, and I mean, Clubhouse is a really interesting map in itself, but because the bans really dictate what sites are the strongest in terms of Habana, Thatcher, Maverick, any of those left on the board. CCTV can really become quite open, or if it's that bottom floor, I mean, Habana left on the board, those hatches become so much easier to open. And that's the interesting thing is when we get into that ban phase, maybe there might be some, I guess, target bans for these two teams since they've encountered each other before.
Yeah, and I always find that really exciting to see on Clubhouse because it is one of those maps where the ban phase is a little bit more impactful. And on a lot of maps, it'll just kind of be that normal stuff. We're setting the pace. It'll be the same stuff every time. But on Clubhouse, you've got a little bit of room to mix around. And if you just remove one of those normal bread and butter ban operators, it can change a lot.
Here we are. Baker, and we're going to get into this ban phase. I'm going to ask you straight away, Treasure, what are you thinking for this one?
Well, I expect a lot of the normal, but I'm always open to some surprise. Thatcher is your standard, obviously, everywhere you're going to go. Jackal is going to be what I'm going to expect to be seeing on the attack as well from Concordia. If they're confident that they don't need it, they know that the Thatcher's already going to be off, so they're going to be working on the Kite as well on the other half.
Well, I mean, Kai, the fact that Maverick and Thatcher's gone, it needs to be a ban here. There needs to see it come off the board, or else getting that wall might be a little bit harder for these two teams. Is it going to come through? No, Amira. Concordia actually happy to attack in towards Arcade. Habana being on the board leaves those hatches to get open a little bit quicker. I'm expecting Arcade in this second ban. Surely, come on, Baker, give it to us.
I like that Concordia is forcing Baker to do it, and Baker won't do it. They don't take the bait. They're not using their ban on that. So what a fascinating thing. No Thatcher, no Maverick, Hyatt on the board. This is just what we were just talking about, too.
100%. It's going to make that wall on CCTV open going to be so much harder. Going to have to go below, actually have to engage in towards stock, in towards that lobby position, where sometimes we see the craziest plays, we see people pop off, and that's leaving that kind of margin for error so huge for this CCTV.
Yeah, Baker's going to be loving this right now. The basement right off the bat, like you were saying, we're going to determine what's the strongest site on the map through the ban phase, and basement is going to look impregnable. They want to make the most out of every round they can get down here, because you look at some of the most important mid-round objectives: Hatch and Armory, Hatch and Moto. Church and Armory are going to be so hard to get into without just face peeking it.
That's the thing, though, like, having to face check things, there's going to have to be a lot of drone work. The fact that Cade is on the board for this hatch, I mean, potentially, the fact that Thermite's on the board, yes, you can go and Thermite, trick the hatch, get the, put the Thermite charge on the wood to blow open the hatch, but that can be shot out. This is really looking like a defender-sided clubhouse from the bans already. We'll just need to see how strong Concordia is on the tap.
It's going to have to come down to really good coordination, really good finishing up our opponents with some split angles. So expect coming down dirt, they're going to need to leave someone there almost definitely in order to get some added cross pressure from blue players coming down through oil pit and or supply room.
Well, there we are, starting things off here. Obviously, there's 3 phases to every single round. The research, the kind of work that you need to do to attack the site, and then obviously the execution. Little Roma upstairs, Pesky, but we'll need to see how much work that they can do already opening up in towards start. Just the basics. So, for Concordia at the moment, Baker got plenty of information themselves. I wonder what that Jaeger will do upstairs.
Yeah, wall open into dirt already is going to open up some options, but no Concordia players going down there right now. They're going to save that until a little bit later since on a rotate down. Getting Sledge to open up the hatch. As long as he's uncontested with any explosives from below, he's going to cut off a lot of rotates out of Armory. This puts a lot of pressure here in Palomalo. He has to throw that C4. He's not going to find the mark, though. That's exactly what would have cleared him up. And he's not going to find it, instead taking quite a bit of damage from up above. That Thermite charge is going off on the hatch. I'm not sure if the explosive was thrown down below or if the kite charge was just not placed there. King, though, is going to be placing his bullet right in Jumping Max.
Nice little trade from Sully, though. Gets rid of King, gets rid of that pesky Cade. I don't know if they used the utility that was in pocket, but right enough is good. It's a nice trade. Remember, those angles are 2 ways, though. And talking about 2 ways, the map control is 2 ways, as we see the Jaeger still focused up on towards that main stairs position, ready for a flank, ready to upset the odds. Plenty of information, plenty of pings going on. 2 unsuspecting attackers in towards Kitchen. Sully gets rid of Paul Malu. A great kill, a single tap to the head, I think it was, and that's going to put the, well, I guess the favours in towards these attackers.
NBC9 News definitely has to have been seen right there. He's pulling off, but he's not going to give up the ground on the stairs. He knows this is such a threatening position, and even if their down play is just playing to die, might net them the amount of time that Baker University needs. He's going to stay right there while Sully's pushing up. Sully's absolutely deadly, and he trusts his teammate Augie to cover his back. There's a nade in pocket as well, which could also really help for rooting out the defender.
Oh no, the Finka doesn't know. The Jaeger hasn't dropped off. Still, Jaeger staying on this position. There is one in Moto. Is going to get droned down, but can win the gunfight. The Sledge. The Jaeger gets dropped, though. It's trying to progress through. Plan being attempted, and these players might be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Stuck in towards Church, stuck in towards Moto. Great Overwatch position here from the Finka. Oh no, the impact goes out. It doesn't hit the mark, and now we're in a post plan.
I love the attempt by Strike right there. Like, he's given away his location. He's just stuck in a gunfight. He's going to lose it as well, leaving Cool Volcano all alone. He's made a rotate for himself. It's just not going to be enough. There's too many angles being watched by this fix it and forget dirt tunnel push that we saw from before. They finally sent some players down there, and Baker's feeling good, or Concordia's feeling good about sending their people there and covering up the rest of the angles. It wasn't through blue, but instead through the dominance on armory.
I mean, all the utility was there in Baker's favour, yet they still couldn't make it work. Concordia's attack so much more fruitful rather than the defensive hold. And I mean, we look at the positions of the players. The Finker down on main stairs, the Sophia down in dirt tunnel, and then the
Attackers need
Habana
to
deep
locate
in
and defuse
towards
as
the
many
armory
bombs as they
site.
can.
I mean, all those positions, they had so many angles covered. Sophia being able to contest in towards blue if the defenders managed to escape in there. Finker holding down that main corridor. If one player was to move, it would have been seen in the information being relayed to the rest of the team. A great attack from Concordia. I think, though, there was a margin for error in that kitchen. The Jaeger KMBC 9 News just not able to, well, I guess, capitalise on his position.
It's rough to see. They had the first pick. They've got the Kaid here, which should be making these hatches stay closed for plenty of time.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
they've got a lot of cards in their favor. Maybe they just need a little bit more pressure to make sure that their attackers aren't going to get so much pressure off of the sledge. Sully doing a great job picking up 2 kills from above and maybe dropping a nade through the floor is what my assumption would have been for taking out the Kaid in the end.
Yeah, I think it might have been that. I'm unsure. I really am unsure. I didn't think, did the Cage use his C4 in the last round as well?
Did he throw the C4? Oh, maybe the
Yeah.
C4 blew it up? That's possible. I know Palomalu definitely threw one.
Yeah, that's maybe a good point there. Maybe it was the C4 that did actually blow it up. Nonetheless, though, we're continuing as we did the last round. The same positioning, the same setup. The attackers doing the exact same things, running things out. Obviously, Can there trying to upset the opponents. That's going to get pinned away. I imagine being destroyed soon. The Jaeger up above once again, and already a push from Sona down in towards Dirt. And I mean, there's the drone to support it right now. This is looking pretty good for Concordia once again.
Yeah, Sonar is just going to have to wait a little longer for his teammates to come up to help. That Kaid is still standing
bomb
strong,
has
but the
been
C4s
located.
might be that same concern that we were mentioning from before. Palomalu, once again, with that explosive, waiting for his chance. Renee's going to drop back from the other direction, and it's done his job, too. That Kaid is gone.
Has gone now the Thermite's job. The sledge ripping up these 4 floors. But look at this. Angles work both ways and his bullets firing up. But not before Sonar gets Palomalu. I believe that was from Dirt actually being able to make that push down. Yes, there we go. The confirmation. I think that was maybe a swing through or maybe a long angle in towards that blue position. Nonetheless, still working out there. And that was a player that was trying to C4 into kitchen.
That is so sneaky. The C4 still went out, but in a frantic run, all the Concordia's players were able to make it out. And Sonar getting in and getting out for that kill, he set his team up for a great execution. They still got a minute to work with as well, which is looking great. Big angles to be watched on the long hallway right here as well. You know, is watching here in Moto, but you just gotta wait for the push-up to happen. He's gotten a little bit too antsy, and he's gonna eat a lot of damage.
Yes, they're really taking so much. The position in towards Moto is huge as well because it stops the push in from that main stairs position if it comes to it. The drop comes in and I imagine the plan as well.
Bomb
Yes, here it
located by
comes. The
attackers.
diffuser down on towards the side. Sledge holding main corridor. The players stuck in towards Church. But look at this, there is a player above. And I believe it is the Jaeger of
Attackers are
KMBC
activating the
News.
bomb
Can
diffuser.
they make an impact? Well, the thing is, though, the impact is coming through from the attackers. This is almost flawless here. 2 players left. One on towards the site. The Jaeger can't see a body. Finally does, almost misses,
Attackers
but only
need to
gets
protect
1. There's still 4 remaining.
compromised.
Make it 3. KMBC doing the work here, but finally gets dropped as there was a retake upstairs. Time is ticking away. They're running on low HP. Can they do it? Can they figure it out? Well, they figured 1. There's still 2 remaining. 1 on towards main, and there it is. Sully finishes out the round for Concordia.
The round goes to the attack here, but I want to highlight KMBC News right there. Dropping up from below, finding a couple kills from above, and actually creating an opening, making it possible for Volcano to get back into the play and try and make that retake happen. Just not in the cards this time, as Concordia's, with great expediency, taken through first floor and dropped really effectively into armory, something that Baker University is going to need an answer to, but they're not going to do it this round. They're going back upstairs because it was just so dominant in basement.
Attackers
I
need to
mean,
locate
there
and
really
defuse
was
as many
dominance.
bombs as they can.
It's hard though because everything in terms of the bans and stuff really favour towards Baker. I mean, fundamentally, that's what we should be seeing, a defender dominance, but it's just not happening. And it's not as if we're looking at Concordia and they're taking like special strats or doing special stuff. They're doing the
Attackers have located a
fundamentals, and
bomb.
again, as we were kind of highlighting before we went in, that the fundamentals are the most important, and that's the thing that's winning Concordia the game right now.
Yeah, and I would have loved to see in the second round if they thought that the kite was never going to get destroyed, and it did. I would love to see some answer to that, and it was a grenade in the end that was being used. It's Sully dropping one right below the floorboards.
Attackers are heading out to
cooking up
defuse
that's
the
going to
bomb.
explode nearby the ceiling. And the answer to that actually just would have been some explosive denial right there. Jaeger ADS, it's going to hurt to lose one at a different location, but if it's going to keep the hatch open, they could get so much more time because Concordia was able to have a full minute on the clock and have fully cleared out first floor with hatches open.
Drone ready.
I mean, I think the thing that I wanted to highlight as well is the fact that, I mean, all it took was potentially just putting a shotgun hole right next to the door on towards the kind of, I guess it's the freezer position as you walk in towards kitchen. That's all it could have taken, and that would have been so huge. I think that was an impact to try and destroy a drone there. I don't know if that was maybe a waste of utilities. Look at this, Sophia's just going to walk straight through. Potentially open up towards this soft wall here. Already the pressure building on King. Going to be stunned, but will it work out for him?
Yeah, so much. I'm very okay with the impact going out, though, especially if he's playing to die here. Anything he can get with it. He doesn't quite get the grenade right there, but he's eating up so much utility. He's still not dead.
Yeah.
And he's burned out just about all of the Zoth explosives. He's getting live pings, so his fate is pretty close. This one is going to be... Oh, a huge fade for him! What a huge kill from his teammate coming up behind. NBC and Palomalu finding one as well, and suddenly Baker is so in the round.
I just saw the ping, I saw the drone ping, and I was like, nah, it's done. That's it, the position gone. But no, KMBC comes up huge, jawbreaker though, swinging one of their own, takes out Palomalu, and there goes the smoke. Not before we get a retort, and that is strafed on, taking out Sly, and oh no, there is someone creeping up behind. A Predator sniffs its prey. Oh no, KMBC news, can't hit the mark. The thinker though is, and that means there is going to have to be a drop out. A minute and 10 left. And it is a 4 versus 2 for these defenders.
Those two have traded just about 100 health for 3 kills and so much time. A minute's left on the clock, and Concordia's in such a different position than they were last round at the same time mark. Augie and Jawbreaker are fighting for their lives with just about no intel in sight. A couple of crazy players inside, and Strafed on, he can take just about the truck hit at this point. Full health, he's got the armor strapped on, he's a 3 armor himself, just waiting for an opportunity to use that P90, and there it is, Jawbreaker pushing up a little too much. Augie is being hard pinged. He's got the user not too far away, but he's not picked it up. This is a faded match for Concordia. Around, not match. That'd be speaking a little too bold.
It feels like a match with all the action is going on, I'll give you that, but I mean, I'm gonna come back to it. We'll
15
focus on what's going on
remaining.
at hand. I think I'm trying to push through the main breach, thrown out an aid. There's a player on main, there's 2 in towards the side. It's almost a done deal, especially with the time that's going on. Trying to see if there's one below, but no, from the right side. Can we like reverse a little? We'll reverse about 30 seconds here, Treasure.
Yeah,
What was,
yeah,
what was,
I'm with you.
what was Habana doing with the... What was Habana doing with the BP? She
What?
threw a flash... Habana threw a flashbang off the BP rather than hitting it.
Yeah, I don't know. I was curious about that.
Maybe it was
misclick? Misclick. It's gotta
I'm-
be a misclick. That's gotta be
it
going for
has
the
to
other
be a
like mouse
misclick.
button, right, to melee it. There we go. That,
Yeah.
that makes so much more sense. What I want to highlight is Striped on standing in that one little corner, crouched right there with the P90, ready to hip fire anything.
Defenders,
Just
protect your bombs
a
from being
sentry
defused
gun,
by
and it paid
attackers.
off big. I think did he get 3 kills that round? He definitely
Yeah.
got 2.
Yeah. I mean,
That's so funny.
yeah, especially with the P90, there's not many times that you see a P90 in an official, and I guess...
And it's way rarer that you see it used well, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I mean, do you know what? Fair play to Straighten. I mean, they got the work done, and they're bringing it out again. They've got the confidence. I mean, they've been promoted to Rook because they're fragging out, but let's hope they can keep it going.
And that was actually just a great
10
round.
seconds
I'm
left
thinking,
before
like,
insertion.
writing some notes to myself here about it, and I'm running out of space on my line because I'm
5
going back to the
seconds
very
remaining.
beginning when King
Yeah.
was just about down by his
Oh, yeah.
feet. And SMBC,
Attackers
or
must
not
locate and
SMBC,
defuse
that's
the
all, that's
bomb.
what I'm counting. NBC9 news there came back to save him entirely. What a huge flank around through garage, and he stayed there for so long. He was able to drop through basements. That's like top tier roaming play right there. I love it.
Oh, and it literally came out in the ninth second, you know what I mean? Like, it was literally so close until that happened. But with that being said, we are back again with another attacking round, or another round, I should just say, in general.
Located a
Lots
bomb.
of pinging on what's to be done in terms of getting the garage open. I think there's potentially a swing going to happen there on that 51 window, but nothing there. There's plenty of nades coming through. An artillery strike of utility, and there it is, going to try and hit towards that Cade Claw, slide through the drone hole. That was a pretty sly kill in general, and that means we will get that main breach open.
That's great. No breach open at all, but Concordia was able to manage so much pressure on site just with a couple flashbangs. It's only really dominating on CCTV window and just flushing the opponents towards his friends out by the drone hole. They were just waiting for the opportunity as soon as it would come.
Plenty of opportunities still in this round for things to happen. Chaos to ensue in action-packed gunfights. I believe there was a silhouette actually down towards the strip area. Yes, there it is. We see it on our screens just there. It is KMBC heading up towards main, and there is an attacking presence in towards construction. We're seeing it here, but it's straight on to win that out. Takes out the drone as well, and I think the Zofia might actually try and follow to, well, I guess, get rid of that player, but this is fully now in defender territory, and if the Zofia drops, I don't know if they'll know exactly what's waiting for them.
Yeah, the drone is no longer manned over there. They got some intel, but it's a little bit scale at this point. KMBC is just waiting. On the other side, King is pushing up on garage door, trying to scare off some more attackers. Concordia, once again, a little less hasty to get themselves into fights. They don't really know what Bigger's doing on some of these points because they're bringing out some fascinating strats.
Fascinating is certainly a word that I would use, and it seems to be a little bit of a stall. And that's fascinating indeed, considering all the stuff that Concordia's been attempting, and it's just not worked out. A deep smoke and one on towards the red door. It means that players will try and attempt the plan. Yes, there it is. Plenty of gunfights here, and it looks as if sliding an off plan is actually going to work out. No C4 to deny, and that means there's so much Overwatch in this position. Oh no, Augie gets down. I believe that was from Con. KMBC doing the work there, and this player can just, well, hold on from Vent. There is two players out towards the main breach. Plenty of time for these defenders to do the work, but can they do the work? The Cade trying to, well, I guess, engage through the drone hole, but everyone's playing passive. They don't need to engage. They know they can win out. KMBC goes on the defuse, gets denied straight away with 2 kills. 14 seconds left. Make it actually 7 because you need to get on before the 7-second mark. Cade tries to run a claw. It's not going to work out. Strafton goes on the defuse, but it's not going to work out. Attackers, they win round number 4. Concordia continuing their winning ways.
Yeah, they're showing us that they're not going to go down off of just one round. They're keeping their streak up here, staying ahead of their opponents. I love that recognition that the default plant spot was just not going to be viable. It evaded a C4 immediately. As soon as the plant began, the call came out, and Baker University, I'm not sure which player, tossed the C4 to try and catch it, and it was just in the wrong spot. It's a little bit harder to hold. The angles are a little bit worse. You can't watch from CC window, where a couple players already were, but they're willing to take that sacrifice to make sure that the plant was going to go down the first time. They're just staying a step
Attackers
ahead.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
That's I think that's such a huge point to make. The fact that there was that kind of not reality, but that check, like, hey, like, default plan, we've not got garage control, right? So let's just go and plan for the main breach for that 51 window, and it worked out so well. And then on top of that, and rather than planting on red door because they know they didn't have the angles to contest from garage rafters once again, they planted just on the soft wall. And I don't think Baker, the fact they didn't realise that, again, huge. I think we need to see, and I know KMBC did well on retaking that control. I just want to see a bit more from them because they were in a position to maybe potentially run out of gym, and I know like, everyone's frowns upon that kind of run out play style. But honestly, it works out so well sometimes. I think sometimes you just got to like lend caution to the wind and try and stop that overwatch, especially again from 51 window.
Yeah, and Sully and Augie have been taking turns taking that angle, and both of them have been showing us great skill with their guns. They're really making it so deadly to be in CCTV at all, right from the onset of the rounds. I mean, we look at those frag grenades from last round, and Sully might be doing it again right here, just tossing those to clear out some space. Or at least keeping some eyes on theirs and maybe not using his grenades so early this time. Keeping their opponents on their toes. So flashbangs instead.
I think that's just to try and burn out so those nades can get rid of the Cade claws. Yes, there they are again. Good work. And I mean, it's just the basics that we're seeing. And the Thermite will get this main breach open. I think while Polomalu is getting ready to potentially creep up on towards main breach, the Thermite dropping off straight away. It does look like a construction take. When we look towards where these bodies are, there is going to be an up nade. Can it hit its mark? No, it can. Too early. Going to re-attempt. Maybe get it this time. No, only does a bit of chip damage. That's so unfortunate. Creates a line of sight though to make sure that these defenders can't walk the way they want.
There's still 2 grenades on the Concordia lineup right now. Augie still got them waiting for their chance, so we're not done with the potential for those to be just taken away live. This push on construction is looking pretty scary, especially with our defender not quite catching his opponent pushing up. There's still 5 players on each team with about a minute left at this point. It's about to be a bit of a bloodbath as Concordia pushes up. They've got their angles locked in, and Baker's starting to get confined, all except for KMBC, who is now hearing his beeper going off.
Strafing, don't know what, taking out Sully there, goes just sledging with the soft destruction. A little bit of chip damage towards that Rook. French operator still consistent, and there's the action I wanted to see. KMBC doing the work and actually getting rid of that construction pressure right now. I believe that's all players in this on towards that position gone. A flurry of orange comes through, leaving Sly left with it all to do. 40 seconds remain, and I think honestly what we might see here is just a kind of stall out, a wait to see what happens, a little bit of bait. I don't think anything will come from this round for Concordia right now. No, there we are.
Wow.
Polomalu finishing out that round, flawless as well.
Polomalu just busted the round open, running out, exposing himself for that kill, and keeping it going. And if he didn't get the second head himself, he's going to make sure a teammate did at the very least. He's finishing things up, and that's just a bonus kill there for his effort, especially for taking it home flawless. But I love that, just a bold play on a back of a really even game, and with Concordia really consistently having solid executes. I think that was the best play to make on top of it. I love that he's able to look at his situation and go, you know, Concordia's been beating us in this situation in the past. We've got pressure from both construction and up red. Someone needs to make something happen, and it's going to be me. And he just executed right on it. Exactly what his team needs.
Well, we are going to re-attempt back in towards this position, the gym and bedroom. This is the only, well, I see the only round, or the only site that they've won is, they just won CCTV, but it's the only site I would say they look most confident on. I mean, that first round that they played on this site was so well done. I mean, we've got the roamer working in tandem with the player that's extended, we had players fragging out, there was contestant in the Jacuzzi breach. Right now, I think Baker could tie this up at 3-3, Concordia looking to take that advantage into the next half.
Yeah, that is something to take consideration of. Like you said, big plays at the very beginning of the round last time on gym and bedroom. Looks like Polomalu once again is looking to make some of those on this round. He's tagged Sully just a little bit, but he's not quite found the heads. Even with the fire rate, the MP5 is relying on giving him. He's looking to keep it going there. Maybe getting a little bit more aggressive, waiting for someone to open up this door. He really wants the same early advantage that they had last round.
Just a little prick.
I think this position out towards strip is an interesting one. Usually what we tend to see is players try and spawn peek from here and then rotate back in towards bar to obviously be a kind of, I guess, a block hold. I think there's a little bit more emphasis put towards Jacuzzi this time. 2 players there, Sully there in support to maybe get that frag grenade through. I think there is a mute jammer there just to, no, I think the mute jammer must have been gone. I must be...
No, I was just thinking that too, but no mute at all, so that's just mute. Open.
Oh. I must be tripping. I must be absolutely tripping. Nonetheless,
yeah, that's just like the downside you take for taking the rook, though, is that you're not going to have a mute available.
Yeah, 100%. Looks like the break is open. Couple bullets, couple of tracers. Means that King knows there's one there, but their drone, oh no, somehow surviving. Seems to delay the attackers a little bit longer and somehow escapes. Gonna try and contest. No, the crosshair too low, not ready. Sonar winning that one out. And Polo Malu, no, that's not to be. You can't contest Jacuzzi like that. White swinging, somehow escapes with their life. But the sledge, Sully actually doing the damage, and it's all controlled towards Concordia right now.
As soon as Palomelo makes his way back to the play for the rest of the round, he's just taken right back out of it. Concordia making sure that the escape artist himself is not going to get away this time. But KMBC News is here again, trying to bail out his teammate, but even if he's too late to save him, he's still going to take that pick and head on out. He's quite slippery himself as well. So evening the count a little bit and taking away the hard breacher, but Sly isn't going to be doing too much hard breaching at this point anyway, so he's just another fragger gone.
Yeah, unfortunate at this point. 50 seconds remain and plenty of time to get that execute going. I mean, all the players are almost poised for it. I mean, we've got players out on towards the balcony position. We've got players ready to move through construction. A nade's going to fly through, but the ADS does deny. There's a player in towards that shower position, and it goes, and Sully managing to get rid of that. That's huge, and that means the diffuser can go down. There is actually a BP there to give the information. No, don't plant there, not in front of the door. Sonar though comes up huge. KMBC denies the plan. 20 seconds to remain here, and there is one dropping in towards Logi. The two players out on balcony. There is information on them, but as KMBC knows there's one behind. That's the position that we need to know. They're going to jump in. They're going to try and retake the fuser, but they don't need to take it when they can just frag out. Concordia advantage in towards the second half.
They're finding that confidence, picking it back up, showing that they're not going to drop those rounds. It's a 4-2 half, and they're feeling real good on the attack, which is the opposite of what we were expecting going in. So we're looking a little bit the fool, since we thought the Kaid defense was going to be impossible to deal with. But after 2 rounds lost on defense, Baker University wasn't going to touch that with a pull again. Concordia, though, they like their odds.
I'm going to ask you a question, Treasure. You seem to have a big brain. I mean, I think that's the first time we've casted together. So I'm going to ask you a big brain. Is it maybe rather than defused by attackers? I mean, rather than it being like a attacker-sided half, we just saw Concord a good half on the attack, showing us how to attack when you realistically have to do so much. Do you think it was maybe more of that, and maybe a bit more of Baker not using the utility right?
Yeah, you're talking about my big brain, which you've totally gotten it wrong. Someone's misled you here. I barely know how to read, but but no, you're hitting it right on the head there. Baker could have prevented some things like sledge grenades on
5 seconds left.
We saw that right in the first 2 rounds, and hopefully we'll be able to see a repeat here. I really want Baker to learn from what they just saw from their opponents. They have a buck instead of the sledge. That's fine. He'll still do that job, and they can still drop nades down. But if a nade isn't going down and removing any defense, and I guess that's off the board anyway, since no Kaid was brought by Concordia. So it's a bit of a sidebar there, I guess, at this rate. But it was a bit of a misallocation of resources on a few key moments. But otherwise, Concordia's just shown us how to do it by the books.
This does look to me like it is a strat from the old, I should just say, in terms of Siege. Yeah. It seems as if we're actually going to see an SSG-style roam from the side of Concordia, which is can sometimes be like a house of cards, or sometimes it could be absolutely stalwart. Baker can potentially fall straight away, and it seems as if they're really taking their time and edging in towards Kitchen here.
Yeah, for those of you not so inundated in the culture, SSG run is using a lot of intel denial. You're looking at the Vigil, the Mute, and the Castle as well to barricade off some areas. They open up the hatches. That way you can run from the 2nd floor all the way down to the 1st floor, all the way down to the basement. Get these quick rotates back while funneling the attackers a little bit so you can cover as much ground as possible with your realm. It does have an Achilles heel, though, in that a rush strategy can really quickly catch the defense lacking because they don't have very many players in sight. Drone information here, being able to get really easily into army, is going to belie a little bit that for Baker, but they haven't acted soon enough to be able to really catch Concordia by surprise. You do have to just find some picks here.
They really do, and they nearly found one there on towards the castle, and there it is. There is a player in towards blue. They have to be there to stop any rush from blue, and it seems as if all these players are just dropping on the site. It seems as if, though, not the Malusi almost in a good position, not working out. It is the House of Cards scenario that we were talking about. There's only 2 players remain, but how good can they work? Well, it seems as if Augie can do somewhat. Players in towards the site, in towards the farmery, and the diffuser making their way on towards Tetris right now. This 7 seconds starts. Will it get completed? Yes, it will. And oh no, Augie almost getting taken out from Dirt. Sonar can't make their way through that rotate. Yes, the jump one right that we're seeing, and a player repositioning on towards the kitchen hatch means that this may all but be done. I don't think they'll realise that that's been done right now, and I think this is just going to be a kind of, I guess, an almost firefight, a game of chicken. Who will win this one? Augie starts to move forward through bar, retaking in towards kitchen, obviously to try and get rid of that. But look at the time's so low, and so is the health of these 2 remaining defenders. Baker being able to hit back.
I love that attack from Baker. I said that it might be too late. Well, I said it was too late for them to be able to capitalize on that Achilles heel, but just as I said that, they began to pounce from all directions, just saying, okay, well, if there's no one in sight, we're going to drop in, even if there's a lot of angles to watch. If I can just get one correct angle, there's not too many people peppered around in sight, so you just need to find enough correct angles to get a couple players, and then it's fully on the onus for Concordia to come back and try and retake a site. Suddenly, Baker is the defenders, and that's fine. They're happy to put down plants in Armory and just wait for the defenders to come to them. Palomalo doing a great job of recognizing that, being the one to start everything off, pushing in through dirt so quickly.
Well, here we are. We are going to see a CCTV defense, and I mean, CCTV looking pretty good right now, if I'm being honest, in terms of you can cage, claw it, you can do the kind of, again, I keep referring to it as the SSG style, but that's just what I'm known to. Yeah. The SSG spots for the cage claws where that range can't really get opened, and it's really hard to get rid of them as well in terms of shooting up. It has to be nades, etc. That we were seeing previously. But I was about to question why Sly was barricading off towards red. That's
yeah, I was curious about that too.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I was like, that's such a bad thing to do. I think Sly might be bandit tricking though.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Yeah, I'm curious about the double electrification here. It looks like that barricade is actually going back up from Sly. He's punching it out to keep a vision line exactly where he wants it. That's actually going to stop a player up on garage and rafters from getting the full side lane all the way down through red. They'll still be vulnerable in CC, but it reduces the visibility a little bit while still making it possible for someone to shoot from red into CCTV. A bandit trick. He's been waiting, listening, but he's a little bit too late. Now he's going to really be relying on the fact that he's opened up the barricade a little bit. He's got to peel off. His utility has been mitigated to useless.
Useless, potentially. But with that being said, we are still to see it. Because, I mean, realistically, I mean, what am I talking about? I don't even know what I'm talking about half the time. It really is useless. I'm trying to bring up words, trying to get a good kind of handoff here, but honestly, I've butchered it. Twitch drone gone. That's good work there from the defenders, stopping any sort of utility to go off of that breach. And it seems as if, again, Baker are taking things really slow. That player in towards Secret, in towards Adam, is going to be good for any sort of denial in towards the lobby. But I don't know if there is actually going to be any focus there, as there seems as if they're waiting to move in towards garage. But I really don't know what Baker's doing right now, because they've got the breach open. You don't need to leave anyone there. Realistically, you should be repositioning and trying to take rafters here. And right now, for all that push, it's just not happening.
Yeah, you say they're waiting, but the problem is usually if you're going to be waiting, it's fine to spend some time if you've got other players that need to be getting into position. But Baker has a really one-dimensional take right here. We saw 4 players repelled right outside of breach. You don't need that many players right there. Just one of them on garage, and you can't take it from the garage door alone. You're going to be pushing it kind of one-dimensionally, and the smoke grenades are going to make that a pain for them. Can't walk in the door, so they're just gonna have to lose some more time, and they've already taken quite a bit of it, biding their time outside of the breach as well. Someone needs to find an off angle, something like what we saw from Concordia's attack on CC window.
is the castle below, which is really interesting. I thought it would have been someone like a Bandit. I mean, that's the more kind of, I guess if we're referring back to the old days, Bandit was the roamer. That's the one everyone goes scared of, the MP7, the high fire rate. But it's just not happening. Players are losing HP all over the shop right now, and we're down towards that 40-second mark. Cade trying to contest on towards Secret, not happening. There is a trade. Sully actually been able to get the person that got, no, wasn't actually, sorry, I'm talking nonsense. There goes the Jackal anyway. Nomad getting the air jabs off to defend in towards Raffles. No, it was actually defending towards Lobby. 20 seconds remain, and we need to see this defuse going down. And with that being said, there's still 2 C4s. There's no more toxic babes. And look at this, there's plenty of rifles. Jawbreaker, that gets rid of the diffuser. There was actually someone trying to get in towards the garage position, but why even try when Jawbreaker is coming up huge? King tries to contest him, but that's a 40!
Well, there you go. That's the one-dimensional tank just getting dissected by Jawbreaker. Posted up on Resder. He's got a teammate right by him, but he's the one just not missing shots. If everyone's going to jump onto that diffuser time after time again, well, he'll just lay on the trigger and let him keep coming.
It did end up becoming a bit of a butcher's shop, if I'm being honest, on towards that default plan. And again, that's more looking at Baker, because yeah, they established themselves in towards garage, but they never opened the kind of walls right next to the default plant that we usually expect to be open to let the defuse walk straight onto that default plant spot and get it down. And I mean, plenty of C4s there. Was still so much denial. I mean, realistically, all it would have taken is one player to actually walk in towards Cash, beat it over, and there we go, boom, the defuse denied. And it kind of becomes a not a Zerg rush, but a kind of let's just throw bodies at it and get the defuse down, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the aggressive playstyle really worked out for Baker on the first round out on the attack, just dissecting the SSG run. But it doesn't work so well against your really standard bread and butter CCTV. And this one will be a little bit in between as far as the way that you need to approach it. There's a bit of an extension out into cash room here for the gym and bedroom site. There's also going to be standard setup on the other side. There's no castle, and castle is pretty easily mitigated nowadays by Sledge. And I think if we switch to that, if they were presented with that castle, but they're happy to keep using the Buck, who's been giving them a lot of value from below.
I think Buck, especially on this site, does give a lot of value, especially if you're like, I think Mira's gone, but again, obviously there's usually a player in towards bathrooms that can test on towards the main breach, and they can really do work there. One thing I'm worried about was the mute jammer that was placed up above the drone hole. Sometimes you've got to think of it kind of a mute jammer like a half oval. That's how it kind of works. And that might not actually get that drone hole, and that's the worrying thing for me. There's still going to be information there, and there's plenty of information in towards this con position. They know there's 2 players in towards cash, and that'll be a problem for them to solve at a later date.
Once again, there's a lot of Baker players all stacked up on each other over here by Jacuzzi. They've got a lot of intel on the extension, actually, but they're not pressuring it directly. Our Fuse Strafton is putting up a breaching charge. He's going to have eyes if he opens that up directly onto Jawbreaker. But he's just going to be pressuring with some explosives. There's not a lot of players in sight, so if they're able to open up Jacuzzi, it might allow that Zerg rush to come out.
Zerg rush in general, potentially, question mark. I mean, right now, Baker still struggling to get the main breach open. There is a Cade Claw there and a mute jammer to deny all sorts of information, all sorts of work to be done. There's a fuse, big question mark there from Strafton. That might just be because the LMG does work. I don't know where they're going to get the worth out of that, and already there's going to be worth from Jawbreaker. There goes the Finker. That's 2 nades and a Gun 6 going off the board. And with that being said, that's going to be a big loss considering how much work is still left to be done with a minute.
Yeah, Palomala checked with that grenade to check if there's anyone in bathroom. Perfectly placed. It would have killed someone in the showers if they had been. Palomala was able to trace that trajectory right back. Find a skill. Oh, there's a little sliver of flesh through the... Whoa! Through the debris right there. But Sonar's going to be the one coming back out, re-peeking and taking. Okay, the attack is starting to tick away. They're not finding too much pressure inside sight without opening up the Uzi here. And the defenders are just continuing to find more straight right outside the window. A C4 being ripped is going to be a little worrisome for him. It's going to land right on top.
Baker are falling apart here. It's like my dinner tonight. It's like a little bit of pulled pork because they've just been pulled from left, right, and centre. The pressure immediately gone, but there's a retort, and the kid just runs out. Why not, Sly? Why not? Jumps off and celebrates 6-3 the scoreline, and my God, Concordia are making Baker, well, I guess look like a European team at this point.
Yeah, this is starting to fall apart here for Baker and Concordia. They're answering the attack strategy. They're just holding their angles, waiting for their opportunities to strike because there's not enough side pressure from Baker. Baker's, they're a little too comfortable playing right on top of each other, and they're not getting the same value that they could if they were using their utility and their positioning, especially.
100%, and I mean that's
Attackers need to locate
that's the
and
big
defuse
thing
bombs.
is the positioning. All these players, Baker, they had 2 players out towards the balcony, one on Jacuzzi Breach, and they also had one on towards the Logi Hatch. I think there was maybe, I can't remember where the last player was, but let's look at that from a
Attackers have
standpoint.
located a bomb.
Right, that looks good. I mean, that's kind of the basics, that's what we expect. But on top of that, Jacuzzi Breach wasn't opened. We didn't have players doing the work that they need to do. There was one player on towards Logi, but it was the ace. It wasn't as if it was like a sledge or something who could throw grenades in and displace people, move them in towards other positions.
seconds left
We also
before
had
insertion.
2 players still left out towards Cash, and
Bomb
yes,
located
you're
by
trying to
attackers.
kind of, well,
5 seconds left
alleviate
before
and not deal with them just by going elsewhere, but sometimes
Attackers objective
you
is
need to do
defuse
work
the bomb.
elsewhere to get that done. The fuse pick honestly bamboozles me because I don't think it was the right one considering the utility that was being brought in. I mean, the fact that there's a cage still up.
Yeah, here we're going to see, interestingly, the same SSG realm that we saw from the first round on Basement, where Concordia was actually taken apart pretty quickly by Baker University. Baker should know that they're contending with a Basement objective here, so if they follow that same script from before, it's going to be on Concordia to adapt.
Yeah, I think honestly, Concordia will be very wary of what could come from this attack. They've already had to deal with a rush, and I think this time they'll be well prepared. They'll know exactly how to come back from it. But as I say that, Sly tries to contest out on main stairs and gets taken out by Cool Volcano. And, I mean, that's Sly going to be relegated to that camp position.
That's really nice start here for Baker. That's exactly what they want to start this roll. They started last time with an early pick, and here's the answer right here from Sully. Oh, droned out, but watching that little punch hole behind the player from Dirt, making sure that it wasn't going to be Palomalo. Yeah, once again, dropping through there. Palomalo's got the intel to work with, so he's going to pre-fire it, and he's taken armory already. There's no one in here at all, so he's just got to jiggle a little bit. Can be seen droning out a little for him and confirming that he's safe. Don't know about Jawbreaker, also jiggling a similar angle.
Oh no, Crouch walking through the site. Sully can't even see where they are. Polomalo takes out Jawbreaker, and that's the player in towards Church. The drag goes through, trying to get the player that was blue, and there they are. They're going to pop right in towards the crosshairs. Again, the SSG style room does not work out. And with that being said, we are in a 2 versus 5, and the site completely locked down by these attackers. There goes the vigil. There's only one player left. It's all up to Augie, and at this point, we may as well just establish the fact that this is a Baker round and move on towards the next one. Maybe not though. This could work. This could work. Need to get this one no, and there it is. There is plenty of time to try and get the site, but is there that much time?
With about 6 more seconds before he needs to get on the plant. Not really. Oh, he barely missed a player right on his screen as he drops just in the bottom center. But there was so much to do right there. A huge Baker attack once again, just like we saw before. Palomalo finessing his way into sight, blazing the path for a plant super early in the round, and it just turns the defense on their head, especially if they're going to be down 3 players just between Cool Volcano's opening pick on the spawn peak and the 2 from Palomalo in sight. That leaves no one anywhere close to the diffuser itself.
Honestly, I'm going to say this. I think that Concordia need to throw that SSG roam in towards the bin. It's not worked for a while. It's not worked for a few years, and yes, it was in the height of its power, probably the best defense in all of
Defenders, protect
Siege,
your bombs from
and
being
probably
defused
of
by
all of Siege
attackers.
history when it was working. But it doesn't really work anymore. Teams don't really use it as much. Yes, we see pseudo roams. Yes, we see similar styles, but honestly, it's not as good as what it used to be. And the best defense is sometimes just genuinely turtling up and just kind of sending one or two players out to do the work. Right now, we are going to focus on CCTV and cash. And let's look at this, Treasure. Last time, Baker on their attack, they really struggled.
Yeah, they took a lot of time
10
to
seconds to
get
go.
only breach, and they took a lot of time after the breach. So we need them to speed up. We need them to have some
Insertion.
other things that they're doing with their roster, because you don't need 4 players to open that up, and you need to
Attackers
take
are
Garage
moving
if
out
you're
to
going to take
locate a bomb
Garage
and defuse it.
pretty early into the round, or at least get some pressure from CCTV window, or going through construction, dropping through logistics hatch, and clearing out the first floor is going to make sure that you're not dealing with flanks on that side. Sorry, second floor, not first floor. And it's the same thing from Concordia, so they know what they're up against. There's the 2 electrification characters. Sly, once again, trying to bandit trick. I don't think it's going successfully here from the sound of that explosion, if I'm quite correct.
Oh, no, maybe not.
Definitely is.
I was going to say, maybe it is actually working out for them, and I think that is a precarious situation considering there's not much to protect them. Maybe a few ADSs if they're regen back up, but there's not much else. I wonder what's going to happen here. It seems as if, again, Baker not stalling out. They've got plenty of time, but they're certainly taking their time on going about things. There is an upnades in the likes, but they're not hitting the mark. They're not finding utility. They're not finding the men. Here we go. There is going to be a twitch drone coming through to get rid of the bandit batteries, but remember, there's so much in pocket that they can realistically just do what they want.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what they don't know is that Sly's just sitting on 2
located by
batteries.
attackers.
He doesn't even care. He's gonna see that go. He doesn't even shoot the drone. Just immediately putting the batteries on, making sure the hard breach doesn't go up, but there isn't a hard breach installed up there either. KMBC has rotated away. Oh, he's just on top, I guess. So it's gonna go out now that Sly's actually been pushed away, if only by the drone. So mission success. I really do like to say, I'll give credit here. Strafton has moved over the CCTV window, adding some crossfire pressure, which is going to help to keep the bandit off there for as long. And with Palomalo over here in Garage, if he can evade Sully for a little bit longer, he's going to be a huge asset to Baker, but Sully finds the head.
Finding the head, hitting the mark. Looks like Garage is now in the hands of these defenders, which is absolutely huge. And now, with that being said, there is still players stuck outside the windows and breach. That's not what we like to see. We like to see a hero play come through here. They can't get this defuse down, and there is some sort of information here as we do see pings go off. 50 seconds remain. We need to see Baker make a move, but they're not. They're biding their time. Sully has gained control of Garage, just holding it down from that lobby position, contesting in towards Secret as well. And right now, Treasure, the way I'm looking at this is still looking like a Concordia round to me, especially when King goes down. Strafton, though, does take out Sly. The plan being attempted on Red Door, and I think it's going to go off. They're actually putting down suppressing fire, and yes, there we go. This job becomes so much harder for these players trying to contest outside.
King is rezzed as well. There's 4 guns up for the defense, and this Claymore is going to belie the location for one of them. Not gonna be able to get off of red stairs either, so he's just got to be a gun for the team. He's not going to be able to find the angle. Oh, barely lying down. He does find it, but that is going to tell someone that there is a player on red stairs, and the breach is still being plenty. Watch, the air jabs going out time and time again. Nicole Volcano is still in reserves. Sonar is going to push up, takes out KMBC News, who has exposed himself a little bit too much. A suppressive fire once again from the defense as Jawbreaker's barely killed. Defusing, there's not enough time now. But cool Volcano finishing things up with the double kill. He doesn't even need that. He's just taking his kills home and banking them.
Banking them indeed, and well, now look at this position. Baker are within touching distance of overtime. Concordia, they'll want to be finishing this in regulation as always, but honestly, Concordia, I hate to see it, but it was a bit lackluster, honestly. I mean, there was so much to do and so much that Baker kind of, how to put it, like, Baker shouldn't have been able to get that plant down. There should have been some denial there, and there just wasn't a kind of realization of the macro strategy from Concordia at that moment.
I'm really surprised because we've seen them have the throwables previous
Defenders,
rounds, they've
protect
had
your
the
bombs
C4
from
and
being
they've had
defused by
smokes.
attackers.
Really
Yeah.
good smokes the last time they were on CCTV, and that's part of what gave them the round because they were able to stall Baker out for so darn long. And a huge props to Baker for actually doing exactly what I wanted, adapting their strategy, finding some cross angles, and making the most of their whole team. So even if they do have some early losses, stuff like Palomalu going down, they've taken a long time to open up CC wall. NBC News not quite getting around those bandit batteries for a while, but they could still win around that because they set up for some contingency plans, and all of those went perfectly to plan.
10 seconds
Well,
to go.
that is it. The contingency plans did work out. But the thing is, though, is
5
last
seconds
time we
remaining.
seen Baker attacking towards the bedroom side, it was more than lackluster. It was a
Attackers are moving out to
disaster.
locate
It
a bomb.
really did not work out for them. And right now, if I'm thinking about this treasure, we need to see. Oh, pardon me. We need to see Baker somehow adapt to this, and somehow we're seeing a Cali being the adaptation.
Yeah, they've got an interesting thing here. Attacking Jim, they've attacked it once and not found their success, but it was again right on the back of their other CCTV attack where they stalled out again. And it was the same issue twice in a row, that stalling out, not quite knowing what to do, especially if they don't get the jacuzzi wall open. So there's going to be their first trick here. They get a drone in. It's not the Twitch drone, but they've switched around for the Cali. That's going to be a little bit easier to make sure they get it off. So that's the reason
has been
for the
located.
Cali. She can also rotate off and find some long angles directly into sight on the windows, which is where I imagine Cool Volcano will be going. And it's saved them so much time already at the very least.
Little bit of suppressive fire on towards Jacuzzi, obviously after all the Ace doing so much work. I think that's actually on towards the bathroom position, but Sly somehow contested. That is down from main breach, and there we go. There goes the Flores, which I don't even think got to use a drone. A nice little Claymore position to come out there to deny anybody that tries to rotate through. And I like that Claymore, if I'm being honest, but sometimes it just doesn't work out, and sometimes nobody even tries to contest there. It seems as if Concordia can almost sit tight because there's no pressure coming from behind, coming from the possession of Cash. Somehow King escapes with a life, a little adrenal surge to regain some health, but honestly, they're going to be in a bad position because they're trying to contest through footholes. Can't find anything just yet, but finally see the body
What a
of their
reversal.
Moroccan brother, and Sully somehow trying to contest back, get straight from Cool Volcanoes down, and there goes King. KMPC News in a basically pseudo 1v4 for Baker to stay alive in this map. Sees their Rooney, but look at that, there's plenty there. Sully actually picks up the kill. The GG's cascade, and Concordia will take Clubhouse for this one.
That one nearly going to overtime in the end, but Concordia does pick it up. Augie, they're coming to the defense in sight. He goes, well, if no one's going to find these kills, I'll do it myself. I'll grab up a couple, just run right in and find the head, even if it's been so hard to find King. He's been one of the slipperiest players in the lobby so far. But first map going handily to Concordia. It is their map choice, so Baker will get to have their own way on Chalet up next after a short break.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I was just short break. Bye bye.
I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, earthquake. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
All right, we are back with our match in progress. Concordia University, Wisconsin, and Baker University still going at it. Map 1 Clubhouse goes to Concordia University, Wisconsin. For those of you just tuning in, I'm Treasure, and I'm still joined by the illustrious Cairo.
Illustrious. That's such a good. I never heard that before. I know I've heard the word before, but I've never been called that. So thank you. That's totally thrown me off. Anyway, Treasure, we have just had a banging clubhouse, man. Pretty tight in the end. There was a little bit of, I guess, a little bit of fundamentals missed, but all in all, it was good siege, and I'm excited for this next map.
Yeah, this is one that just came down to a hair, right? Just
Yeah.
barely ending in regulation.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, realistically, in regulation, it came down to that last round. 12 rounds were played. And, I mean, there was a lot of stuff happening. SSG roams were tried. There was a little bit of freaky attacks, some dodgy stuff happening all in all. But, I mean, realistically, Concordia, I thought from the very start, looked very confident in winning the map. And I'm glad they finally got it over the edge. But, I mean, was that Concordia's map pick?
Yeah, it was. So it's interesting to see how that one came up. I think there's lots of twists and turns because Concordia comes out looking great, and on the attack, we thought that attack would be the really easy side to win, and it turned out being quite the opposite. The defenders were doing really well. Once Baker was on defense, they started eking away, trying to slip away from Concordia and almost making it to overtime, just like we said. But even with the Kite still being in, Thatcher and Maverick being banned out, it was the attack side with the preference throughout it, and Baker showing us some holds that we didn't expect, like the basement objective. We thought that would be the strongest, and that one ends up getting cracked pretty well for both teams, even with the SSG realm.
100%. But I mean, Shelly is actually a map that requires a lot of extensions, a lot of roam game, and well, that is exactly what we could potentially be seeing here. A Flores and Thatcher straight off the board, two great operators. Flores, an interesting one, considering that there's obviously the piano position, the Ivy position, a lot of shields that, well, Flores can circumvent because, I mean, there's usually a lot of kind of throwable denial in terms of Jaegers and Wamais. Seems as if we are going to get the Mira ban. That is going to be confirmed, which is actually a massive operator in terms of defending the top square fireplace position, as well as many others. Bans pretty much making sense so far.
Yeah, if there's not going to be a Flores, there has to be a ban on the Mira. She's going to be so strong with Flores not being able to be there to easily take out the shields that she'll be bolstering up by the mezzanine. I love this map. I love the use of shields, especially on the second floor objectives, and even on the first floor objectives when you have the vertical extensions, players playing up on a highway and in mezzanine. Like, I love the dynamic, and even with Flores and Mira being out of it, well, especially with Flores being out of it, it really livens up that gameplay. It's going to be that back and forth.
Well, I mean, Shelly is always interesting as well for me because I tend to find that it doesn't have a preference in terms of defenders and kind of attackers.
Yeah.
The bias tends to
Attackers need
really
to
stand
locate
in the
and
middle, a
defuse
neutral
bombs.
zone, and it's usually, I guess, aggressor favoured. That's the word I would use. Whoever goes and takes it to their opponent wins those gunfights. I think, again, this top floor kind of master bedroom site is probably one of the strongest. My favourite being Barlow. I always like to see that extension take place, and I always find it difficult as an attacker to kind of get those throwables and get that kind of coordination, as well as keeping yourself established in case there's any sort of, I guess, late flanks or roamers coming through.
Yeah, and I find that this map really, despite being pretty even, is the pace is set by the attackers. If you're really confident and coordinated on attack, you can just eviscerate a team even if they're at about the same play level, even if they can shoot as well or better than you. The attackers can just run away with the map. And I'm curious to see how this comes out because I feel that Concordia has a bit more of a bread and butter measures, more regulation kind of attack. But Baker has done really good at just flooring their way through Concordia's defenses at times. So that might work out to their favor, even if they're a little less attacking regimented.
Device ready.
Well, we are going to see Concordia again starting on the attack, and I mean, when they started on the attack last time, they really, well, took great map control, really were putting the pressure on towards the site, and I think they have everything in terms of fundamentals, in terms of being able to put the pressure onto the site and actually convert that pressure into a round win. Already have established themselves towards the fireplace side, towards that south side of the map, where you tend to see kind of, well, I guess most of the attack begin. Sometimes we do see a little bit of a, I guess, a late flank through in towards the back position. Solarium. There's going to be that need to get rid of the Cade Claw again, doing good utility work. And there's still a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, you talked about Concordia taking good map control, and already they're really showing that. KMBC9 News is down below, though, and he's been nasty on the flanks. The mezzanine gives an opportunity for Sonar to keep watching back and forth, and Sonar was absolutely deadly last map, too. So as long as he's got his eyes pointed over there, not in drone like he is right now, he could be really deadly for just shutting down the flank. But KMBC is very patient, and that's key right now.
It might be key, but can they find the key to the lock which is in front of them? The problem that could be, well, exactly in front of them, we need to see here is the Jaeger does start to move forward, and there is information on one of the players on towards that stairs position. I don't know if that came from a default cam, but there is certainly lots of information. No, it came from the Maestro cam on site, and that's two kills coming straight forward, and that is the two, well, no, one, sorry, there is still Jawbreaker. There is about to say the two players that were in Fireplace, but no, Jawbreaker is still there. Concordia already almost, I'm not going to say, I guess handicapped would be the word I would use so far on their attack.
Yeah, they just haven't found any answers. They got the wall open, but they don't have any pressure through piano, and they're down a lot of valuable resources. They've lost Augie and Sully, both of whom carry frag grenades, which could be great for at least burning to follow up for another grenade and take out the shield and piano. That's going to be a real problem for them, but Sly just finding that headshot right there, right after another one's getting picked up by Sonar as well. And with King down, they actually have a chance here. The smokes are going to make it real difficult. If Sully isn't able to get the defuse down, yeah, between the smoke and the Maestro, there's nothing that can be done here. It's just going to keep burning away the health. Full Volcano is going to run away with this round, even in the dying seconds. His him has barely destroyed the headshot. Is there for Palamalu?
That is so good. The fact that the Maestro cam wasn't destroyed and earlier. There's so much in terms of like frag grenades and stuff like that. That is so unfortunate. Concordia though were literally inches from pulling that back from the brink of a loss, but again that inch became a mile as soon as that Maestro cam came in. Bar game in the defense next for Baker. Again, this is their map pick, so we're expecting them to be a lot stronger, and they're already showing it from that round alone.
Yeah, right off the bat, looking at Concordia's attack, I can tell the difference between
Defenders, protect your bombs from
their
being
pick of
defused by
Clubhouse
attackers.
and their opponent's pick of Chalet. Some of that cleanliness that we saw all throughout their attack on the other map is not quite shining through here. Some of the same issues that we saw with Baker. They didn't have anyone pushing up through Solarium. They didn't have any push directly into Office, and they didn't have a push in through Piano. They were really relying on just opening up the mezzanine wall and just planting right there. You can see it, especially in the dying moments of the round, as we see 3 players desperate to just try and get that plant down, trying to plant in a smoke in line of sight by a Maestro. Like, if that doesn't scream desperate moment to you, I don't know what would.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, there really was a little bit of desperation. But with that being said, this
Attackers must locate
this
and
kind of
defuse the
site
bomb.
always screams desperation for the attackers for me, because what we tend to see from when I've watched it, from the history of when I've seen it, it always ends up in that 20-second meta. We always return to it, the execution comes in late, a little bit of chaos, but it all depends on whether Baker have a good drone. A late setup though, on towards the hatch that drops in bar, is interesting and worrying. Already almost getting caught out there. Rooney, the spam comes through the wall. Unfortunate for Sully, they can't find that bar.
Here's some pressure on the library window to start things off. The ground is not going to be given so freely to Concordia this time. They're going to take as much of the second floor as they can before they start finding a lot of resistance. Ooh, Strafton is not quite finding that drone either, so he's going to have to stray further from the stairs where he's safe.
That's it. Got to stay safe. Got to make sure that you can bring that pressure back, and already they will find that cat can. They know that their position is there. A little bit of adrenaline surge, but KNPC News tried to aggress. Augie actually good at picking that one up. Strafton doesn't know if they should move forward, try and get the refrag. No, it looks like
He
the
knew
thing
it was
could-
there.
Yeah, it's going to get picked up. Not wanting to waste the adrenaline surge on that one. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, so he's back up at 20 health. He's got 2 charges left to deal with, though, so he's not too terrified of the prospect of taking a couple extra bullets right now. In fact, he's going to hold it for just a second. Yeah, there we go. Pumping everybody up once they have an opportunity to push up. All in all here, pushed up really aggressively on bomb site, but with the floor falling apart around him, he's going to rush back to the safety of Stockroom. That's an incredible power position. We're going to see him playing this till the dying moments of the round.
Well, the dying moments aren't here just yet, but they're certainly close, and I think there's a few questionable things about the Baker defense so far that I've already found, and that means that Concordia are already able to go and rip up these floorboards. They've found the weakness in the site, and they're starting to go for it, trying to see if they can pick players off. But remember, folks, there is, well, I guess every angle is a two-way angle. They are alerted to Strafton from behind, and he's stuck in towards Bathroom. Cool Volcano still holding the line of sight from Mudroom. These are 2 positions that we need to watch, and there is one player that we last seen on towards Blue, but I don't know if they're gone. No, they're not. That means that the Nomad could easily be picked up here. Yes, King's going to walk forwards. Peppers up King, and finally, sorry, Peppers up Jawbreaker, finally chows down on their meal.
There's 3 players there all vying for the kill on Jawbreaker. Sly trying to find an opportunity to get the plant and get inside. Is just going to be taken advantage of. Like, whole Volcano's been waiting there for quite some time. Sonar, though, who's going to find the ground that his team needs. The fragger for his roster. He finds Sully finds King here, and Palomalo stuck in his strong position. They're just going to find one to start things off of, and going down this other enormous pressure. Finds the head peeking around, takes out Augie. He's only got to contend with Sully, who's just finished putting down the plant and is on hard ping right now. He's not going to go for the wall bank, going to make sure that Sonar is gone for good. He doesn't know what he's going to be contending with. He's getting more pings to work with, though, so he's going to have to aggress. And he does it.
What a shot that is. Palomalo, take him down. What a clutch up that was. And with plenty of time on the clock, going to defuse that one out. And just as I put question marks on Baker's defense, they shut me up and clutch up big on that far defense.
They're playing so interestingly. We look at, there's little hiding holes. Cool Volcano playing in Mud Rim, just waiting for someone to come by the hallway where he'll see with that pixel peek. Or otherwise, if they're going to vault in right on top of him, that's just fine with him too. He got traded out really quickly, but that's one of those things that forces a lot of intel for his team. They knew that the diffuser was down, and they knew that the hard breach was going to be gone for the rest of the round, with Sly totally removed from that round. Baker's off to a roaring start already.
Defenders, protect
They
your
really
bombs
are,
from
but
being
you can't
defused
help
by
but feel
attackers.
that's twice that Concordia's given up a winning position in terms of it was 3 versus 1 there. The round previous, it was 3 versus 2. We are going to see a basement defense now, but again, I'm seeing things that are lacking from Baker's fundamentals in terms of the map control. We think of, when we watch Pro League and we watch NEL, EUL, whatever is your choice of watching, honestly, we always see a shield on top of Ivy, and there's a point, there's a reason for that, because it's such an important piece of the map, and they're Rooney being laid up there to even just reinforce the key hatch. Concordia, I think, should have done so much more in that round. Unfortunately, they didn't, and Baker were able to capitalise. Concordia, though, if I'm them, I might be thinking to myself, we really should have taken our chances there.
Yeah, I'd say Concordia is trying to force a lot of gunfights, and even some that aren't going to necessarily be advantageous to them. They're trying to rely on the gun skill that they've shown us, and we know it's there, especially on Sully, Augie, Sonar. That's the core on the frag in half of the team, not to discount Jawbreaker or Sly. I mean, they just play a little further back on this support and support flex roles, but those three are, they've got the gun skill, and when they're getting a little frustrated on this map that they're a little less familiar with, they're starting to fall behind because they're just taking bad fights.
That's it, and not only that, but they're not checking, for instance, Mudroom before you jump in. I know there was little time left, but just check quickly. Get somebody to chuck a drone in there. There's always someone looking. There was even kind of reinforced by the player that was down on blue. It's just, it's positions that realistically should be checked, and we see players actually fall to that quite a lot. Even pro players, and again, Concordia, they should realistically take from this, look, yeah, even pro players fall to this. It's just small margins that they keep falling to. If they fix this up, if they adapt and overcome, and when they come around to the second time attacking these sites, they'll do so much better. Right now, again, good map control from Concordia. I don't know if they know where this roamer is. They'll know now. The gunfight's been taken. The Jaeger getting peppered up. Can they finally find them? Yes, they can. Sully gets the first entry in towards this round, and that's absolutely huge.
He's doing so much right now. He's already opened up so much of the floor, taking control through lobby, and made sure that box is not going to be a usable room for Baker's defense at all. Not that they've pushed up on it yet. And finding the kill on KMBC 9 News. He was looking to take a fight with as many opponents as he could. That C4 from King isn't going to go out. He doesn't know that it would quite be useful, but the bullet, he hears it, and the rip is heard from his opponent as well. It comes out, but King doesn't find it. He was wanting, he's going to have to peek it with his gun himself, but he's got the MP5K. He's quite a bit to contend with. He doesn't know about these explosives. He is covered.
A bomb has been located.
Covered for how long? The nade goes out, and Sully collects. Wow. Arms are open wide the nade picks up Cool Volcano, and there's still gunfights being taken. Somehow Baker don't understand that the aggression's not working out. It worked out previously, but now Concordia, they have adjusted. They have found the winning formula, especially on this basement defense, attempting this plan. The smoke babe, the toxic babe goes out, left all up to the cap can, and a flawless round to answer back for all the wrongdoings. Well played from Concordia, and finally they get their first round of this second map.
All right, I like that. Slowing down a little bit, using the nades really, effectively to just flush out some fights. They're not engaging with their faces. They're making sure that they can get ahead on the utility. And then once we get to the execute itself, we see everything from the early round starting to show its colors. The holes through lobby floor, perfect to cut off any rotates that any defenders try to make through sight. Easily cutting down Palomalu as soon as he tries to make a play. And that's shutting down one of the most dynamic players on Baker's roster.
And I just want to highlight Sully in that last round. I mean, the map control that one person gained going in through lobby, they immediately established the whole team for the rest of the round. On top of that, they isolated KMBC News in towards far because it was players swarming in from blue and one on the window in towards games. Already we've seen that KMBC News was either going to take one with them or they were going to go out getting a bit disappointed, and a bit disappointed they were. And then from then on in, Concordia just established themselves more and more. Sully making sure that main stairs position was even better, getting rid of the player that was behind the kind of, I guess, the bookcase, the shelves. I don't know what it was, but there was nobody left to be seen. And then from then on in, the carnage ensued, and Concordia did so much work. Sully left out on the lonesome, out towards library, and I mean, why not? Because the player can do what they want at this point.
I like a couple of these adaptations. Look at Baker. They've got the, I don't think it was before, the Rook here. This is an answer directly to the grenades that got a couple opening kills from Concordia last round. And with three armors and two armors, no one's going to die to a nade. It's going to take two of them to take anyone off the roster. So they also are starting off with a spawn peak, trying to pull themselves ahead. It's not going to quite net anything. And I think Concordia also has made some similar adaptations. They're propping up an attack through Solarium, it looks like, and up directly through Ivy to try and take out that piano room, which was a thorn in their side throughout the entire last round of the attack here.
It really was a thorn in their side. C4 goes out, doesn't even hit.
Too wide.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something there.
I was saying it's too wide.
Yeah, far too wide. Sorry, I never caught what you said. Nonetheless, Nate goes through, picks up the utility that was on the wall, and with that being said, they will be able to open up the breach. But KMBC News still, resting, relaxing, chilling out downstairs in the garage. And oh my god, what a swing from Sonar. I imagine this time they'll be able to get rid of any Maestro bubbles, any Maestro cams that are in the site. They won't make that mistake twice. And with that being said...
That's going to be a focus.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the one player, the one thing, the one hindrance, the chink in the armor could be KMBC News coming up this main stairs.
Yeah, Palomalu has me worried right now, lying so far up. He's never taken this risk before, and he's going to push up directly into that nade throw, and he's going to get out of the lethal range. Once again, the armor doing its work to keep it only a sliver of damage. He's taking, he's pushing up to play aggressive. Oh my god! What a shot! Oh my god, perfectly pre-firing the angle, though. He's not going to get quite as lucky on the drone. It's still around a little far on the side, but he's got the smokes available as well to make sure that no one's going to be trying to refrag him on the situation.
That was crazy. Palomalu, what are you doing, man? Sonar finally answers back. There goes the flank and the chink in the armor that I was highlighting. But with that being said, with Palomalu's SMG-11 play, I genuinely think we could be seeing something else here. It is a potential flank, this time from the attackers coming from behind. They're actually diversified their attack, and they're waiting to see what can come from that. Yes, there we go, Augie from behind, and there is the Maestro cams to actually rain off. It's going to try and damage a few players, and with the position that's actually being established right now, this could be huge. Palomalu actually denies, takes out Solar, and with that, a flurry of orange comes through. Baker, they're going to actually confirm that round once again. And look at this SMG-11 play. Does this man get macros?
Paulo looking insane right now. The 4K on the round, all with the SMG-11. He's pushing up with the shotgun too. He was not afraid of finding some kills with those either. And it's a total shift in his gameplay, walling up in piano before, but this time he wants a piece of the action. Gonna just ace his way nearly through the whole team, walking all the way up to mezzanine as well. That's something you'll rarely see from a smoke player, but he's not scared to make plays, to keep moving, and to find any opportunity behind the back of someone's head.
I mean,
Attackers need to
there was
locate
plenty
and
of heads
defuse
collected in
bombs.
that last round. Well, we are going to see, once again, the basement defense, and I think maybe they're trying to catch players off guard. I'm not too sure. I'm going to be honest, right? And this is maybe just the EU kind of in me, you know what I mean? I'm from that region. I don't like this site. I really don't. I prefer seeing kitchen. I just think it's a so much stronger site because when you're in the basement, I feel as if you can really get hemmed in, and we did see that last time from Concordia. Concordia, if I'm
10
them,
seconds remaining.
I would genuinely be salivating at the kind of opportunity that's been given to them right
5
now.
seconds to
I
insertion.
want to see a better room this time from KMBC if they do go for it, and it does
Attackers
look as if
must
that is
locate
going to
and
be the
defuse
case.
the bomb.
No, it's a full turtle setup. So with that being said, again, I still think Concordia, with the way that they establish themselves in the map, the way that they're getting picks from the get-go, I think this should be their round.
Palamala feeling good off of last round, rightfully so, but a little bit too bold. His rifle isn't going to be quite the answer for the one coming right back from Sonar. These two battling it out on the top of the leaderboard, but Sonar's got the opportunity for a couple more pulls in this round, so he's looking to catch up to that 9 scorecard that Palamala's been putting up. And just like in the EU, actually, for most gameplay in NA, basement is not favored either. It's really only in the collegiate circuit that this is a much more developed objective site.
Right now, this is almost Baker kind of fish in a barrel. They are stuck in basement. It seems if Concordia have set their sights up, they've opened up the floorboards, they're peppering up opponents, and they're collecting bodies at this point. The dog tags of King are now firmly in the pockets of Concordia, and they can continue to do this work. Strafton can maybe find themselves in a bit of a bad position, and they could easily get picked up later in the round. The raids are going out right now. There's another Legion mine to come here, but with that being said, there's a minute and 30 right now to actually open up breaches, open up hatches, find other players to take out, and they've taken everything in their back at this point.
Snowmobile's looking smaller and smaller all the time, especially with this breach opening up. It's about to be a kill run for any defenders that try and make their way in there with all of box opened up and plenty of pressure up from above. Concordia watching it, and they're slowly starting to close their way in. KMBC 9 News being the next one down on the list. Augie healing himself up a little bit as well to recoup the losses. Now it's just Strifton in wine room trying to stave off that pincer attack while Full Volcano is holding up in the main objective.
Now a minute left to set up for the execute, with only 2 players to contest. You're thinking to yourself, Concordia, how can you mess this one up? But, well, let's be honest, we have seen crazier things happen. Good thing is for them, Polamalu is off the board, the clutchability factor gone. And now they are going to be put in a position where they can get the plant down. Yes, there we are. 7 seconds has commenced. We're already halfway through. A quarter, and finally we will get that plant confirmed. Players in smoke trying to contest. They're going to be able to escape with their life. There's so much crossfire, so much set up for this post plant that Concordia have basically confirmed what's left.
The Volcano barely holding on to life, and not for long. Just trying to find a way through all of these guns. Just about every angle is watched as Concordia has flooded this site, and they don't even need to stay in the building anymore. They've got plenty of players outside just watching that defuse to his eyes directly on it. Strafton is fully on him to find this. The air jab's coming out. He doesn't even have the time to get through that air jabs, let alone defuse at this rate. Sly finishes that one off for a flawless round on the attack. The perfect answer after, well, actually coming back to basement the same way they did before.
Yeah, 100%. Again, I said that Concordia should be salivating, and well, they eat nice. They're going to keep eating nice if they can actually. Oh no, we've seen another wine and cellars defense. I'm worried. I'm worried that potentially Baker are giving up this half already.
Yeah, that worries me. We've had 2 flawless rounds on basement. That's not good.
It's really not good.
For those of you keeping along at
Defenders,
home.
protect your bombs
Yeah,
from being defused
like,
by attackers.
Concordia have already won twice on this site. They are looking stronger and stronger. I don't know where the adaptation comes in, honestly, because I mean, there needs to be, I think, a stronger roam in general across the whole map. Maybe sending one player up
Attackers
to
have
the
discovered
top
the
floor, one
location of
player
a
in
bomb.
towards the middle floor, but they should be working close by to kind of support each other in that sense. But we're only seeing one player left in an island, and the way that Concordia, again, I like to highlight this because Concordia, the fundamentals seem to be good in terms
10
of
seconds to
when they
go.
attack, they really kind of all come in from all sides of the map and just
5 seconds
home in
left.
on, well, if there's one roamer, they home in on the one roamer, or they home in on the objectives they need to in terms of
Attackers are
destroying
heading out to defuse
floorboards,
the
in
bomb.
terms of setting up kind of claymores or flank drones, etc. I just think that Baker, they are struggling about that, and I really need to see something better to well, kind of confirm what will be hopefully their
dropped the
fourth
bomb
round on the
diffuser.
defense. And well, there they are.
Yeah, and I hate to lay on more worries on Baker right now, but while Palomalo has been absolutely popping off, something I noticed during the course of last round is that he's put up 2/3 of his team's kills. The rest of the roster having a hard time finding their engagement so far. And while a carry is great, if he's going to do things like spawn peek and get himself killed off early, what's the team to do right there? What's your win condition if you're really crutching on hero plays from one player? And well, he'll open up this one as well, and that's great for the team. He's going to have to play really safe and make sure that the team is able to play around him continually.
And again, I think a key bit of vocabulary to use there was win condition. What's the win condition now for Concordia? Because, well, that's your hard breach gone, and there's no secondary hard breaches devices in pocket. That means the defuse can be picked up, but
Attackers
Polomalu
recovered the
has
diffuser.
relocated towards Mudroom. Need to be located later in the round, and if he goes again, what's the rest of the team going to do? There's already one on low HP. Strafen has got kind of the health back up due to Thunderbird devices that were on the floor. I think Concordia might actually struggle with the win condition this round. They might actually struggle with getting the plant down and getting into sight, considering no hard breach from the kind of hatch or nor in towards main breach. They're trying to relocate where locate where the roamers went. But right now they're struggling and they've not even got much work done.
Yeah, that mystifies me because they still have the sledge. They still have Sully, who's done so much, and he's not even begun opening up the floor right here. He's got Sonar with him as well. Two of them should have already demolished this thing. They're finally getting to work on that, but they've got a minute left to work with after they get this job done doing their construction contract. And while it's going off right now, the same luck with the grenade on staircase is not going to pan out again. Palomalo pushing up this time where his teammate didn't on a previous round. Baker's finally looking to have the answer if off of a triple kill at Palomalo. Palomalo finally put away by Augie, but he's alone just with Sonar to back him up. He's low on health too. He's waiting for the recharge on his device.
That's it, the recharge on the device, but I don't know how much time they really have in terms of using them continuously because there's only 25 seconds remaining. One remains in terms of adrenal surges, but there's plenty in terms of defenders. The gun drain off, and they will find the last two remaining players. Baker will take their fourth and final round of this half, and well, I think it's all thanks to Polomalu.
Yeah, he's just crazy. Cracked on the sticks, as they say in certain places around here. He's doing phenomenal.
I was going to say, I can't believe you just said that on cast.
I calls them like I sees them.
Yeah.
And he's playing phenomenally. Like, that SMG-11 play, I mean, that's phenomenally clippable. Just no intel to work with. He just knows. He's so good.
Just finding heads and clicking on them. And, well, with that being said, we are going to move on to the second half of this map, where realistically, this is where things become totally different because Polomalu, well on the map, and well was popping off in the defense, is a completely different set of objectives, a completely different style of play. There's a lot of taking a gunfights to your opponents. Yes, he was doing it on the defense, but there was plenty of utility and establishment from that to kind of support his playstyle. This time, you need to establish yourself. You need to find the problems that are actually in front of you and kind of problem solve them. Will it come through? I'm liking the defense already, and I feel it. I'm sorry, but I feel as if I'm kind of becoming a Concordia fanboy here. But I just like what they're doing in terms of setting up a long line of sight in towards the library corridor. They're also kind of like setting up an extension in towards library if there is an attack from there. All in all, what I'm seeing on the defense so far in terms of strategy, it looks good, but in terms of playstyle, it's a totally different question.
Yeah, Solarium looks pretty wide open so far. They've got a half wall kind of opened up, which is going to be nice keeping eyes on the Solarium stairs as well. And it looks like some of Baker's players might be, yeah, looking right up there. King at least is on rappel. I'm interested to see what happens on entry from Baker. We really need to see players like Strifton and King really pulling up and finding their kills here. Now they're switching to attack, and it's okay that you get the 4 rounds basically off of Malamali's back. That's not a problem. Like, that's no slight to any players. You get the wins. But this is where you can't rely on Palomalu because the formula has just changed so much as the side
Bomb
swap.
located by attackers.
100%. I'm already liking the lineup though from Baker in terms of they've taken the OSA, which can really help you establish yourselves. On top of that, the fact that they've actually went, well, I mean, there's so much utility towards library. Why even attack it? And we're seeing Cool Volcano kind of droning this out. Yes, there's a few players towards that side, but if they can honestly establish themselves here and kind of contest this really well, I think Solarium is looking like a really viable take here.
Yeah, who Jawbreaker has some nice intel to be working off of. That yellow laser telling exactly where Cool Volcano is, but that information is going to be dead now as he's made the rotate. Palomal has been relegated to window duty on the OSA, which is really deadly when used well, but basically he's just cordoned off the area and no one's going to pass by him as soon as they know he's there.
Cutting the sight in half like a hot knife through butter. That's going to be the case, and already they rotate through towards Solarium, losing a bit of time here. But I mean, Concordia, they've not lost much in terms of position. But the thing is, though, there's going to be so much pressure put on towards this side of the map, which will push players back. Augie's there to support the Cade of Jawbreaker. This is good stuff in terms of contesting the bottom floor, but there's nobody contesting them, so they're almost sitting ducks at the moment. There was a ping on towards Jawbreaker, but nobody has decided to capitalise on that. And right now, in terms of map position, it looks as if Baker are struggling right now, but they can convert. There is plenty of time to do so. There is actually smokes to return after attacker smokes go out, but we need to see more from Baker in terms of taking engagements, getting those picks.
Yeah, Big spend a lot of time pushing for library, but they're not finding much success with it. As the defenders are free to move around on mezzanine, the attack has fully shifted to Solarium, which is a nice play off of, just like you said, all of the utility they were faced with. Cool Volcano, Blinding Slide, taking away that support player, and the rest of the smoke. So there's just one left in pocket, while KMBC finding the cheeky plant right there. Deep in sight, Sully is going to have to push up heavily, while Jawbreaker's looking for the long flank. He might not have time to get there, though.
Certainly not. Concordia far too passive right now, and Baker have capitalised on that. They're now holding a tight angle on towards where the Eager was, trying to contest. There's 25 seconds remaining and 3 attackers now. 20 seconds now, maybe about 13 if you're a defender trying to defuse, and that's the point we're trying to reach. There's plenty of attackers actually established in terms of crossfires. One on towards the window is going to get found. Jawbreaker getting that kill, but we're past the point of no redemption, and that is it. The round is over. Baker are just going to collect the kills and collect their round. They had already won it, but they want to pad those stats, and that's going to be another round. Again, Concordia, good position, not capitalising.
Yeah, and finding those kills is worth more than just finishing off the round a little bit faster. It's twisting the knife in here. 5-2 here. After the side swap, Concordia had to be feeling a little confident they could switch things up, and to immediately see a pretty heavy loss on their defense, they're going to be taking that tactical time out, taking some time to mull it over and decide what they need to be doing from here. They're locking in for basement to start with, and they were wildly successful on the other half. 2 flawless rounds on basement before Palomalo was able to find like 4K to finish off last half. But this is ground that Concordia does know. This is where they're feeling the most comfortable on the map.
And that's it. We are seeing a little bit of I don't know if it's a technical or a tactical. Oh no, I think it was a tactical timeout. Yeah, just to kind of establish and kind of discuss exactly what's going wrong, and I think it's a good time to do so, because I mean, I think we've seen 3 or 4 times where Concordia have looked in a good position, they've looked in a winnable position, and they've just let it go, and it's just yeah, I've seen that as well. Sly needs to pee, and but yeah, again, we really need to see a lot of conversion here. Concordia just not hitting the mark. They will have time to do so, but they're heading to wine and cellar where already there is 100% attacker win so far.
Given the time down there, Paulo might have to come back a little into round. He's got time though. He can repick. He's not going to be the one putting his drone all the way deep into sight though. That'll be probably up. It's probably up to Strifton to be the one who's got the job to lose the drone, and he's back. We're all good. So no stress there. 2 to 5. Baker still feeling very comfortable on their map of choice. They're 2 rounds off of taking this to map 3. They want to see that border, and I'm real darn curious to see border. I haven't gotten a chance actually to cast it since it's been in the rotation. Definitely not here at NECC since it's real new, as this is the first day of competition with it in NECC.
I think that's going to be the interesting part. Maybe new grounds for these teams to actually go up against one another, and that's the problem. That's potentially where we could be seeing, how to put it, we could be seeing kind of people make mistakes, a little bit more, I guess, engagement focused rather than objective focus. In terms of what Concordia are up to right now, in terms of how they're kind of doing the work on this defense, I keep making the same points over and over again, but you are basically fishing a barrel if you're not taking the fights to your opponents. Cool Volcano has picked up a Monty though here, Treasure.
I'm actually really liking this. Earlier today at the Major, I was watching some great gameplay from Astralis, actually, using strategy with the Osa and Montaigne pushed up together. I don't think this will quite follow that now that I'm looking at it, though. Smoke's going down to try and pop any ADSs so that they can check to make sure they can open up the wall here. It's going to be a full push directly into sight. Augie is in a position to be watching the angle, and Sly is moving away from Snowmobile. It is quiet inside sight as KMBC 9 is going to be getting ready to open up the wall, but that flashbang going off, just making sure that all of the ADSs are melted there. Sly has caught onto it, though. He's going to run away after getting flashed by that flashbang. The mute jammer's still there. This is putting a huge damper on Baker.
So much utility being wasted right now. They're not actually getting rid of the stuff off of the wall. And with that being said, they're going to have to completely reposition.
Oh, no.
They've wasted a minute of the round trying to get stuff off the wall, and they've completely messed it up. Now they're going to try and reposition towards Wine Cellar. And yes, they're going to be maybe take their opponents off guard. But realistically, right now, when we're looking at it, they've got a minute and 30 to attack.
Well, Concordia is no doubt a little confused as to what they're dealing with. It's all been quiet except for a few flashbangs going through. They know there's at least 2 people on the wall. Now they're waiting for something strange. Sully is waiting right behind them, though, and patience, which is a virtue in these situations. He's still not going to get it, though. Palomal just better finding the head a little bit faster, even if he's going to be caught by surprise. And something with that flank, things are actually looking pretty dire for Concordia with smokes going up and the Monty in the sight. They've got to deal with Augie first, though, and he can see through smoke, so he's a huge pain for them. Paula continuing his reign of terror as the intel has been gathered. KMBC 9 News is reduced to nothing but ashes here by Augie. He's going to be able to play safe, too, with the Montaigne not having any guns to bear as Strafton finally gets up there behind his teammate.
A lot of damage being done to the last 2 remaining defenders here. Another Toxic Babe goes off, but Strafton will be able to confirm what is the plant being down. The Monty dropping the shield and will ensue being dropped as well. 3 players remain. A little adrenal surge to get that held up and ready to go for any ensuing gunfights. But the map control, the post plant might not be the most secure, as we see here the smoke blocks through. SMG11 in hand. There's plenty in terms of bullets for that LMG. They can win that out just on that position alone. The Osa shield is huge, and there's only 10 seconds to go until they hit that mark.
These quick peeks have been serving Sly well. He's lost some of his health, but he's got all the intel to work with. Strafton is not even interested in peeking. He's just going to watch for now unless an explosive comes up. Paula finding another 2 here, cleaning things up as Strafton has just been that distraction to keep the defenders totally busy. Another one going. This actually takes us all the way to match point for Baker, who have gone from having us doubting some of these defensive plays to just sweeping up the play table.
Oh, 100%. They have been, and do you know what shows from a good team, or what a good sign of a team is when they're in a weak position, a bad position, and somehow they're capitalising and punishing mistakes of their opponents, and they've been doing that all map. I've been questioning things constantly. I've been asking, oh, why are they doing that? And then they're proving to me why they are. And now at 6-2, they are going to be reattempting attacking Wine and Cellar. And if I'm being honest, I can see them taking this.
I'm gonna go on a limb here. I think I'd be surprised if we saw that Monty attempt again.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
it's coming.
is it there?
Yeah.
I will pop off if it works this time. If they will just run right back. I feel like Concordia has to have seen those flashbangs coming around and nothing coming of it. 5 snowmobile though, and I'd be really surprised if someone didn't move over there to support Sly so he's not left all alone. And he does have
10 seconds
smokes,
left
which
before
is
insertion.
pretty much that antithesis to Montin.
5 seconds remaining.
It's just, well, we'll need to see. I don't know if maybe Baker might just go direct towards Wine Cellar this time. Again, they're doing the good things in terms of open up lines of sight. I think what could have been a kind of, I guess, how to put it, not a huge changing point in that round would have been if the Malusi was able to get the kill on the west main stairs. Right now, though, we are heading back towards the main breach this time. They're going to try and burn the nades going through. They're going to actually throw another one to try and open up this wall. I think it's going to actually come through. Yes, there we are. Thermite charge goes on that wall, and that'll be it open. I wonder what the strategy is this time for opening up main breach.
Oh, a shield going down late here from Sly is going to be able to peek a little nasty angle directly to the wall. He's going to open up the wall a little bit, do a little renovation, make sure that he can rotate out. But the flames are really prudently brought Capitao from King. He's going to smoke that off as well, making sure that no one can keep peeking it. There's a lot of smokes brought, but knowing that there's going to be some denial, there's a smoke, and it's chunky this time. Augie also prudently brought. He's going to stop the plant from going down, and all of those smokes seem to have been wasted. They're throwing out some more here, but they can't get through the fire or the toxic wave. So once again, Baker University losing a lot of time.
Time is, I'd say, not of the essence right now, as there's still 1:40, but there is utility wasted. Polamalu getting ready to drop that Osa shield to, well, establish the defuse position, which is very open if it's not there. Another toxic babe goes out, but Jawbreaker comes through with a 4-1-6. That's a huge point of progression here, and actually denying that. And Monty trying to push through, but unfortunately not able to gun back. They're worried about players on that main window, and yes, there is one close by. Jawbreaker takes out Cold Volcano. There we go. There goes the Monty. No really defensible utility to make sure that no one can get shot here. A couple of bullets rain out, but right now they're trying to establish main control in towards that fireplace position. The 3 remaining attackers might struggle here.
They have a lot to contend with, but they've burnt quite a bit of the area denial. Sly has no more toxic babes left, and Augie, he's still got plenty of Shumikas to work with, but he has used several of them so far. Using quite a few more here, making the most of the utility that he does have. And the attackers are finally starting to find their say. They bumped up the player count. Stripe is trying to find any pressure down through main stairs, but those Shumikas, just like I mentioned before, are going to be stopping him. The Horror Breach is going to find his mark a second time, and there's actually a drop position, even if the stairs are going to be totally flamed off.
Through the fire and flames of war. This is exactly what we're going to be seeing here. 20 seconds remain. King picks up Augie. There goes the Tachanka. There goes the Lord. But no, there is still some sort of resistance here. But look at this from behind. Here we go. A flank potentially coming through from Sly. And here we go. It comes out with the SMG-11. But no! Baker win that one out. Managing to get that. And somehow, rather than choosing to go with the shotgun where you can just rain off the SMG-11, but the small mag capacity is chosen, and that's what's going to lose them the map. Baker are your winners for Chalet. They win their own map pick, and we do go to the decider, the neutral ground of Border.
Well, with the slowest 2 rush plants I've seen in my entire life, Baker seals this away, looking real good on their map of choice. And while they may have struggled a bit on Clubhouse, they were just 1 round and a close round at it to taking it to overtime.
Yeah.
While on their Chalet, they are uncontested 7-2.
Yeah, 7-2 is some scoreline, but with that being said, we are just a small break away from Border, so do not go far, because we are going to be looking forward to this one with anticipation while we decide who's going to be the victor in this series.
I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are having some R6 action here. My hair is an absolute mess. I don't know why, because it's been absolute chaos here. But we are finally here for our last map of the series. I'm Cairo, joined by Treasure. Treasure, how's this series been going?
Oh, I am loving this. We're seeing some back and forth action. We had a close map one, and Baker University really ran away with the second one. So Concordia University of Wisconsin is going to need to close this one up. I mean, it's going to be match point for either one here. They're not on a terrible position. They're both on the winner side of the bracket. So even if they do lose, they'll be down to the lower bracket side, and then they'll be playing for their tournament lives as they continue on through nationals. But the other one is going to be poised in a great position to be sitting on the winner's side after another match.
I mean, that's where you want to be, on the winner's side after this one and playing against, against. Oh my god, if I could speak, it would be fantastic. You'd think as someone as a hobby who speaks could speak, but I can't. Unfortunately, yes. In the winners bracket,
Oh,
you're
fate is
obviously.
fickle.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the winners bracket, you obviously get an easier run of it. You sometimes get an advantage when you get to that grand final. That's exactly what you want here, Treasure. And finally, we are here. We're in Border. We're where we wanted to be. We said it would be interesting to see if that was the case. What are you thinking for this matchup between Concordia?
Yeah, I think one of the first things that comes to my mind is the verticality of this map is going to be really big. And Concordia University of Wisconsin has shown us some great vertical plays, especially back
Yeah.
on Clubhouse, especially when they were attacking the basement objective. They were so good, especially Sully, the sledge player. So I imagine we'll
Yeah.
be seeing a lot more of that if he's not going to be banned out. And I couldn't see any reason for that. I mean, both teams are going to need it. Although
Yeah.
Baker University is more comfortable playing a king on the buck on the other side. So he's avoided Sledge for Buck on a few situations. That might also come into play, but being able to drop nades, get nades from below, and otherwise open it up and just find shots through the floorboards. I see that favoring Concordia.
Yeah, I do as well. But on top of that, Concordia just weren't converting good rounds. I mean, many times in Chalet, we were seeing them in a position where realistically I was thinking to myself, right, this is a Concordia round, this is them one. But then they would let things slip out their hands and everything would just fall to pieces. And that's the hard thing, the harsh thing. And Baker, if they can continue to revel in the chaos, make sure that they're making things work. I mean, Palu Malu just showing up time and time again. Border, very fraggy map. He could really thrive in this environment.
Yeah, and he'll be attacking to start off with, along with his roster. So it'll be interesting to see how they choose to implement him. And especially on last map, he was a hard carry, and I'm not going to mince words with that one. I mean, his team wasn't really on the slack, but Paulo would always be right there for it. We see like gunfights where his teammates just wouldn't even bother. Be like, well, I'm just going to be here. I'm going to hide behind that shield, like the Odoso shield, and say, I'm a big threat. Come and get me. And bam, Pala out of nowhere. He's just waiting to spring that trap.
Well, we'll need to see how many traps are actually established in this game. I mean, there's three, I guess there's technically four sites now where Border works. I mean, there is, pardon me, customs. We do have tailors. We also have workshop and in towards Harmony upstairs as well. Honestly, with the changes here, Treasure, what are you most looking forward to seeing between these two teams?
Well, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of armory right off the bat. Most
Yeah.
teams are very comfortable there. But I'm curious to see what both teams will do on their tertiary side, with Workshop being a little bit more comfortable for most teams at this division. So it could be a lot of things. It could be a lot. I don't even know if that will hold to be the case with Workshop. So I'm curious what they'll do in these situations, because it's an uncharted territory for these collegiate teams.
100%. I mean, obviously, what we tend to see is people watching the top tier try to replicate the strats and see if they can do it. Taylor's bathroom has a lot more, not presence, how would you put it? Has a lot more space for teams to kind of survive and thrive, and that's maybe a position that we might see kind of not established. How would I put it? Kind of trying to get the most out of is basically what I'm trying to do. Try to see. But with that being said, we should talk about the bans and not about the theory of this map. Jackal and Thatcher off the board. Jackal obviously good in a coastline like map, and obviously this being a box type kind of scenario, it's kind of typical that we do see him go. Mira off the board as well, good for getting those lines of sight, very good for contesting on towards main breach and armory and other positions as well. The last span though is going to be a Valkyrie. Well, this was the map she came in on and has plenty of spots to hide those cameras, give information away. Pretty standard style of bans, if I'm being honest, but it'll be interesting to see what operators do get brung after already seeing an Osa, Monte, Capitao, really kind of niche picks being brought out on Shelly.
Yeah, I like getting rid of the Valkyrie. If you're going to be getting rid of Jackal, it's going to be hard to find a character so elusive like that and one that can stay on the flank for so long, especially as a ban for Baker here. They're going to be trying to make sure that there's no X factor from Concordia, because when Concordia can get those side angles really down, they're just about unstoppable.
We'll need to see how unstoppable they actually are. I do worry for kind of this
Attackers
map
need to
in
locate
particular.
and defuse as
Concordia
many
have
bombs as
started
they
the
can.
attack 3 maps in a row. One map they were very strong on, Clubhouse, can be very attacker sided. Second map, Chalet, I was talking about a bias towards the neutrals perspective and how it's aggressor favoured, and the aggression was being taken by Polamalu and really kind of using that to their own advantage, and continuously we saw that, and that's why they won that 7-2. Border, I think, is very much the same. Aggressor favoured. Polamalu, I'm expecting to come up huge here, and if they fall short, there needs to be a lot more support from the other members in this team, because last map, yes, they helped out, but in the fragging department, it just wasn't there.
Yeah, the defense has that P10 Roni super group, Full Volcano, and Palomalo on those. Even despite its nerfs, it's still a real nice gun, and you can see for the most part, Baker's really favoring that fire race that can just tear apart heads. Can you see if there's any peeking happen here? No, not quite. Palomalo, I think, has learned his lesson after last time. Oh, no, he's learned no lessons. He's going right back out for it.
Why would you? I mean, if you're feeling yourself from the last map towards this one, I mean, you may as well continue. There's lots of angles being opened up here, and sometimes you can just be a spring chicken getting ready to be plucked. And if they will get plucked up, Polamalu would be a great loss here. 2 minutes and 20 seconds, plenty of information. There goes Polamalu, and there goes a great loss. Baker really feeling themselves, I guess, will be feeling themselves later in the round, that loss. Right now, still again established in that map control, and we're seeing a great presence towards the kind of office side of this map so far.
Again, Strafton's just chosen a place to sit. He's a sentry turret. Gonna wait for anyone to come up by him and just rip them apart, ADS or not, with his P90, which has been serving him quite well. He's got some intel to be working on. He knows that the enemies are not too far away, but he is going to lose his teammate. Sonar finding a second kill for his team as they're feeling quite confident taking second floor ground.
I mean, we're really starting to see the characteristics of Baker come out here in terms of they like to have KMBC on the roam. We like to see Polamalu going aggressive. We see the Sentry Turret straight on, and then Cool Volcano and King are kind of, how to put it, they're just waiting on the site, and they don't even know that this group is so close here. There's going to be a little bit of an opening here. I think a little bit of an engagement. Yes, there it is, strafed and picked up. This is looking almost flawless for Concordia in the way that they're moving through the map so far.
He does a nice job of really taking Strafton out, making sure that he had nowhere to go. He's just going to be stuck in a corner. If he's chosen a corner, he's going to live and die by it at this rate. King is holding his nice little angle, making sure that no one's going to be able to push up directly into sight. So he can just hold it and try and buy as much time as possible. They're in a rough situation. It's going to require a lot of kills for these two.
It really is going to require a lot of great effort. With 40 seconds remaining, that effort will have to come through soon. The thermite charge on towards the back of, well, I guess I think that's the kind of office position here, and that means that players can move through on towards the default plant behind that bomb chassis. The C4 going out, maybe better left towards that when the plant comes through. Oh no, an engagement taken. Frag grenade going off, and Augie collecting the kill. All left up the Cool Volcano here, and it seems to have ruptured this round, and it may be far gone. Yes, there it is, a flawless round to punish after winning Chalet. Concordia taking that first round, and realistically, it didn't come in a flurry, it didn't come in waves, it just was slow, methodical, picking apart at their opponent, and they really picked apart well.
Yeah, it's really nothing flashy. Just keeping some intel. They immediately right off the bat see Palomalo out there. They're like, okay, yeah, that's about par for the course. That's what we expect from them. Just don't die, and someone will come by and sweep that up later. And they do a good job just communicating, telling each other what they're dealing with, where he could be, and Sully is there to pick it up. And that really set the tone for the entire round. They get a little whiff of intel and they just follow it until they have their
Attackers need to
kill,
locate
and then
defuse
rinse,
the bomb.
repeat, do it again.
And it was coordinated. I think that's the key point. It was so coordinated, using the intel, working away here. Seems like Polamalu has picked up a pulse this time, interestingly enough. And obviously the ump has notoriously, we know from one of the most famous quotes in the game, is the worst gun in the game. But pulse as an op in general has so much information to give for their team and can almost be passive in the round, and we don't see that from Polo. I wonder if it's maybe setting up that cardiac sensor to actually aid a run out or aid a spawn peak. I wonder if that's potentially what the angle is here
5
for
seconds
this
to
player.
insertion.
And he's playing up over by the west side of the map, which is a little bit curious. I didn't see much pressure from over there in the previous round, so either he's going to have to do quite a bit of repositioning, or this will have to be a big call out for him to a different attack from Concordia.
Yeah, exactly. Already we are seeing the establishment, not establishment, but the presence from the east side as we see all game moving through from east vehicle entrance. A few players coming from elsewhere. Sly dropping out at the worst time here, and I wonder if that means we will get a rehost later in the round if they can't come through. But for the time being, it will be a 4 versus 5. That's going to be problematic for Concordia at the time being, as they're already at a disadvantage. But if they can try and, I guess, pick out this Roma of Polamalu, they can really continue through the round as they normally would.
Once again, this attack is looking to get a lot of intel across the second floor. Stone Stairs has been searched out, and so has Office, and just about everything in between those two spots. That's a lot of the east side controlled. Sully even looking all the way through security. They've got a lot of ground to work with on the second floor. They just have to make sure that they're prepped for people coming up on the front on first floor, so the air jabs are going to be doing that job while Concordia can keep their attention focused forward.
Forward is what they're moving, as we already see here. Jawbreaker is trying to move up this map, already peeking in towards Office. Remember, there was a player positioned here last time, strafed in actually the Rook, and is close by but not too close where they can contest straight away. I think there was a player in towards the kind of CCTV area that's elsewhere. Oh no, there is pings being given off of players through the cardiac sensor. Sly returns, no rehost needed, but there might be a C4 and plenty of cam work to be done for the rest of this round.
Oh, a huge kill right there from King, taking Sully out through the wall. Sully being really impactful so far. I'm not sure if that was off of intel from below or just a good guess right there. King barely holds on with 1 HP. He's got a frag grenade coming down for him, though, so he's got to watch out for that. There's still plenty of flank watch available for Concordia, so they're pretty free to move about. They just want to hunt out this last defender on the first floor. So it's up to Sonar to do this. He's been the most confident on the gun so far today.
Certainly has, and well, with that being said, it's a 5 versus 3, and with 30 seconds to go, we're looking at this round it being, I guess, not a foregone conclusion, but certainly an uphill battle. I wonder if we have some mountain boots in store here for Concordia. They don't have hard breach, they don't have anything else really to do here. They have to take gunfights, they have to force the issue. There's information being given away in the Ayana, and here comes a swing. Strafton gets the trade on towards Sonar though, and Strafton is down, so it's a 2 versus 3, and it is a workable position. There's 7 seconds remaining though, and at this point you're thinking to yourself, is this winnable? Oh no, a C4 from below can come at any second. There will be pings away, and now it's only up to 1 player remaining. It is the Pulse. Can they get a C4 off in time? No, but we'll get 2 players with it, and we'll win the round. Somehow it comes out in the last minute, but Baker will even up the scoreline.
Yeah, and there aren't enough air jabs in the world to stop him from getting there. He might even have enough time to res his teammate, but he's not taking any odds. Happy to find his impact at the end of the round, even if he's not fragging out with his gun. He doesn't even need it. It's a UMP anyways. You can toss that thing in the garbage. It's C4 in time. He's gone fishing.
Fishing indeed. There we are. We have one out the round. That was I thought the C4 going off, I was like, oh, we'll get one at least, but no, the two of them. Such a good round. Sonar does give us the all clear, so that means we can continue forward. And Concordia will be feeling a little bit miffed at the fact that they actually lost out that round due to a DC, if anything.
Yeah. Well, they did slow down a bit. They're kind of chasing the rabbit. I think Palomalo showed himself on the first floor with about 45 seconds left. And not just one player, but two of them actually kind of rotate around to try and find him. They had air jabs to work with. They had drones. They had dead players to watch the cams, too. They needed to just ignore him and keep focused on point because their time was so short. And they could do it, too. They had just a little bit more time to get regrouped after putting down the plant. That could have made it right there. It's just a little bit of sore decision-making.
Right now, we are heading towards the secondary site. The first time we're going to be able to see it this time round, and it is going to be that bathroom tellers site. I think we were talking before the pre-game, and I was telling you all about how there's a lot of emphasis on the second floor, and how that can work out for Concordia due to the verticality that they like to kind of bring out. I wonder how this is going to work out for them in this round forward, because sometimes teams like to actually take it from the other side, come through workshop, breach through, and kind of contest it from that point of view. There's a lot of kind of mechanics to this site, and there's a lot of work not being done yet in terms of no one's actually opened up a rotate through to their site. They've finally got the hatch done, but Baker might be struggling a little bit.
It's a little bit interesting to see. They brought the frost, that way they're going to force the issue. If you try and get into sight, you're going to have to either contend with the frost mat itself or the player behind it watching the angle while you're forced to shoot downward.
Yeah, that is a good point to make. Capcan there as well to slow players down. Polomalu, we have to keep emphasising his position after how huge he can actually go. And right now, it seems as if there is plenty of work being done. They've actually identified where the Capcan is, so they're going to take him out straight away. And with that being said, they're going to be checking all of the doorways, making sure that they can't run through any of these Capcan tracks, get taken off guard. Look at this, all the work has been done. They're actually almost giving the full upstairs to themselves, and that's a worrying sign if you're a defender left on this site.
Yeah, really quickly, all the ground on the top floor has been taken, so Concordia keeping up that pattern of taking as much real estate as they can, taking a lot of it that's free, because Baker is leaving ground to them, especially when you look at a couple players who don't really budge from sight. Full Volcano is one, as well as Strafton. Will stay back and kind of let their teammates get their hands dirty a lot of these times, but it does mean that there's not so much pressure if they don't have fallback points all set up.
That's an interesting point. If they don't have the rotates available, how will it work for them? Seems as if they're already trying to, well, actually move down these stairs and establish themselves in this kind of waiting room area. King's been pinged away at, and I think that was from above. It's getting really uncomfortable at this moment in time. And again, there is actually no rotate to contest in towards bathroom if it comes, and that could be a really safe spot for these attackers. They're going to pick up King, they're going to pick up the K. There goes a C4, and a plan attempt being coming through here. Is it going to come? Is it going to be successful? Yes, it is. The post plant starts.
Yeah, that's a huge addition of getting Sly back here for the round, getting the plant down really decisively. Jawbreaker finding a kill in KMBC left as the only player left. That frag grenade gets his kill on the down, and a flawless round for the defense here.
That was flawless, and I mean, every time Concordia have had 5 men, they've got a flawless round so far. And if they can keep this up, this will be a very quick map indeed. And yes, Border can be a attacker, have a big, massive attacker bias, can really sometimes kind of fall to the wayside in that front. There's going to be a reattempt of bathroom, and Taylor's Baker not wanting to give up. And I wonder if the adaptation will be to move. I think there was a visual that we saw upstairs and just delay a lot more.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Going right back to the same objective, they took a blitz last round, a huge hit to Baker University, and they're losing kills in the early round once again, as the opponents just tick down through the check marks, taking one player after another, finding the plants in there. That's exactly Concordia's pace, so Baker needs to slow things down here even more. They're switching off of the Frost, not finding the same value for Full Volcano. Now he can play a little bit more passively and use those eyes, which have been really pivotal for them last map.
10 seconds to insertion.
Right, well, now here we are.
5 seconds left.
Moving through and towards this map, they finally have a rotate this time, as that was probably the biggest problem in my eyes for what was going to come through for when the push came. But they already lost a lot of men towards the verticality upstairs, which is the point that... Not how would I put it? It's a point that needs to be kind of emphasised, a point that we always see as the attack does come upstairs in the higher tiers, and already we are seeing that a C4 did go off there, and I'm unsure as to why.
I'm not sure where that ended up going, even. So that's rough to see out of the pocket. That can be a huge plant denial, especially when they looked at having the enemies get the defuse so early down the last round. That's really one of those X factors that could change the round. I mean, we've seen Paolo end one in a terribly unfavorable position earlier in round 2. We found 2 kills from below with a C4 in order to make that post-plant clutch. This time, Concordia is playing a little bit slower. Once again, taking a lot of ground, second floor, keeping a lot of intel for themselves, and they're looking to make a similar play to last round.
Well, it seems as if that... I mean, see the point, and at this point, you're realistically looking at it in the point of, like, how to put it, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it seems as if already the establishment in terms of top floor control is going to work out. I wonder if they play for Baker as a late flank, trying to kind of pick up players that way to kind of upset. There was a ping onto someone in towards Customs. They're already losing players as well, so they need to act quickly here or they are going to lose the round.
Palomala, again, has kind of been out of the round. He's not got the pulse for the intel below anymore, so staying on the east side of the map, or the west side of the map, has not been doing much for him. Again, he's got to rotate all the way back, and they knew that this is what the attackers were going to do. It worked last time, so it makes a lot of sense for this to replicate. He does find the shot, though, taking Augie out and making that first dent in the attacking side, and he's off to redeploy, trying to find another off angle.
Oh no, Polamalu just walked straight into the crosshairs of an opposing player, getting picked up here. 4 versus 3, pings going off and upstairs. I wonder if that's coming from the Maestro cam. I believe it is, and someone's in position to try and contest this buck here. It's the thing though, Sonar's going to find the Cade and is going to actually pick up that kill again, taking an advantage. It might not be flawless, but it's certainly looking like an attacking round.
Yeah, Sonar really pulling out the stops, using this vertical play to his advantage. Like we said before, there's just more experience on Concordia's side playing vertically. I mean, Sully and Sonar are so comfortable with it. While Sully's going to go down, Sonar's here to finish it up and find that 4K, if not quite the ace for himself, but he's just torn through the round, using those holes to just snipe down anyone who tries to get in or out of sight.
I wonder now if after that round what we're seeing here is potentially Concordia just being so much more kind of, how would I put it, being so much more like confident on the attacking border, just much more kind of having the knowledge better. And if they attack upstairs in towards Armory, Lockers and Archives with a full 5 team, that means that potentially they could win out another flawless round upstairs. I mean, realistically, every time we've seen 5 members actually attack and actually will do the stuff they're doing, they've won, and that's the worrying thing. Even with 4, it took a last minute C4 to actually win out the round.
This is looking dire for Baker University here. I mean, you see the 3-1 record, and that's not usually a concern. But the one objective that they won on is Armory. They're back here right now. But before they won it, they were flawless on Armory. And after they won it, they were flawless on Tellers, and they were nearly flawless just now on Tellers as well. Not just 3 losses, but 3 dominant losses, and their 1 win came off of a big clutch from Palomalo after the round was basically over. You know, there's a plant down in full dominance on site. So Baker University has had a hard time finding their footing in any of these rounds on the defense. It feels like they're just backed into corners, trying to stay aware of their surroundings, and they're getting collapsed on from multiple split angles by Concordia consistently, who are just like unleashing the hounds through sight.
Well, it seems as if we are going to have to do another wait as the recon or the reconnaissance kind of stage of the game comes through. Lots of droning work, trying to see if they can find out where these roamers are, and there is no roamers to find at this moment in time. And maybe I wonder if they've kind of put a leash on Polamalu for the time being. The fact that, well, yes, he found one in the last round, but realistically gave up the position of the rest of the team and left them, again, is kind of the analogy that I keep using, fish in a barrel, and realistically they were just getting shot out.
Here's a lot of ground just given away on the second floor to Concordia again. Is what we need to see Palomalu doing is contesting second floor, not first floor by Workshop. That's not where Concordia has been ever, and he keeps finding empty rounds for it. Going even right now, that player that is the hero for Baker University, they need to find a place for him to actually be sticking into the sides of Concordia. And just to the playbook again, Concordia has all of their second floor control outside of site itself, and Strafton is the first one pushing up to fight an active angle, but he's already been droned out, and he doesn't know how many blue outlines are just out of reach.
100%. Doesn't know how much utility could be coming their way as well. I mean, realistically, when you're thinking about it, the utility is the one that could be doing the most work. Strafton somehow escaping with a life as they attempted to sprint across to the site. Sorry, it's not Strafton, it's actually Polamalu. Oh no, moving straight on towards this breach to try and catch anybody off guard. Nobody to be found. Is going to try and contest here. Gets two!
No!
And oh, wait, there's one player right behind him! How is that even being allowed? Jawbreaker's down. Can get picked up from an adrenaline surge, but what is happening near Concordia?
Augie running away with these kills, but leaving his teammates hanging a little bit there on the flank watch, not quite looking in the right direction. So while he stays alive and he gets the res for Jawbreaker, they're in a 3v4 suddenly, just because they put so much pressure on Palomalu that he had to lash out like a rat in a corner. And well, when he's lashing out, he's just finding kills. Strafton's been located. He's backed himself into a corner as well, so hopefully the gun skill is going to come out for him as well. I don't think he can rotate out.
I don't think he is. I think he's playing his life right now, and with that being said, there is still utility, but it's only smokes and flash grenades. That wall is reinforced, no bullets can penetrate it, and so right now there is a good position, and it looks as if they're just deciding to actually, well, just hold it. There is a C4 still in the pocket of the Cade, and that could be held for any point in time. The smokes go out, maybe the C4 pulled here, and they're trying to contest onto the position of the Legion. The Legion can deny from that one position, but can't actually deny the plant just yet. No, one player's going to move right up, knife, and deny the plant. Baker, they get their second round of this map, but it really came down to a loss of concentration.
What a round right there. Slight almost took the plant, but in the chaos there, he dropped off of it. I don't think he would have gotten it either. I think he still would have gotten knifed, if not just at the end of the process instead. But he was just left out to dry there. It's not going to be on him. There's no winning that out. But a nice attempt at the confirm right there. It's just that Baker actually was holding some really nice cross angles through Fountain and Office. Made it super hard to push up. And Concordia did allow the timer to tick down while they were getting really surprised by Paulo coming out and finding that 2K. But they let it take their attention for a little bit too long. They took too long to determine that they weren't actually going to do anything but Strafton stuck in the corner. So they had only a couple seconds to work with once the smokes actually went down. While it would be a great execute if it was 30 seconds sooner, they just couldn't make it happen there, especially because they were down a player.
Reinforcements in place.
Yeah. 100%, and I think, is this the first time we've seen Workshop this half? To be honest, It is another one of those sites where a lot of vertical presence has kind of gained a lot of emphasis on the second floor already. We are seeing the Vigil of Polamalu up there trying to, well, potentially be that resistance, but the fact that they're being left up there alone does beg the question of not what's the point, because I know what the point is, but realistically, where's the support? Where's the utility support? The Legion's going in towards Customs as well. That is an island upstairs which can easily be invaded and taken out if that's the case.
Baker's really trying to lock up sight. they've got electrification on all of the walls in the workshop, so it's going to make it really hard to push in from bathroom. Palomalo starting things off with the double kill here, though. Sonar and Sully, two of the top fraggers. Augie is the only one who's been really just pumping out those kill numbers. That's still on the board. So Paula, with the pressure on, it's mounting through this first half. He doesn't want to give away that 4-2 half. They've been able to claw it back in that last round to a much more respectable number on the 3-2 already, and I think they might just find that 4-2 count that they want at this point. They just have to mop up Augie, and the other two, I think, will.
Right, okay, so with that being said, that's two of the soft destruction gone. There is a Maverick that could blow holes in the floor, or you could use nades to do that, but you don't really want to. 2 minutes left in the round. Palomalo potentially putting his team in a winning position already. It's going to be a hard fight back, and potentially one that's made through taking engagements, one that's made through acting on aggression and forcing gunfights. Right now, it doesn't seem to be a lot of that. It's a lot of reconnaissance, trying to find out where the vigil went, and they can't find anything. And then realistically, if Palomalo wanted to, they could just keep activating the ability and make them think that yes, I'm close by, but the reality of it is he's down below and he's just actually just activating the ability.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go back here and pat myself on the back here, kind of float my ego a bit. Palomalo up there in armory, or not armory, security room. That's kind of, that's something I was calling for a little bit earlier. That's where Concordia's been pushing in every time for free. Immediately at the beginning of the round, you just put Palomalo in there, instant double kill.
I mean, the thing is, though, Palomalo is one of those players that can just work magic, and I don't like players being left in an island. I like at least like a kind of road map as to where the rotate will come from. There's going to find out where the Jaeger is, but realistically, that might be old information, but not when they walk straight through and towards the gunfight. Augie does get rid of key NPC, but the time again is running short for Concordia. I think they might be looking to relish in the chaos of a last 30-second, last 20-second push, and it could work out for them. But the thing is, though, they're still taking their time with what needs to be done.
The attackers have sort of shied away from the upstairs, and well, we saw just how solid, rock solid this defense is if you're coming at it from first floor. So losing the soft destruction actually is a huge boon for Concordia. I mean, Palomalo gets his 3K and he's out for the round. That's plenty fine than Jawbreaker's on 1 health here. He's going to find a kill on King, but there's still 2 players left in the site and plenty to deal with. Yep. That's going to clean that up for the 4-2 half. That's our, sorry, 3-3 half. Kind of a little difficult, but that's great. That's exactly what Baker's been wanting to see. They're really bringing things together at the end of the round and actually answering the attack from Concordia more accurately.
I think another thing to kind of not emphasise, but an interesting point to make is the fact that, I mean, if you watch that half back and you watch what Concordia was doing, and maybe from the narrative that we were trying to spin it was Concordia's half. Concordia, basically, if they never had the DC, should have been on a potential of a 5-1, 4-2 half, but they lost the concentration. They let moments where Palomalo could actually kind of go and win the round for his team, because that's what we're seeing once again. A triple kill on that first one, being able to kind of, what was it, on the second, sprint out and, well, take the fight to the opponents because they were getting hemmed in, the work was being done, and it's those moments that Concordia are letting themselves lose out rounds, lose out maps potentially, and that's the hard thing to take. Thing is, though, they go on towards their defensive half, and it's going to be an interesting one because they're bringing an Echo, one that tends to be a pocket pick for teams, and another thing is it's a totally different kind of style of play that we see from teams.
Yeah, going back to last round real quick a little bit, I think something fascinating is that tactically speaking, of course, Palo put him in a good spot. Easy kills, he's doing great. He's pulling off his job, 3K for the round. But strategically, what I thought was really fascinating is the fact that he got lucky and hit both the soft creatures. And while Augie has been by far getting the most kills for Concordia, I think if they had lost Augie and another non-soft breaching player, they would have been fine, or at least in a better spot, even after losing 2 players. But the thing was, Baker had fully invested into that anti-lateral push, and Concordia has been playing so well from above. I mean, specifically, Sonar and Sully are disgusting from up above, and that was the best site for vertical play. It just wasn't on the table anymore because they lost all of their soft reach, so they couldn't even play the game the way they wanted last round.
Next, as if it's going to be a, oh no, Oh my god, I was going to say, it looks as if it's going to be that main breach kind of
It
push
looks
here.
a little. Oh,
What's that? I think there's a little bit of an observer bug. I was a bit like kind of confused as to what was happening there, but I was like, with those like blue lines, that's completely thrown off. It looks as if the main breach is open, and that's a good point. The thing is, though, the worrying thing about a main breach push is there needs to be a little bit of diversity. There needs to be something on towards that 90 position, one on towards metal at least, to kind of push players off. And I don't know what is happening with that mute model. It's still throwing me off.
he's a little wiki. He's getting jiggy with it. Well, not for much longer, though. It's slowly taken off the board. King is one of the many guns watching in there, and he's the first one into sight, taking out some of the utility and clearing it away. There's not anyone watching the back of the majority of the team, though, unless they've got some air jabs set up in security. That's going to be a big concern, though, because Concordia should be recognizing right now that that's their opportunity. They have cams as well to keep eyes in sight, but they're losing their players.
Losing players, losing minds, maybe getting a little bit frustrating here. But the thing is, though, there needs to be an attempt on the plan, and with that wall being soft and there's an echo drone close by to give off information, that's going to be a worrying thing. A contention in towards that office position. Again, nobody is there. There was that smoke nearby, but it was just hitting those hard walls where you can't actually penetrate. They've got a long line of sight there, and they're trying to contest again through that position, but they're stalling out more and more. And this is where the toxic babes become their most viable, become their most kind of, how to put it, stringent maybe, I don't know. But there is still a C4 as well, a lot of denial for these defenders. 30 seconds to go, there needs to be a push.
Yeah, another smoke can bring this back down to 20 seconds. Yeah, KPC has realized, yeah, I can set a foot inside. We'll see what that'll do. He might be far enough along that smoke won't even kill him or anything. Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage here. The finger boost is going to keep him in it. Oh, well, not going to help him from the smoke, but he gets out and he's got a little bit more health to work. He's got players to be watching from there as he goes up on rappel to get a little tighter of an angle. Strafen has that back angle covered as well, while Sonar is going to go down to notify this rappel to be super vital. Oh, he gets him in the leg! Another kill, still outnumbered by the defenders, while Augie is trying to find an angle outside, and he's been doing phenomenally with his gun, but it's going to be so hard for him to find the angle on KMBC, let alone Strafen.
There's not a chance he's got away with breaking that barricade. Strafen is going to contest the echo and is very far behind. Going to have to try and contest on towards this. Sees the bandit down, hits the hard wall. What is happening?
Oh,
Strafen, no! Not like this, not losing around like that. And somehow Concordia, even though they let the round go, they managed to pull it back and get it back in towards their hands. They take the advantage in the second half.
That one is a roller coaster of a round. It's a, well, Baker's got it. Concordia's got it. Baker's got it. No, okay, I guess Concordia's got it because the ready up time on an LMG is just too long to actually bring that LP641 to bear on them. So Sonar gets away with it.
Does get away with it, does that indeed, and I don't know how Strafen should have had that round in pocket for his team, and with that they let it go once again, and we look towards a second site of this half, and it will be that bathroom teller's site, which is one that is interesting. I think they were hunting for drones there, that's why they broke the barricade. Again, we have to emphasise it, second floor, a lot of work can be done, we've already seen that from Concordia, but will Baker make it work this time round, as there's not a lot of soft destruction, and as I say that, Polamalu does switch off the Diana and go towards a sledge.
Yeah, sledge is just going to be endlessly useful on this map, and especially this objective. I mean, they saw just what Concordia was going to do to them. They're eviscerating everyone who tried to stay in sight just through the floorboards all throughout office room.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
I think so.
The one with the brick floors. I don't know. I guess it kind of spans over here into Fountain, so it's sort of in the hallway. There's probably an actual determination for that. I'll do my homework. I'll get back to you guys with it for next time.
Well, Treasure's off doing his homework right now. It seems like Baker are going to set up all across well, I guess this space kind of east side where they're just waiting to see what's happening in terms of reconnaissance, doing the work they need to do. They're going to open up the windows straight away, and they are a more aggressive team. They do like to go and do things fast, but surely you don't just funnel in towards the window. Surely that's not the position that they do. They have kind of realised there is players upstairs, and with that being said, they are trying to put pressure on there with the sledge, open up castle barricades, trying to see if they can get an angle in there, making sure that the players feel a little bit unpleasant in their defence, and hope the players are upstairs understand that the office is the more important side, and already they're repositioning there, and Sully is going to win out the first gunfight of this round.
Yeah, that sledgehammer definitely got the attention of the players upstairs, but there was a lot more of them than Palamala was ready to reckon with. He needed a little bit more support. He had just droned himself in, I think, and that drone is pretty quickly dispatched, and then himself following.
Seems as if somehow Baker's brought it back. They've taken the advantage here. With that being said, they can easily go forward and potentially take the round. Jawbreaker holding down customs, making sure no one can come down metal and just easily take map control and hem those players in on this site. More lines of sight being opened up, which is a good adaptation dynamic from the side of Concordia, because that means they can contest the default plant position if that does come through. Nomad air jabs, they will establish the position upstairs. They're getting ready to drop, but do they realise there's people waiting? Toxic Babes going out. There's still a minute left. In terms of denial, we only have one left, and that's going to be a precarious situation indeed for these defenders if they can't deny.
I love Sly's situational awareness right there. He realizes he's outnumbered. He's got to be able to play both sites at the same time. It's that problem with being a smoke player. You just have to clutch up when your team is down the numbers. That's your job, is to win when the odds are against you. So Sly is getting ready for that eventuality, while Augie is still able to glean some intel for the team. His drone's still up, but he's not rushing quite the right angle. There's two players pushing up on him, and King is the one that actually finds it, taking out Augie. That big fragger for the team is gone, and now so no more denial for the plant either. It's really just got to come down to Jawbreaker and Sly's guns to
It really is, and look at this Jawbreaker trying to peek with a shotgun, can't get much off. It's not like LAN, it's not like the Major. That shotgun doesn't do as much work. King does take a little bit of chip damage. I don't know if that was from the Toxic Babe, but a lot of the players are positioned in towards construction, and here we go. Jawbreaker sees one, finally gets the headshot, but that means the players are alerted to their position. Sly gets taken down, and finally, so does Jawbreaker. 4 for the half, and now, with that being said, it looks as if we have a game on our hands.
Yeah, close first half, and now the two of them are off to the races, going round for round, as I think we've really found this even point on border where the two of them are really much the same comfortability, not on the other's map choice, not on their own map choice, just two teams in the death ring. Who's going to come out on top?
Well, hopefully we can see that soon, as both teams are basically neck and neck. As soon as one player takes a foot forward, one team takes a foot forward, the other team pulls them back, and it's like a little brother who's like always asking, have you got games on your phone? Have you got games on your phone? You know what I mean? It's that kind of same situation. And I like the kind of the setup from Concordia in terms of what they're doing for their strats, open up lines of sight, being dynamic again, as you said, Sly, being able to contest in towards two sites. It's just the middle part of the round, the meat of the sandwich, they're just not really kind of winning that part out, and I think that's where they're falling short.
So an interesting thing to note of this last round is that Baker did lose it, but it was also another one of these rounds where Palamale was the opening death, and those ones tend to go a certain way. Well, he's not that hyper carry that he was last round, especially on his defense half. I mean, King over here is absolutely pulling away, and we have a much healthier kill spread around the rest of the team as well. But losing him so early, especially if he's bringing actual utilities on Sledge and now he's on Ace, he's going to be vital to have throughout the whole round, if not just for that firepower.
Well, let's see if the firepower can come through. Players trying to destroy hatches, do a little bit of soft destruction here, and I think maybe, just maybe, we might see that rush that we were talking about earlier. But the thing is, though, with the setup that happened last time round, oh no, not like this. They're going to start to funnel here. They're going to go in, going right for that plant straight away. There's two guns on the doorway. A nice C4 actually denies the plant. That's huge. But they're going to Zerg rush it. They're going to find another body at the situation. But there's not even footholds to try and contest this. The plant's going down. The plant's going to be successful. Concordia have completely messed this one up.
KMBC then lamb to the slaughter. He's gonna die to allow King to put the plant down, and King is still in there, gun blazing, just fighting for his life to take as much time as possible. He finally goes down. It's Augie who finds it. Another C4 going out, but this one's once again not gonna find anything. The air jabs are finding their marks. No, Cool Volcano goes down with that push up and from our Gaid. The timer is still coming down. Strafton and Palomalo have to find a way to get up a little bit closer, find their angle. The red Taro drones are going to be finding their use here. Augie is making sure to find that double kill and confirm on Cool Volcano. He doesn't get to stick around while that explosive finds some kills. Now it's just the 1v1. Strafton has to find his way over there, but it doesn't matter. I don't think the timer is out. They've wasted all that time through just the one window. Baker with another insane rush strat that actually pans out.
I have so many questions about that round. So many questions. I think we saw 2 TKs on either side on like what came out. The Rotero drones.
It's just a shooting gallery.
It literally, my brain is hurting. It is now 5-2 in the UK right now, and I am struggling. There is a tactical timeout called. I don't think we paused in time. There has been a DC from Baker, and
Attackers need to
I don't know.
locate and defuse as many
I am
bombs as
struggling.
they
I
can.
am struggling with that one.
No, it defies comprehension here. We're going to determine if we need a rehost here because we are still going to be down a player for Baker. So we'll see what we do right there. But we can continue thinking about coming around. Okay. Concordia does not want. Uh-oh, might be a little drama. But I mean, that's an insane thing to do. We've seen the rush strats come out from Baker before. They ended the last 2 rounds on last map in order to confirm their spot here in our 3rd map. They went for the strat twice. There's no Montaigne this time, but really relying on air jabs to make everything happen. Actually, I think that's fascinating putting Palu on the on Ace in order to just chuck explosives in at the diffuser and take as much time as possible. That's like unhinged.
And I think we are rehosting, guys, so we are going to come back to our lovely faces. That's unfortunate, Treasure. That's just the way life goes in terms of Siege. But again, I like your point, how the fact that they were using the air jabs, and how to put it, both in a defensive manner, but also in an offensive manner. The fact that they was able to deny the plant through that, and the fact that they were kind of being, how to put it, a little bit dynamic. Again, I like to use that word, dynamic, in their kind of air jab placements.
Yeah, we have some interesting news here from our other streams. So for those of you that haven't been tuned into both on the B stream, NECC2, twitch.tv/, Fanshot actually beat out WCU. That's a 2-0 on the other stream. So while this one's going a little bit the distance, that one went a little bit faster, but Fanshawe will actually be facing the winner of this next match, or this match currently. So whoever comes out on top at the end of this border map will be continuing here in just a bit. After they're finished, it'll be at 9 o'clock ET, technically speaking, but it'll be after this one gets done and enough time for the team to get a little bit of a break before going deep into it. But that'll be the next thing we have coming up on this stream after this map does conclude the match. And I think they'll be real intense, especially seeing these teams kind of going through the gauntlet tonight. They've got to play multiple matches in a row and just keep proving their dominance, and they're deserving this to be on the winner's side.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's it. That's the thing. That is almost like a gauntlet. I mean, you've got to really make your way through here. And with that being said, we are going to be very shortly going back in. We don't need to break, which is a good thing here. We can just talk about Siege and talk about the good stuff that has been happening. And I mean, right now, if you're kind of looking from the attacker perspective here, we're now looking at the fact that after that round, the fact that they managed to get it all the way down to that small time frame, the fact that the rush strat worked, do you think it's an advantage to them? I mean, there was a tactical timeout called, but it didn't actually work out in the end. They didn't get it, but they're going to get a longer one now. I wonder if they're sitting chatting about everything that went wrong there. What do you think?
Yeah, it's I don't know. I know what. There's not a ton of momentum built up. It might be just a mentality change that they're looking for. They did lose 2 rounds in a row, so you're feeling a little bit better off that, but it's still like dead even. It's 1 round away in that difference, and we still have not figured out what the pacing is really going to be for this half. The attack from Baker University is something different all 3 of the rounds that we've seen so far, and a lot of it comes down to that positioning of Pala. And I know we've said his name so many times tonight, but rounds are living and dying by him. So Baker has to make sure that they make prudent use of him. That way they can get the most value, the most bang for their buck on him.
100%. And with that being said, I mean, see, when you've got a star player, a talisman that you have to kind of not rely upon, but you want to have thriving. I mean, he's not essentially playing in those entry positions. It's been like kind of second entry, third entry on the attack, which is the interesting thing. The fact that they want him to survive so long to get towards those kind of ends of the map. So that's the one thing that I'll be interested to see for these teams. For the kind of Palu, if he can continue doing that work, continue fragging out, especially on the attacking half.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious actually on the decision of putting him. I don't know. Maybe it's games play a little bit differently, and this is just the Palomalo day. I'm not as intimately familiar as I'd like to be able to determine those things. But with the way he's shooting today, I would love to see him just like on a constant drone, just to have someone droning him constantly. And actually, that brings up like another kind of thing that was curious to me. For the hard support on attack is KMBC. That shoot, it's just a series of letters, so it gets me. Where did I write it down? But he was playing phenomenal flanks on defense, especially on Clubhouse. I mean, he was unkillable. He'd find a couple kills from behind, absolutely run up like that garage flank that we saw, really eminent. And then on the attack side, he kind of takes starts playing second fiddle, and I hate to see a gunner like that, relegated to putting the defuse down on so many occasions.
Yeah, 100%. I think we did get. I think I just got a word in my ear that I think we, what do you call it? I think we might be breaking very quickly just because with way things work and stuff like that. Admin calls. I'm not too sure. I will get confirmation from our producer whether we can break or not, due to obviously the rehost going on here, Treasure. But with that being said, I mean, the hub support's doing so much work throughout these rounds. I mean, Sly was so pivotal when we saw him disconnect. Sorry, I'm just getting confirmation. Don't need to ramble on anymore. We are going to quickly break. We're going to be back very shortly. Don't go far because we'll be back in this game.
She's not the same. She's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack. But yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I don't think you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they said for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they said for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I this love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait. Here you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. Hand on the wheel, got my pistons pumping, all 800 horses running. Oh baby, 125 in the middle of the night, got my engine thundering. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's slow us down, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know crazy. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red light on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Born to ride, Mustang 65, got that V8 engine with a fuel injection. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor, turn that giddy button to a lion's roar.
Howdy again, everybody. We got everything figured out here, so we're ready to get right back into things. We're continuing with Concordia University, Wisconsin, and Baker University. I'm still Treasure, and Cairo is still Cairo.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately still myself. But with that being said, we are going to get straight in towards this map. It is 5-4 on the round count towards Baker. I keep forgetting Baker's name, and I have to refer to them as the attackers. And honestly, it's just my old age playing on me.
Yeah, they're baking it up in Border. It's they don't have any fun food pun names. I guess we get one food in here, but I don't know if you really bake Jawbreaker. So I don't know if that pun really works out there.
No, I guess
But it's
you
close.
could.
It's close. There's potential.
I guess you could say they're baking up a storm on Border.
Yeah, well, they're starting to get ahead here, but it is stormy for both teams. It's been so back and forth, neck and neck, 3-3 on the first half, back and forth rounds, and then it's Baker finally pulling ahead, really for the first time in the series.
Defenders,
Or in the
protect
map.
your bombs from being
Yeah,
defused
this
by
is true.
attackers.
This is true, and I mean, it's the first time that we've seen them pull ahead since back on Chalet, which was the previous map where they won out 7-2, and they are in position to win this one out. Remember, folks, it is the upper bracket games right now, so there is a second life opportunity being given to one of the loser of this matchup. So it's not all over yet, but again, again, you want to keep that second life for maybe later when you're playing against the harder teams and not want to be put in that position where it's kind of do or die. But with that being said, Baker will be attacking in towards the kind of not CCTV, it's oh my god, it's Armory and Office. I couldn't get my words out there. And last time, Concordia won this round out after a mistake coming through from Strafton and not being able to deny the defuse that was happening. I imagine they won't let that happen again, but this time it's looking very much like a rush strat, or a strat towards that kind of office position as they put the Monty in front of the door and attempt a plant. There is a line there to aid in that scenario, a thinker, and of course actually an IQ from Polamalu. I wonder why that is. Yes, he's going to go up with that G8 to spray down hell on towards the site. Let's see if Concordia is ready for it.
I've been staring at Cool Volcano on the Montane the whole time I was seeing that. I'm like, we're ready for the Baker push up. We got to see it, like the most insane one just a second ago on Tellers, and he's back at it. Palomalo actually with a great answer to the Echo drones, because Augie has been a huge pain. He's not showing it right now, but I think he might have hit double digits on the 10K. Definitely had 9. A big kill for Sully to start things off. He's going to take out KMBC. But Montane is still up there. His shield's getting knocked away by the Echo drones, but it's not at the right time for his teammates to come up. Palomalo finds Sully, finding revenge for his teammate, while King is going to finish this thing off. The Montane needs to be rezzed if they're going to get out the corner, and the whole room is filled with smoke. They can't get back in, but Baker doesn't want in that room. They want to turn it into a death room, but now they're dying inside here. Augie finding 2.
2 huge kills, but 2 remain on the side of Baker as time ticks away. And remember, it's the 7-second mark that is the point of no return for these defenders. Another Toxic Babe to try and deny from the window, but the G8 comes through, takes out the Echo. But remember, there's still 3 players to try and contest. Will it work out? The Adrenaline Surge comes through. Only 3 kills remaining. A quad for Polamalu. Only 1 player remains, and he will get the ace. Baker moved through on towards match point, and we are 1 round away from sending Concordia, after looking so good in many rounds, down into the lower bracket.
It's crazy to me that Concordia is having these problems dealing with the rush strat, and I think they should have guessed for this one. There's been a lot of time to think about things. Baker, they're sly. They see the opportunity here. They're like, Concordia is going to be a little low energy right here. Everything's kind of been turned around. Concordia wanted a tactical timeout so that they can slow things down. They lost 2 rounds in a row. They want to change up the pressure. But Baker's the one coming out of this timeout feeling way better, because they go, okay, if they're falling asleep here after a bit of a long break, we're going to hit them hard with this rush. And they've been doing good on the rushes. They're actually, are they 4 for 4 on rushes? Even with all the weird stuff that comes up, they're actually winning rushes, despite some of the worst setbacks at the beginning rounds on some of these.
I think the hard thing for Concordia is they set up for like a really established defense where there's like a lot of map control and stuff, but they always leave themselves open for those rushes. Like they don't have that kind of fail safe if everything else falls in and the whole team needs to rally together to fight straight away, and that's the hard thing. And Polamalu coming up again straight away with an ace. I think there was only only 3 players, that's quite a lot. 3 players lost and still being managing to clutch that one out is absolutely huge. We are going to see a reattempt. No, sorry, it's not a reattempt. I just thought it was, because there was so much presence upstairs. There is going to be a lot of presence upstairs for this workshop and vents defense. I wonder if we'll see another rush come out, because the best time to rush is straight after a rush.
Well, it's not what they're looking for here. They still have the Fink up, but that's just going to be for the general healing. And they've got a lot of soft destruction, which can play out from above. They're going to have to clear out players like Sonar, who's been a big MVP for the defense of Concordia all the way throughout today. So he's going to be pretty nasty. He's got some intel to be working off of. He's not quite seeing anyone, but he knows a lot of spots where the attackers aren't. They've still got Augie on the Echo, playing successfully here even after the break, finding his big kill, but not quite clutching up the round for his team. This is match point, the first one that we've seen throughout this entire series. Baker could win 1 round and be out right here, staying on winner's side, moving up on the upper bracket. We need to find this. Palomalo finding Augie is a great start to that, though he's continuing to be in a gunfight. He's going to push up, trying to find it, and he does quite successfully. Jawbreaker taken out. That's a double for him. He's nailed himself nearly.
nading himself nearly, but certainly nading throughout the whole map, finding frags left, right, and centre. And look at all these lines of sight from upstairs. Can they almost defend the site from not being on the site, using those lines of sight? Lots of drone work being done here, and it seems as if the Sly position is known. With 1 minute and 40, there's still plenty of time to do what? Even re-attempt a take upstairs if they really wanted to. Toxic Babe's being almost wasted on this rotate, and that might be a bad position here if you are one of those Concordia players.
Yeah, Sly's got to use his resources. His gun really isn't cut out for this kind of gunfight. Sonar and Sully still upstairs. Sully keeping eyes on the hatch, while Sonar's going to have to start moving around. Losing that hatch player, though, with triple kill for Palomal is a problem for them now. Sonar's going to have to go back up and try and use that to retake. Still got Sully to play off of, but he's starting to take hits as KMVC puts down that plant. Drafton finds the kill on Sully. Sonar is all alone, has to win this, needs the ace to keep in this series, but otherwise they're going to go home, losing this match to Baker University, who have pulled out all the stops, especially after this extended rehost.
Extended rehost indeed, but it's let Baker collect her thoughts. Concordia not looking good at this moment in time. It's almost all but over, but Sonar does get one potentially workable here. Going to try and do a run out, or at least bait one indeed, and as they drop, they get taken out. Baker are the winners and will be playing in the later match tonight. Well played from them, and finally they take this match after 3 whole maps having to do a reverse sweep. They win it out, and my god, what a way to do it.
Yeah, the thrilling match all the way through. Concordia looking like the favorite towards the beginning, but the endurance we see from Baker University, actually being able to excel their play and play further in the minds of their opponent as the match goes on. That endurance is going to be something that is really tested here, though, because next up on this stream, they're going to be playing up against Fanshawe, who won their match on the other side of the upper bracket. It's going to be the most intense match they've played throughout the entire season so far. And it's just going to keep ramping up intensity as we go through nationals. But Baker University happy to go through their first nationals match, find the win, and keep going on the upper bracket.
Not only that, Baker being in a tense best of 3. Fanshawe pretty much not fresh, but almost fresh, as have had a long break, watching their opponents play. That's going to be an interesting one. But with that being said, that's main treasure done for the night, I believe. I don't know if you're casting a later one treasure.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure who's going to be up. I haven't checked here. But we'll have another match with some phenomenal casters, people I love to listen to myself, to bring you guys through that. So we'll be going to a break here for a little bit, and some action will be starting up here real soon as we continue with our second round. Thanks for tuning in. It's great to have you guys all here watching. Have a good night.
So I wait for you, wait for me, wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head. go there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. change, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it.
Howdy, everybody. We are back for our second match of the night here on the A stream. I lied earlier. I'm actually right back here for this next match. And I'm joined by Yali, who actually is on her first NECC cast as well. So it'll be really exciting.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. I mean, here to cast some really talented teams, along with a talented co-caster. And speaking of teams, who do we have lined up today, Treasure?
Yeah, we've got Fanshawe Fuel. I think that's a recent rebranding as well. So a very chic name coming up here. And Baker University, we just had them. Both of these teams are kind of going through the gauntlet tonight. They've already gone through their first best of 3 series, and they're getting right back into it a little bit later. They had a bit of break time so that they can collect themselves and get ready for this next match. But it's going to be pretty high octane here. They didn't know before today who they're going to be playing against. This relying on the results of last match. So these two are both still on the upper bracket. If they lose, they'll not be out yet, but the winner gets to stay and move right on to finals on winner's side.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Moving on to the finals, obviously, that gives you a huge advantage because generally you're just not going to be playing as many games. But speaking of playing games, every game has to be played somewhere. So let's go ahead and have a look at the map ban so we can get an idea of what we're in for tonight.
Oh no.
We don't have a graphic for the map bans. That is all right. So I'll go ahead and read these out for you. So starting us off, we have Fanshawe Fuel picking Villa as our first map. So that is going to be an exciting place to go first, followed by the French Alps. We're going to Chalet. And for the third map as our decider, should we make it there, it's going to be Border another time. These college students seem to really enjoy Border.
Yeah, so there'll be some exciting stuff here. Some pretty aggressive minded maps here. Villa being the one that sort of moves out there, one that's going to slow down the gameplay a little bit. And that's a lot of what Baker really likes. I don't have as much experience with Fanshawe, so I'm happy to be surprised with them coming up as we continue the match.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know a whole lot about either of these teams. Can you tell me a little bit about what they went through to get here, maybe, and get kind of an
Yeah.
idea of where these people sit?
Yeah, so qualifying so far for nationals requires some good results throughout their season leading up to this point. Baker University actually placed fifth through playoffs, both in the spring and fall seasons. I don't think I have the preseason stats up here currently for Fanshawe, unfortunately, so I'll be a little bit in the dark, but I think they were pretty high up. They're also making higher playoff spots for themselves in the past 2 seasons, both in the Challengers division. So this is one of the upper divisions overall, which is determined at the beginning of the season by some placement matches that they play without results on the line, just so we can get everyone in their general play level. So Challengers, they're all pretty impressive up here, especially once we get up here to the top of nationals, and they've had all year to be prepping up here as well.
Yeah, that's definitely really exciting. And that was Fanshawe and Baker as well. Definitely, I mean, if they've made it through the exact same process as well, these are going to be two really talented teams facing up against each other on these maps that we've selected so far.
Okay, looks like we're just waiting on a couple of players to finish readying up and all that, but things are going to start heating up here. They're probably taking their time a little bit as they get through this. I mean, again, they both had to play through. Baker especially, they had a really intense best of 3 going all the way to 3 maps just now. I mean, those of you that have been tuned in for a little bit got to see that one, got to see how crazy that got. Baker does have some exciting plays up the sleeve. Fanshawe had a little bit more luxury. They got done a little bit earlier on the B stream, and they got that 2-0 victory. So they're feeling a little bit more refreshed. And speaking of the B stream, NECC 2, twitch.tv/, of course, is still running as well with our other match on the lower side of the bracket for challengers.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, obviously, what happens on the B stream is going to be just as important because it's going to be the winners from both the A stream, or rather the upper bracket and the lower bracket, who are going to be going head to head in our best of 5 grand finals coming up here very soon. Now we are just waiting on a few members of Baker, and like you said, yeah, they're going to be pretty tired heading into this map. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of mental fatigue showing. That's obviously not something that I want to see, but yeah, that's a lot of rainbow to play in
Yeah.
one day, especially on this level. Now, obviously, Fanshawe as well is going to have a little bit more of an advantage there. They only had 2 maps, and they had a little bit longer of a break in between, but they're still going to be ready to bring the fire and the heat during these maps.
Yeah. So we're just waiting a little bit here. How's your day been?
Well, it's been pretty good actually. So where I live, I had a big snowstorm last night, which it is literally May 21st. No one asked for this.
Yeah.
And I was actually supposed to be here on the first stream with you all, but
Mhm.
unfortunately, my power went out. So hopefully not too
So
many people are
intense.
being affected by that. So if you're being affected by that, stay safe. But in the meantime, we are going to go ahead and cut to a break for just a minute so we can go ahead and get started.
Take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know when my heartbeat needed skipping out. No, I can't keep score when I lose my breath. Boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher, yeah. You take me higher, baby.
All right, we're back once again. Things are closer here. We got all the players in the lobby, so we should be good. And if you got that goldfish memory, no judgment if you've just been tuning in as well. We got Fanshawe Fuel and we got Baker University getting ready to square off for their semifinals match.
Yeah, really excited. First map that we're going to be heading to is Villa. We're heading to Meatball Man's Castle, so that'll be really exciting. Followed by Chalet, and should we make it all the way there, we'll actually be heading to Border, one of the most attacked side of maps in the game. So that's definitely a way to shake things up. Should we make it that far?
Yeah, and we got a real exciting one that we just came off of as well. So more border, definitely something I'm pretty excited for here, especially since this is the first day that is actually even competitively legal in the NECC. Since through playoffs we kept using the earlier map pool since everyone was prepped for that, but everyone's had a little bit of time since playoffs and that preparation has been done. It looks like all these teams have been dying to get to try out border on each other.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, picking it twice in one day. I mean, obviously, we could talk about the six major that is also going on. Order's been picked 2 times, I think, over the
Yeah.
entire time. So yeah, not a super high pick rate, and for the fact that NECC has picked it just as much, kind of impressive. Proud of the boys for being so brave.
Yeah, and so many fewer games, dude.
But starting us off, as per usual, we do have the operator bands, and here on Villa, really rather defender side of map. As when it came out, it was the most defender side of map in the game. Not so much anymore, but bands are going to be a huge part of what determines, well, which side has the advantage. And obviously, Thatcher going to be our first operator off the board. No one likes him. I mean, he's colonial. You know how it is.
Yeah. As a few of these operators just committed some war crimes in his day, so that's a bit of a problem there. So we'll bench him for a little bit. He is also just ultra powerful. Jackal, really good on this map. It's such a large map. It's got 3 floors to be contending with as well, so he can do so much to shut down a real healthy roam.
Yeah, and the healthy roam is pretty frequent on this map. After all, there is around 80% vertical destructibility, so it doesn't matter where you are, vertical destructibility is going to be a problem. Now, with Mira off the board as well, you're going to have to think about that even more because that's going to cut off a lot of the horizontal sight lines that Mira would normally be holding.
All right, Baker Bane and the Valkyrie again. They've done this before. They know she can be a big pain, and they're not too keen on using her themselves. They're not actually hugely keen on the camera operators at all. They use the Maestro on certain situations for some additional plant denial, but they really just want to be relying on the smoke. It's just a little bit more reliable.
Yeah, and not to mention, I did just mention 80% vertical destructibility. That means you're going to get floor banged if you have Valkyrie up. It's just the way it's going to be. But looking at this setup, looks like they're not quite ready to take advantage of that. Rather, Castle instead in dining room kitchen, starting us off not normal or not
Attackers
something
need
that
to
we
locate
normally
and
see,
defuse
but
as
definitely
many
something
bombs
that
as
can
they can.
limit the horizontal play, especially once we start talking about any sort of a living room extension. Not sure that's exactly what they're going for, but even on the vertical play, it'd be pretty potent just in terms of slowing down the take from the attackers on the vertical control.
Yes, there's going to be a big check on whether Fanshawe wants to start things out with a bang, if they want to try rushing a little more haphazardly. I mean, you look at those cap cans, that's what those really speak. But also, Palomalu, we've done a lot of talking about him here earlier, Cairo and myself. He has been popping off
10
today.
seconds
So
left
just putting
before
him on a gun
insertion.
he's comfortable with is going to do so much for your team. And throwing more C4 in his hands, I mean, he's had some legendary C4s already.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And this is definitely a map that's going to be here to showcase that. Now, looking at the attackers lineup, it looks like we're going to be seeing a pretty straightforward horizontal take. There is no soft breach on the board at all. And a spawn peek to start us off. Polomalu is going to find Brendo. And that is going to be the first kill in favor of Baker. What an aggressive way to start things off. And I don't think Fanshawe is going to slow down for it
Attackers
either.
have dropped the bomb.
Yeah, taking out Breno is real nice for him. I mean, think of constant value throughout the match. Those reses, the heals, just, I mean, they don't stop helping the team. Well, looking for something else here. He's got some default games to be working with, if not any added by his teammates, and he's going to know that no one's out there by him, so he can start regrouping back to his teammates a little bit. The Mute Jammer is going to do its job, stopping that from doing too much, and a C4 is going to keep things really scary as explosives start raining out in the mud room, but those two are safe for now.
Other than the initial pick, no damage has actually been found yet, and at this point, it's just kind of up to the attackers to make an entry, and that they do. Starting off with 2 kills, Shrimpfather is going to build an effective foothold in the site, and soon enough here, they're going to be wanting to get planting here, but running straight past the Mute, not expecting that at all, is going to even us back up, but extra thick Ella is going to give them back the man advantage. Fanshawe is up 3-2, and the plan starts to go down.
Well, Perza really bold with that, and with extra right around the corner to cover him. Paula is now in a situation where he's got to find a lot of kills to do this one. He's going to need a 4K if he's to do it, but the attack is fading away. Fanshawe, feel nice, comfortable, except for Copper Tiger, who has been lacking, sneaking about the site a little bit too much. He doesn't have any intel to work with at all, so Paula is just going to get beaten down by Perza. There's too many angles to watch.
Yeah, honestly, I want to talk a bit about that round because that is exactly what I expected from Fanshawe, bringing not only the Lion, but the IQ as well as Ace. those are not operators that you bring if you're making a top-down play, just period. Ace is not going to be useful for hatches. Thermite is, I mean, Thermite's obviously useful wherever you are, right? But it's just, these are not vertical operators. And so this sort of aggressive take where you're able to build a foothold in sight and then cut it off from another direction is exactly what you expect when you're not playing vertical on that site. But speaking of that site, we're not going to be going back there, rather going to Aviator Games, generally speaking, the preferred first site of most teams.
Yeah, I think the kitchen was just to try and catch the opponents by surprise. Fanshawe, they're not really too phased by it. I mean, they took a lot of ground really fast, and they weren't exactly rushing, but they got themselves right to where they wanted to plant, and they got their kills to pick it up, as well as Shrimpfather opening up with a big double kill. So they're feeling pretty comfortable even with that off pick. So now just rotating to something else, they've got a losing record on kitchen, so it'll be a little bit before we see Baker going back.
Yeah, honestly, good round. Be a little bit before we see Baker going back, and honestly, something to speak about. The way that they kind of, what you mentioned is maybe they're trying to throw them off, but we do have attacker replay can play here now. So even if they go to a site that they're not expecting, as long as they spend the time to drone it out during the prep phase, they have the flexibility to pick other operators. Now, obviously, that is not something that we saw either of these last 2 rounds. They've decided to just stick with this attacking lineup, maybe the operators they're most comfortable with, and maybe they understand that, obviously, in this game, if you have all the kills, you win. Speaking of kills, right off the bat, Copper Tiger gonna find Polamalu, the spawn peeker from last round.
The diffuser.
Yeah, he's been a little bit back and forth on the spawn peaks, and you said before, it's a lot better for them to just make sure that they have him available throughout the round, so that's a little bit worrisome. Sometimes his teammates are having a little bit of a hard time keeping up when he's losing that pressure, but King is going to have his say. He's staying on the bar, even if the wall's going to be opened up. He's using this power position to cut off any approach from Fanshawe.
Yeah, I mean, Fanshawe, this approach is unbelievable. I mean, they've proven to me already that they are very confident with their aggressive takes, and they are really doing quite a good job with it already. Up again on a defender side of map and making an entrance into the site. While there are 2 guns that Shrimpfather is going to have to contend with, he does have a friend and a beautiful shot. That's going to be a Rooney off the board. Now 4-2 in favor of Fanshawe. Make that 4-1. Copper Tiger with a little bit of a flank. Gonna find one of Perza, finishing us off. Another round in favor of Fanshawe. And goodness gracious, how quick it was.
Yeah, they're feeling comfortable right now. Villa, definitely their map, of course, so that's going to help quite a bit. That they got that comfortability, and you can see it in a lot. I mean, Shrimpfather has no hesitation, just walking through corners, pre-firing those, and finding his heads as he goes. And it's real nice to see some support players really getting all the kills. I mean, 2 times in a row, Copper Tiger and Shrimpfather, the ones really picking them up. Extra thick Ella as well. And I mean, really, there's not much like fragging here as far as operators go, except for Brendo.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, fragging obviously is important, and this defense is
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
doing
defused
it.
by attackers.
As much as I want to say, as much as I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, they are making these extended roams, and there is no response to how Fanshawe is taking. Fanshawe is saying, hey, surprise, we're in study, we're here to take the site very directly, and all the fragging operators, the few that they have, are on the other side of the map, still getting cut off from the site, and it's leading to this sort of snowball effect where Fanshawe just gets more and more control, and Baker is unable to do anything
Attackers
about
have
it.
located a bomb.
Yeah, it's back to Aviator here, which shows, just like we were thinking before, this is the real main site. The kitchen isn't where they're going to be holing up as their go-to. They really want to make this Aviator count. They've seen what they dealt with last time. They need to have that adjustment to make it worth it, though, especially Baker's just going to do the same thing, just try and waltz right in through study. That's a pretty preventable push.
Yeah, but the question is whether or not they're going to expect it a second time. I mean, looking at this, it looks like that's exactly what they're planning on doing. But is Baker even placing operators there? There's no one to apply pressure to study. There are no head holes on this study to Aviator wall. However, Polamalu is going to find a clean pick to start us off. Perza off the board, that's going to be their IQ, and that's going to make it just a little bit more difficult for them to take any sort of utility off of the study walls. even if they do manage to get a foothold in here, actually getting those walls open could be a lot more difficult this round than it was for them previously.
Yeah, I think the thing I really want from the defense here, obviously Palomalo starts things off well for himself, finding the kill on Perza, but having someone playing on stairs, main stairs gives you great angle. It's going to stop the doorway and the window from being safe spots for Fanshawe to push in. If Fanshaw's happily pushing in, once they found that refrag finally on Palomalo when he's making an aggressive play, they're able to just start pushing in. You just need to root out the defenders one by one. The grenade is going to be finding its mark, but not quite getting a kill, just kind of straddling the two in the armory.
Reading out the defenders one by one is exactly what they're going to be trying to do, and right there's going to be a trade, and while that is a trade, that is still a position that the defenders no longer have control of. An extra thick Ella finding another, but going to get swung. That's his thermite off the board, but he can have the diffuser. It is now a Copper Tiger and Shrimpfather to end this round, and Ace is going to die. There is a trade, but Copper Tiger and Strafe Dawn are in a 1v1, and Strafe is not looking the right direction. Copper Tiger's behind him, and he's going to finish it off. That is another round in favor of Fanshawe, who are looking very dominant so far this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, right there, Strafe Dawn is just looking a little bit lost, and that's a microcosm of how these first 3 rounds have gone. That's a whole quarter fully to Fanshawe with not a lot of tit back from Baker University right now. They're going to switch their other main objective upstairs, Trophy Room. They got to hope for this to be the change they need. Hopefully, it's playing some more vertically. They've got C4s once again. Several of them are 2 of them available, just like I think both the last 2 rounds. They got to be capitalizing on those. Got to be putting themselves in a position where plant denial is going to be something that's even in the rhetoric for the map instead of just getting rolled through gunfights.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
They aren't applying the pressure that they need. The defenders aren't applying the pressure that they need for Baker in order to slow Baker down. And so Baker is able to control the pacing of the round. They're able to just say, hey, this is my map control. They get to decide when they're going to make an entry play, and they're able to do it quite comfortably. I do like what Baker is doing during this round. They're opening up this wall here on the north side of the triple wall, and that will allow them an angle here into the plaza, as well as just a little bit more pressure into Master. That's going to make it a little bit slower for Baker, or rather for Fanshawe, to make any sort of an attack. However, how effective that will be another question. There aren't a whole lot of nades on the board for any sort of depth charges to come up, but it looks like this is going to be a fairly steady over push instead, with KMBC 9 News and Strafe Dawn, the 2 players who are standing in the way.
These 2 playing really forward up, not just watching Study Door, but right on it. And Strafe Dawn in the worst possible situation, just standing right in the doorway. He didn't really have anything to gain, and he had everything to lose. Having a rough time here, and even his teammate getting droned out. That roam is a little bit faded. Yeah, KMBC, he hasn't been fighting head so far this game. He's going to back off, find a better angle to be playing off. That's the wise decision.
90 here is a very strong position for him. He is going to need another player to play off of if he wants to be effective here, and that's going to be the Cade. But Extra Thick Ella is going to be finding Cade immediately. Suddenly we're down to a 5v3. This is not looking good for Baker in this situation, and KMBC 9 News is soon to be isolated from all of his friends stuck here in the 90 corner.
Ooh, there's some explosions right along Paolo. He's pulled off. He's playing the smoke, looking for something to change. He's trying to clutch up here as opposed to trying to open things up because he's been dying too early. They're trying to conserve that value on the manpower. But KMBC here is also looking a little bit uncomfortable. He's been thrown down. He's actually in a well-angled position. They think he's going to run, but he is pushing up. He is bolder than they give him credit for, and it's going to pay off. Shutting down that epic kill streak from Extra Thick Ella. He's on 7 kills already, just been tearing through, so that's a really important first take.
That is going to be important. Perza as well is down, although so is Polumalu, who actually loses their life. But with another pick, suddenly we're looking at an effective 2v2 unless Perza gets picked up. Perza is in a frost mat, and that's going to be them and some damage onto Shrimpfather, who is now looking a little bit less comfortable. However, look at this. Copper Tiger has already made his way into the site, and I don't think the defenders know that if Shrimpfather is able to make his way and find a position with Copper Tiger, a plant will be imminent and more than likely successful, as Baker seems unaware that Copper Tiger is here. But Frost is going to lose their life as well. Shrimpfather with another kill and now planting on the concrete door. this is looking like a Fanshawe round, but KMBC9
Attackers are activating
could
the diffuser.
still clutch this up.
Oh, he knew exactly what he was looking for right there. He just doesn't quite have the reaction time to do it. The E1D really blew this wide open for the two Copper Tiger and Shrimp Father. Feeling real good, especially if they have a player outside and pressuring here into bathroom by just wall banging through there. They don't know exactly where KMBC is. Oh, they will now with the drone locating him. Oh my god, he's just gonna walk right through Copper Tiger. Totally exposed. That's gonna be the plant. Maybe no fake. He doesn't need it this way with Shrimp Father healed so far off it, and he doesn't quite have the eyes. Thrown rounds there. Shrimp Father, he needed to be closer.
That is unbelievable. And let me tell you right now, pros don't fake. He stakes that and he gets the round. Beautifully played by KMBC9. And not to mention as well, kind of a little bit of a toss from Fanshawe. Ace was too far away and Lion was looking in the wrong direction. We saw the drone light up. We knew that they knew where KMBC9 was, and yet Lion was just not looking at the concrete door, allowing KMB to find his opening pick and just sit back, relax, hold the F button. Easy round for him, and the first round in favor of Baker University.
It's kind of weird to see that from Copper Tiger as well,
Attackers
because
need to
yeah,
locate
in
and
just about
defuse many
there's like
bombs
a
they
couple
can.
situations where that's the place to be, but those are if your opponent's like on a rotate between astronomy and trophy room, or if they're coming up the stairs into astronomy. And they know he's not over there. That's not any of the situations. So Copper Tiger someone who's already, in all the right places throughout these rounds. Just a weird lapse in positioning there. I think it might have been a stroke of overconfidence on the back of
Attackers have discovered
3
the
wins
location
in
of
a
a bomb.
row and the plant being down. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that one. That just happens. But you gotta tighten that up. You can't be throwing away rounds if you're looking so confident off the first 3.
Yeah, I'm sure Fanshawe would like to take this
Attackers are
down
heading out to
7-0,
defuse the
but
bomb.
that is no longer an option because, well, that round is not theirs. However, they are going to be attacking a site they've won 3 times already, and this time looking a little bit different. They've brought a Buck and an
Bomb located by
Osa this
attackers.
time. Osa going to make it a little bit easier to make a foothold and study, I think, but Buck as well moving to the top floor is a little bit odd. Normally, Buck is an operator you bring to play bottom up, but I think they think that they have enough pressure from the bottom floor to the top floor just with IQ, and there is not going to be a spawn peak, at least not one as effective as there was during the last round. So Baker, or rather Fanshawe, is going to start getting to moving here, and they're going to have control of top main very promptly.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty good here. Not seeing any pressure. KMBC News has been a nasty, nasty flanker, but he kind of needs some forward pressure from teammates to be working off of. Instead, he's just going to be waiting out the round. There's no pressure downstairs, so it'll be a while before he gets to be an active participant. And once again, no pressure on study allows Fanshawe to take ground all the way up to 90. And here, Extra Thick Ella feeling so confident he's going to pass right through the doorway, free-firing a couple shots, and he doesn't even need to kill off it. He's taking ground, and Copper Tiger's going to be the one actually finding the first.
Yeah, that's going to be the first frag right there. That is actually going to be a bottom-up frag as well, so that's 1 death, but nearly a second. Shrimp Father
Ow.
nearly losing his life, but manages to actually down King as Copper Tiger is looking for him. Brendo gonna find one, but KMBC9 is going to find a pick onto Furza as he begins his classic flank maneuver. They are down a player, but Cool Volcano is going to even it up, and even though there is a plant going down, Smoke is going to find the kill. That is going to be a man favor for Baker for the first time this round, and now 3-1. This is suddenly looking very defender favorite, and look at that. Polamalu going to finish it off. That is Buck off the board, just absolutely pressured by the smoke, unable to maintain position, finds himself sprinting directly into the line of fire of the SMG-11. That is 3-2 in favor of Fanshawe still.
Great to see Palomalo finding his spot. They're taking a couple rounds to get started on the smoke, but a perfect smoke babe right there is actually going to deny the plant and keep them in here, and suddenly it's looking like a much closer match.
Choo-choo. Yeah,
Yes,
definitely much closer.
I'm running on my train here.
You're all good. You're all good. But no, definitely
need to locate and
looking
defuse
like a much
bombs.
closer match than it was previously. It looks like Baker kind of got a little bit overconfident, and Fanshaw is able to read them while they're not applying the pressure that I was mentioning before. They're able to just sit back, play unpredictable positions, and Baker just isn't finding the pre-fires they want. Now we do see ourselves returning
Bomb located by
back to
attackers.
kitchen dining. We haven't seen this since the first round. Mozzie gonna try and find this drone. Not gonna find it though. He's gonna. Oh goodness. Well, to be fair, those pests are very potent just in terms of drone denial. And look right there. He's gonna catch it anyway, and he's gonna be able to replace that. That is gonna be a little bit of drone denial
5 seconds
for
left.
Fanshaw, however, for Baker. Sorry, but I don't think that Fanshaw is going to feel that too much. They have not been playing off their drones very much yet. In fact, I don't know that they've been playing off their drones at all yet.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I haven't seen any real direction droning in for entry fraggers. A lot of it is just taking fights where they know that they have the confidence to win. I mean, especially like Ella and Shrimpfather, just peeling around corners and free-firing. And that's been working for them so far, but that might be something that ends up being a little bit of a thorn in their side if there's a heavier roam presence from Baker.
Yeah, could be a little bit of a thorn in their side. A heavy roam presence would definitely slow them down, but I'm not necessarily seeing that right now. And as well, definitely a different take from Fanshaw than what we've seen previously. This is a lot less aggressive, and as well, sending a fuse up to the top floor. And oh my goodness, Copper trying
Risking
to
it
find
all
that
for the
Mozzie drone. This is gonna, wow, that was an aggressive swing, but he is gonna find the Mozzie drone and manage to stay away from his life. But he does have a flank on him. NBC 9 News going to even things up.
It is going to be a big loss to have Colt Volcano taken out, and now with this pressure from up above, no vertical presence with the roam being really lacking. He's going to hurt King being down. That means those drones won't be usable for moving around anymore. They will be still stationary and doing their job, but that also increases that player discrepancy and just adds some chaos into sight, allowing Shrimpfather to pounce. He's going to take out Palomalu.
Shrimp had no business winning that firefight. That was Palomalu's any day of the week, but unfortunately, that was lost. Shrimp now has found a foothold in the site. Strafed on a KMBC-9 on complete opposite sides of the site are really going to have to pinch here. While there is going to be an opening pick for Strafed on, he is going to be lost himself, and KMBC-9 is not going to find the shot. Sledge is going to finish up our first half, and that is 4-2 in favor of the attackers, Fanshaw College.
Baker University is keeping in there with that those 2 rounds that they were get down to 3 was a terrible way to start for them, but they've clawed it back to a respectable 4-2. Now what they're looking for, especially on their defensive half on Villa, but definitely not the end of the world, and they've seen worse.
Baker now has the opportunity to replicate the success on attack that Fanshaw has shown. However, whether or not that raw aggression will be replicated effectively, or whether or not they're going to elect to have their own play style is up to the future to tell us, right? Additionally, it's going to be different, or it's going to be a decision about whether or not Fanshaw plays this in a similar way on defense as what Baker played. Perhaps Baker is just as effective with their aggression as Fanshaw is, but Fanshaw just has maybe a little bit stronger defense and is able to shut down. But looking at this setup already, looks like it's going to be fairly similar, just with a slight main stairs extension that could really slow down any sort of an entry push that Baker, a study push that Baker University might be looking for.
Yeah, and Baker does have a tendency to err towards some more one-dimensional pushes. It's a similar kind of tendency that we've seen from Fanshaw so far on this map. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of the same attack, especially with the whole team spawning over here all the way to the south. So this is going to make Brent Oaks really valuable. This is that spot that we were lacking on, that two of us were wanting for throughout last half. So that's really nice spot to be in. Brent Oaks does not have the FMG-9, so he's going to have to play it with the SMG-11 a little bit more carefully and make sure to use those smoke babes, but it's still a nice spot to be in. It's a real power position over study.
That power position is going to prove to be very effective. Already Baker is unable to start finding an entry, and while there is a Callie on the board and Ace, that is going to open up a wall, but honestly, I have a feeling this wall being open might only stifle their push into study even more, just making it more difficult, although Carper Tiger, the Doc, is going to be the first person to take damage on this round.
Here we go. There's the opportunity. Palomelo trying to open up some space, taking this window for himself. That's a better angle that he can use to keep pressure up on Brendo to make sure that he doesn't play there for the whole duration of the round. The smoke beeps have stopped them from going in directly, though. So this is slowing Baker down a little bit. If they get some more off angles, which is something we've asked from them a couple times, that'll really help them. C4 gonna just be sitting there in the air. That's an easy take.
There's a snake in my study. Up there, right up on the breach there. And
Okay,
also
gets
as well, King gonna find another pick. That's Copper Tiger, the first pick of the round. Off the board, King, with the aggressive push into study, has found himself as a key player for the rest of the round, opening this up, and soon gonna have to be the one to find the entry into sight, and there it goes. Jumping into sight. He's wary of the player who could be in the vault here. But the vault player might have the swing on him. Are they aware of his position? Well, they are now. King is going to find one, and Perza is going to just barely miss. That is going to be huge, though, as he still has this power position and a plant not going in the right direction. Extra thick, Ella finding a pick, and now we're down to a 2v3. Make that 1v3. Perza, the last member remaining, has made his way to bar, but not going to survive a whole lot longer. KMBC9 finishing off that round and giving the first round of the attack for Baker in the favor of Baker.
That's good. This is exactly what they need right now, with Fanshot taking a blazing pace to start the map. They really need to get as many wins as they can on their attack to balance things up, take it overtime, or even if they can really roll through here, try and bring this in regulation.
Fanshawe already looking at this. Look at this. This is Aviator Games again, not opting to continue with the rotation, but rather switching up their operator lineup a little bit, bringing a Thunderbird this time. They think having a little bit more access to their heals rather than the Doc that was brought last time could be useful for them. But if you're going to ask me, I think what would really be useful for them would be preventing the aggressive push from Baker, as well as just honestly fighting back. You kind of have to apply some pressure there into study, or else they're gonna take it for free, and it's gonna get open pretty promptly. Is look at this. No, they have not brought a Kali this time, rather instead opting for a Flores. So Flores, though, still a pretty potent operator for removing any sort of utility from the wall that they might want to clear.
Yeah, and this will aid as well if they're kind of get choked in study. He does a much better job of opening things up than Cali does, and I don't think they use the Cali super heavily to just hold the angle through the window, which is fine. It's not, I mean, she doesn't do much more that other operators won't be able to do in that same situation with rifles available. But Cool Volcano is back on it. Anyways, it looks like a change.
Yeah, so Cali is going to be back on the board, but it looks like Urza might be thinking about tricking this. Not entirely certain, and Brendo is downstairs. So an aggressive play from down there, especially with the Nitro, although it looks like he's got a free place, possibly on the study door. Well, that could be a very early pick, but Flores as well. That operator going to make very quick work of the shield on top main. And that is going to be that stronghold given up, and the rotate already reinforced, although Thunderbird playing on the main stairs is still going to be a bit of a thorn in their side.
It is one of my favorite positions on this map, just right here on the main stairs. It's really strong. There's plenty of places that you can evacuate, but Palomelo is just going to keep chasing down the hallway. You can't quite find him, but his position is given away by those gunshots, even while he's lying down.
Very close there. I honestly did not expect that player there to get away at all. He managed to make it into the hall, but ultimately lost his life, as well as Copper Tiger more recently. Now we're in a 3v4. Make that 2v4 as Ola finds his third of the round. Now Perza and Shrimp are kind of stuck here. They're both on the site looking for any of these picks, and right now they are down to 2-4. They will both have to find 2 players, or else this is not going to go in favor of them. Oh, that is going to be a shot with the Cali. Yeah, and that's going to be your vault player off, but Perza is going to find a nice shot onto Flores, giving him just a little bit more of a chance.
Sorry, I got my drink in my throat. I'm dying over here. Burrs
I
is
don't know
still
if you.
alive here, holding this up with the defuse, going down, but not for too long. He's just stuck there. There's nowhere to go. He's stuck in the sea of the bar, and someone eventually is going to find him, especially with the defuse going down. It's just a time.
I don't know if you got what happened there. He downed Callie, and then Callie hit a Thunderbird station and stood
Oh my
back up.
god. No, I was
So
fighting for my
yeah,
life. I was
yeah. Oh goodness, are you okay?
suffocating on Monster over here.
Oh goodness. Well, in any case, that's going to be another round in favor of Baker. We have seen things tied up for the first time since it was 0-0, and we're going to trophy statue. Fanshawe looking for a little bit different of a hold this time, opting for a Thorn and a Bandit over a Cade, but still
Attackers need
could
to
be more
locate and
difficult if
defuse bombs.
Baker decides to go for this aggressive push and Fanshawe just isn't able to match their gun skill, or rather their firefights, step for step.
There's a lot of denial here on this roster. A lot of denial. There's the Bandit and the Mute, and there's a couple shields, so there's going to be plenty of strong angles to be holding, in addition to smoke. 2 C4s to be dealing with. So I'm hoping to see Fanshawe play pretty vertical here. Just like you were saying before, so much destructible floor here and so much really relevant destructible floor. All of site is just wood,
10
which is
seconds left
pretty
before
safe
insertion.
spots from below if you're playing into the late round to be opening up. I mean, it's not even rare to see like a pulse on this objective, just to be really playing for that late game plant tile.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, and while there is no pulse present this time, there is still going to be some amount of late game plant denial. I mean, if we look at this, there are 2 nitros on the side of Fanshawe. Now, I will say this shield position is very interesting. It is exposed very heavily to bench, but it looks like Thorn is going to decide not to put her shield there instead. Opting to move it else, and look at this. Here is the Osa. That's going to be the attacking shields, and now that window is going to be just a little bit more easy to burn from should the attackers decide that there's something over there that they need to burn and destroy, which normally there would be a shield in Brick's door, but Fanshawe has not opted to do this.
Yeah, due diligence done by Baker right here. They found all those Thorn gadgets to deal with. They know they can't just hop in lackadaisically. That could be folly. At the very least, it's some area denial. It's going to push them into a more open spot. Just can't stand around right there. Yeah, they're going to bait it out. That way they can get these explosives out of the way. But Fanshawe still hasn't really moved to answer this push. Everyone's just holding some longer angles. There are some players down below still, but I don't think either of the players below have C4s available.
Yeah, neither of the players below have C4s available. Both Urza and Shrimpfather on the top floor, and an entry starting to come out from Baker, although not a huge foothold on the map. This is going to be the start that they need. If they can take Bathroom, make their way into Astro, then that is going to be the map control necessary to start planning and execute. However, there's definitely some utility in the way, and Flores is looking to deny that, although loses his first RCXD to the electrical wall.
Yeah, there's a bit of an error right there. Lost them a bit of time. Hopefully an amount that won't really matter. They've got more than a minute to work with, so not too worried, but they do still have to deal with 5 defenders. Extra Thick Ella's going to be the first one to be opening up, taking out Cool Volcano. He's no longer on the sniper, but he's no longer on the board either. Extra Thick Ella finds a second one here, feeling real comfortable as he's going. Palomelo doesn't find anything either as Urza peeks up above that shield. The LMG is just going to be used to try and keep the whole astronomy looking pretty deadly, while King is just forced to hold his shield up and just hold on for dear life.
Yeah, that was definitely a pretty rough execute right there. Losing 3 out of your 5 members without finding one. Make that 4 extra. Thick Ella finds another, leaving it all up to Strafedon to end this 5v5, rather this 1v5. He's got to find a whole ace. There's the first step. That's 1 kill. And while he's looking for this Aruni, he's not going to be able to find it. He's got plenty of bullets to keep spraying if he wants.
15 seconds remaining.
Well, that over a minute has turned down to over 0. Now it's barely any time to be working with, barely any ground to have for straight one. He's just holding on for dear life here as the round is going to go by the wayside. No straight heads for him either. Shrimpfather's going to take it away.
That is going to be that round, and I will say as well, right? I said they need to take Bathroom, they need to take Astro. Instead, they allowed the defenders in Fanshawe to have this sort of U around where they wanted to enter through, where they had control of the bench still. They still had control of Bathroom. and they just walked into a 5-way crossfire and lost player after player after player. Just it is not possible to make that take without having control of the astronomy room, and I'm really hoping to see that Baker has the wherewithal to make that change next
Defenders,
time they
protect
attack
the
that
bombs
should we
from
go
being
back to
defused
that
by
site.
attackers.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be squaring up against Aviator again. They feel pretty good about this one though. They've won it twice already. That's how they're getting their big start on the attack, and they can even things up again if they do the same for a third time in a row. Obviously, Fanshaw is going to be knowing this as well, so they realize this is their weak spot, and they have to shore some things up. You know, Palomalo, even with that really strong stairs position, I mean, he's just hunting like a rabid dog there, would not let Rendok get away.
Now, fairly standard setup on this site. We're seeing Copper Tiger opening up some rotates, and once again, right back to where we are. And Flores as well on the board again. So anything on the top main is going to get destroyed pretty quickly unless Shrimpfather decides to use one of his mute jammers for that shield. I think it definitely would be viable, and it looks like he's actually going to do that. So that top main shield might stick around for just a little bit longer and allow Fanshaw to apply pressure to study for longer. Although, what is this? Look at this. These players are rotating around. No, okay. I thought they were about to rush through the main door up the main stairs. I was really excited, but no, just making sure they clear their way for Buck. Make sure there's not going to be a run out sometime later. Their due diligence has been dealt with. And now it is time to begin the execute. And base? The wall is electrified.
Yeah, well, oh, okay, all right. Yeah, he's gonna get the trick right there. This is kind of rough for Baker to be starting things off. They're gonna keep throwing those charges. I don't think getting explosives or getting the charges that they want. That's pretty unfortunate. But having some players pushing up through main stage is actually gonna be pivotal. That's some pressure. That's not gonna have to wait on this wall to be opened up.
Yeah, and
So
right
Palomalo
there
taking
it's
ground.
gonna start off Polamalu. Starting off with that first kill, opening pick of the round. Once again, Polamalu has been quite the opener for this team, but it's still going to be very difficult to get into the site. After all, there are exactly 3 single wide doors for them to push through. There's going to be a shotgun on the other side of at least one of those, but King is going to get caught, or is going to catch out. Urza making a slight over peek, and while Brendok is going to find the kill, there goes another peek. Thick Ella. Not quite going to find anything, but we're 3 to 4, and it's going to be a difficult entry. Utility is going to be required and is being used on the side of Baker.
It's going to be all about these single wide doors. Copper Tiger's made the mistake. He's pushing up on a close angle. Don't want to be doing that with the shotgun. Palomalo taken out by Brenduk into the back of sight along with extra thick Ella. They just got to watch these doors. There's not a lot of space to be dealing with. They just need to be watching their pixels and waiting for the kills to come to them. But plan is still possible while staying out of their line of sight, and grenades are still available for the attack. At least one was.
Yeah, one of them was no longer. There are no grenades, no claymores, no utility whatsoever on the side of Baker. Now all that needs to happen is Fanshaw needs to keep an eye on the walk-ins, but rather instead, that's going to be a hold. Oh my goodness, Strafed on is going to hold mouse 1 and let Fanshaw peek into his bullets. That's going to be a round for Baker. Simply out of Fanshaw not maintaining their discipline.
Yeah, that was a couple peaks that were just not necessary. Lives lost just to the fact that you're peeking on defense. You don't need to. You got strong positions. Use your shotgun, use your LMG. You just win those fights if you're patient. But Baker has them on edge. Baker playing a little bit unconventionally there, and they've switched things up, keeping the pace by sending those players up main stairs. And once again, we're tied. Dead even, 5 to 5. Fanshaw needs to make this count. This is their map, so they want to make every round count of this. This is supposed to be the easy part.
Yeah, no kidding. And here they are
Defenders,
sitting
protect your
5
bombs
to
from being defused by
5.
attackers.
And that's not very fun, although they will force Baker, or rather... Yeah, Baker will force Fanshaw, excuse me, a little backwards, to their tertiary site. So that is going to be an advantage for Baker as they start to make the attack, and Fanshaw is going to be feeling a little bit uncomfortable here. Here's to see how Baker decides to take this. Looking at the lineup, they have brought a Buck, so a vertical play is definitely an option. However, there's going to be a lot of utility in the way. Both Castle on the top floor are going to be castling off that path and door. as well as a few reinforcements dedicated to this position, going to make it just a little bit more difficult for Baker to find a foothold on the top floor, as long as Fanshawe applies pressure to the master area.
Something that we're lacking from the Baker defense is some vertical play. Fanshawe has already opened up hatches that they have some emergency escape routes. They've got their they've got drones from Mozzie set up, or at least the denial. The pests ready to find some drones, but all of Baker's coming in upstairs. They've got the sledge, they've got the buck. No, they switched off the sledge. But they got the buck. They're going to be able to open quite a bit, and that's a lot of lines of sight directly into objective that they can really make work if they're able to deal with these two that are up in astronomy.
These two players up in astronomy are holding a very key position, and while I will say getting them out is likely going to be something that Baker decides to do, I have to question whether or not it's necessary if you want to make an attack and only keep control of half of this top floor, only keep control of Master and Bastion. There is plenty of vertical work that you can do there that will force players of Fanshawe out of their comfy positions and into places they don't want to be. But I feel like they're going to be opting for a full top floor clear. That is going to be Ace already opening up the wall, and King just barely missing Mozzie, while extra thick Ella going to find Polamalu and open us up. Shrimpfather as well with the UMP 1 point find a kill. Or King trades it out and trade it out again. That is a 2-for-1. Fanshawe is holding this beautifully, holding their crosses, and at this point, they have a beautiful opportunity to just fall back and let Baker waste their time away.
Shrimpfather is fighting for his life against that one board with his super shorty, trying to find the opening he wanted. But as soon as real players come by, he is not missing that UMP. Is treating him a lot better for 2 kills immediately, while his teammate is going to get one and get down. He's in such a great spot. And with most of the utility gone, there is no sledge, and there's no sledge now for sure. Now that just about everyone's dead, those castle barricades are going to take way too much time to be possible to clear. Shrimpfather does go down through that hail of bullets from Cool Volcano. He's going to finish him off now. Even things up a little bit, but it's still pretty dicey. They haven't even made their way to the first floor.
Yeah, we are in a 3v2, and that's not comfortable. And that player as well, the second player that was playing on the top floor, is going to be falling back down. That means that Baker needs to find an entrance through the first floor that is just about as fully defended as it would have been in the first place. Brendo, with a very creative angle, nearly going to find Nomad, but looks away just in time. And now, Full Volcano looking for the Malusi, but Copper Tiger is going to swing during that. And another swing by Brendo is going to finish off the round in favor of Fanshawe Fuel.
I'm happy Brendo got his justice getting that kill at the end there, because somehow apparently only like one wall bang shot landed technically as far as the hit reg goes, and he definitely would have killed Cool Volcano through there. I think he deserved that kill. But this does bring Fanshawe to the first map point of the series. They can win this one. They can avoid that overtime. Baker's always got to be fighting for the life of their map.
Fanshawe, though, on the other hand, does have access to their primary site again. This is the first site they won, and look at this. They are bringing the pulse that you mentioned last time, as I think they saw that Baker opted not to go for any sort of a bottom floor clear, rather instead just opening up straight through that first wall. And I think this round really comes down to whether or not Baker makes the same play they do last time, because Fanshawe is very prepared to shut that down at any moment.
I think a lot's going to change here. There's no way that Frostmat's going to net a kill right off the bat for Copper Tiger. Baker's got to be looking out for this. I don't remember which player landed in that earlier, but he's definitely going to be keeping his teammates well aware, because that's a fate worse than death to hop on. That specific Frostmat more than anything. And on the other side, extra thick Ella here with Pulse. Brendo, once again, with that Thorn, so there's a lot to be watching as you're stepping. But that Pulse, like I said, can be really nasty, especially to the late game. And that might just shut down the Baker attack right early on in Master Bedroom, or it might be that closer to the round. Or otherwise, he might just be cleared pretty early if Baker has that roam clear here. But they haven't had to face a deep roam yet this map.
Yeah, and extra thick Ella is well deep in the basement, not going to be found out at all. There is absolutely no conscious awareness by Baker that he's there, and they would like to keep it that way. If they can get them to go to the top floor, jump in, start establishing themselves before any nitros start coming out, that is an ideal situation. Polamalu bringing the Osa again. Last time, I'm not entirely certain how much utility that was, last time, it's still going to be on the board, and now we do see a shield in the breaks position right in front of that Frostmat, and Brendo going to be finding the first pick all the way from study window onto King.
Yeah, Palomalo and I are such different players because he sees that shield and immediately peeks it looking for a one-tap. That's like the most insane thing to me. He doesn't get punished for it either, but he's going to need some explosives there to clear it out and make it a lot safer to keep peeking. Teammate Cool Volcano is trying to clear up this window right through bathroom. It's a big hallway there, but pulls off of it. That's some real important real estate to have, but they need the utility. They're probably going to send someone else there at some point, so they're losing a bit of time as they're down half of the action phase without much presence inside the building.
I think he just lost to someone. No, it looks like he didn't toss it. And Extra Thick Ella here is prepared to find the opening pick in favor, or not the opening pick. This would be the second pick. Here goes the Nitro. Is it going to find the target? Don't think it's quite going to find it where it is, but it's not going to go off. There it is, Extra Thick Ella with the Nitro through the floor. Nearly going to find two there, although Polomalu is going to get picked back up. Now, Baker does have a foothold here, but it's going to be just as difficult for them to expand that as ever. They've only got 3 guns versus 4 on the side of Fanshawe, and Fanshawe is prepared to fight back.
Whew, Shrimpfather hanging on by a miracle right there, barely missing the 50 cal right to the face. There's still pressure from below from Extra Thick Ella, who's playing very, very well here. He doesn't have the C4s to be just ending the game at all, but he's happy to throw on some pressure, especially since Cool Volcano has sort of stopped. It's a stalled out attack for Baker University. They need the kills. They need someone to just make a play. They've got a couple players who are very willing to do so, but this is a bad choke point to be on. Not getting the wall open is devastating to attack on Trophy. It's the same thing that we saw before. Smoke's going to be that opening that Palomalu wants right here, but Verenok is just waiting around the corner, and his gun is going to sing out first. First also takes out Volcano, and Shrimpfather is there to pick up the final one as they finish off map 1. Fanshawe Fuel looking dominant to start with. Not quite keeping that dominance throughout the map, but they eke this one out just before overtime.
I do actually want to mention the utility usage during this map was honestly pretty stellar. All the players seem to be fully aware of what they had in their pockets, be it grenades, flashbangs, smokes, and saying, hey, yo, we can use these, right? We can use these to facilitate our entry into the site, into the building, more often than not into the site as well. You saw in that last round the smoke being tossed to the right, allowing Osa to take the one. Didn't quite work out in their favor, but was definitely their best option in any case. And not to mention, definitely some good wherewithal to have the consciousness to just sit back, think about it for a second before you start making an entry and find yourself in a situation you don't want to be in.
Yeah, and luckily for Baker, they're having some problems dealing with like hard breaching and getting through the tricks from the defense. And these are some more basic problems, and we know that they have a little less skill in that bread and butter siege, but they've got the aggression to make things count. So these next 2 maps are going to be a lot more to their favor. The first one being their most preferred, but after that, it's going to be back in that more even territory. But I do think they have a nice advantage on the picks. But we'll be back for our next map after just a few minutes of break. So don't go anywhere.
Have your way, you're enough. I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner. I won't break free. Gotta get handle and discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Oh, I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Oh, stuck in limbo. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat.
We are back with Fanshawe Fuel and Baker University. I'm still Treasure. I'm still joined by Ayali to bring you guys our Challenger semifinals. This is still upper division bracket. Neither of these teams have lost out in our first day of nationals for R6. So they've just got the winner can win here, head right on to finals. The other one's going to have to fight through the lower bracket to have that chance.
Yeah, so this is going to be in a very important map, especially if your name is Fanshawe Fuel. You don't really want to go to a third map, but if you're Baker, you have to win here. This is your map pick. I will say Baker has chosen this map, but Fanshawe has chosen to start on attack. Now, Chalet, many of you will know, is an attacker-sided map, so that is not entirely the craziest thing to see in the world. But it is going to give Fanshawe a huge advantage, especially as we saw them absolutely dominate on attack during the last match.
Yeah, that's a real good start for them, and they're going to be relying on the fact that they're more comfortable on this map for Baker. They've shown us a really good defense here already tonight, so they just have to repeat what they were able to show us against CUW, and they'll be golden here. But the attacking side for them can be a little bit dicey at times.
Yeah, the attacking side for Baker was a little bit rough. Hopefully, the attacker-sided nature of this map will offer them a little bit of a boost, but I could also see Fanshawe sweeping this right through. But in any case, there have been bans going on while we're talking about this. And I mean, look at this. This is exactly the same as what we saw last time. Baker with Thatcher, Fanshawe with Jacqueline Mira, and Baker, if I had to guess, going to ban Valkyrie. Although, in my opinion, Valkyrie should be banned. Valkyrie is a broken operator with yellow bangs.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll state my opinion here.
Yeah, she's been their permaban for tonight as well. Not willing to deal with that one bit at all. They don't have to be running that constant IQ. They want a little more freedom with their list. Oh, I guess they're bringing IQ already to start off with, at least from, I guess, Fanshawe, the other side. The defense here, bringing some interesting things. This makes more sense for the Master Bedroom and Office. Well, Volcano's Maestro has done wonderful things for them, taking whole rounds. Palomalu is starting off on the smoke here as well. I think that might speak to a little bit less confidence on the roam here, especially as he was getting shut down a lot of rounds last map.
Yeah. Now, I will say, starting off in Master Bedroom, this is actually in professional play the third site in terms of defender favoredness. But a lot of times, teams will seem to prefer this map, or rather this site, simply for the fact that it is, well, it's easy to play. It's easy to set up. It's fairly straightforward, right? There's either a solar side attack where you play solar over, or you play bottom up, or there's this attack on the other side, sort of library and K9 over, that has a tendency to be very linear and easy to shut down, or easy to understand at the very least. And right there, starting us off, we have a disconnect by Cool Volcano. There has been no call for a rehost yet, but I'm unsure if that is...
they should have about 20 seconds here. I believe it's 20 seconds before they're able to. So, you can give them a second here to determine.
Yeah, well, go ahead and getting ready to take this round anyway. Not entirely certain what's happening here. Act is stalling a little bit just to see what Baker decides to do, but looks like they might decide to just play this out. No comment from Baker, even despite being asked whether or not they wanted to rehost. So we're going to go ahead and expect this one to be played out here, as honestly a 4v5 is not the worst case scenario in this situation.
Yeah, that is a rough start for them. They got to do a lot to deal with. It's already attacker advantage, and Fanshawe has shown us that dominance on attack to start off with. They're looking to open up the wall already. Tight looking for the trick. Is going to be late for the first one, so there's definitely a shot hole already. I think that took away one Selma, but only after it had gotten the second King as well. So King getting a little bit of what he wanted, but it's not nearly enough to keep him alive. And nope, there's that walk hole. So his attempt is just, or not, he's already down 2 players. Going to come down to NBC straight on and Palomalu to make a miracle happen.
Yeah, Cade really caught out in the open there. Those footholds did not do them any favors during that round, but perhaps they will do them favors in the future. In any case, Shrimp finding another. We are now 5-2, and while Cool Volcano is in the lobby, he obviously cannot join until the next round. Now it is up to KMBC 9 News. Make that just strafed on. Life to finish this round, and strafed on is caught out on the flank. IQ going to walk around and finish that round up. First round in favor of Fanshawe Fuel.
That round has me worried on behalf of Baker University right here. It looks like they might be lacking the will right now. They're down the map. It's been a long day. They've already played 4 maps so far. This is their 5th map of the day, basically in a row. The last one was really tight as well, and this one had a well-fought map on Villa that went the distance, and going right into another one. Fanshawe already looking good. They lose a player, and they lose that first pick, and it just seems a little slow on the place. It's kind of staying in some places. I hope getting everything back in, they can lock in right here, get everybody in that mindset, and play to win, because they have it in them. But that last round looked a little dead in the water.
Yeah, I don't know if perhaps this is a little bit of that that gamer fatigue that we were mentioning a little bit before. After all, Baker has played a lot, and it looks like, yeah, they're going to be opting to reinforce that wall rather than leaving the footholds there, so that'll make it a little bit play in that position. But in any case, that gamer fatigue, Baker is going to have to either look past it or go to the losers bracket. Now, obviously, could be a lot worse. They could be they could be going straight to elimination.
Attackers are
But
heading out
they
to defuse
would
the
only be
bomb.
moving to lose the bracket. Definitely not the worst case scenario for Baker. And now, Fanshaw versus Baker and KMBC9 News in the basement.
Yeah, this is where he's going to thrive. He's phenomenal at these flanks. He can make himself count for so much if he's able to pinpoint that attacking location. Malo starting things off well as well. He's back on that fragging roll, starting things off exactly how he likes. Now he's able to pull back up library stairs and start making his impact. He knows Diffuser's going to be down out here, so he can just keep watching the mezzanine and keep the opponent scared.
Now, this is going to be huge. Even though he doesn't necessarily have to play in this position, that pressure is going to be a lot. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for Urza to make his way below and get any sort of utility off the wall. And that's going to obviously delay Ace from being able to open it up. Ace or Thermite, I suppose, in this case. But even if IQ decides to get down there, try and sneak by, he's still going to end up facing in a gunfight. KMBC9 News is still deep on the roam somewhere else in the map.
A lot of Fanshaw here is just waiting, watching angles, waiting for something to happen. They need their teammates to start making some side angles happen. Perza trying to open that up, remove the Kaid flaws. That hit.
I am not sure, but he seems to think it does. And here comes 9 News. This could be huge here. Yeah, looks
He
like
still
that
shoot
is
it. He can take out
open.
the Thermite. No.
He's not going to do that, rather instead choosing to keep his position hidden. Wants the kills, and right there, that's going to be the opening for him. We're now 3-3, and while it is even, KMBC 9 News is going to forfeit his life in a very uncomfortable position.
Yeah, KMBC News got greedy there. He wanted to get a huge multi-kill. He gets one, making it worth the while, and keeping the pressure up behind, but his teammates are now disadvantaged. Strafed-On and Cool Volcano have to make this happen alone, and while Strafed-On has a... Well, they both have guns that are quite well suited to this, and Cool Volcano has the Maestro Cam. There's still going to be hard presses. Strafed-On's location has been located. He's got someone watching that hard angle right on him. The plant starting to go down now, and the impacts are all he has to try and contest. Bruce has been watching, and he gets that.
Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser. Defenders have located the diffuser.
Cool
A bomb
Volcano,
has been
the
located.
only player left here. That's going to be the Alda, but not... I mean, no Alda is effective when you're not looking in the right direction. IQ gonna find him out and finish that round. Another round in favor of Fanshaw. This is looking like it could be just as dominant as it was during the previous map.
They're looking so strong here off these first two rounds. And this one with the full Baker team back in there, and it's just not quite working out for them. They're losing their objective play. The Thermite charge is going off. IQ happily doing her job down below. And then it's just a matter of cleaning up kills one by one. Even if they're on strong cover like Strafed-On was, there's just not much they can do once they're drowned out and hit from two different angles. So Fanshaw's doing a great job doing their diligence on attack of pinching out the next pick they want.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Yes.
attackers.
And honestly, that sort of team play, like coordination, that isolation that Fanshaw is showing is something that a lot of teams really struggle with. I will say this is definitely not the, this isn't SI when we're coming to strategy. This isn't the most recent meta-changing things, but the
Attackers
team
have
play
located
here
a bomb.
is definitely still something to think about. They seem to be conscious of where their teammates are and able to build team play around it, even if sometimes it seems a little silly to some of the other members of the community how these teams are playing this.
10 seconds remaining.
Or rather, how they're setting up.
5
Oh,
seconds
good.
to insertion.
So moving on to the basement, generally speaking, this is
Attacker's objective is to
well, this
defuse
is
the
not
bomb.
always one of the sites that teams will choose. It can be pretty difficult to hold, especially when you're talking about one wall that is literally exterior, right? You can open it up from outside. And another wall that is practically exterior. It's the trench wall. While it isn't literally exterior, it can still be really difficult.
Bomb located by
Maverick
attacker.
on the table here is going to be able to open these things up, get some access to the basement right off the bat for Fanshaw. He's opened up some angles that will allow Brenda to keep, watch right there, but he's going to barely miss the flash of a player moving out of box. Now he's moved to check out blue. There's a lot of defense movement happening right there as they try and get themselves out of here. King's going to go down. He's made the mistake of peeking on Brenda.
Wall open by that Maverick, and it looks like it's going to be a super short here. It's the responsibility to get that open up. Now, I really like this use of Gridlock. Gridlock being an operator that recently got a buff that's one more track stinger, and now as well with that, I mean, look at that. That's just such a good use for Gridlock. In any case, though, this is a very one-dimensional push. Fanshawe very, very heavily aggressing this front side, and Flora is going to zap his drone on the wall real fast. That's going to be unfortunate, but as I was mentioning, yeah, very one-dimensional push here. And unless Copper Tiger on that top floor is really able to make something happen, this could get shut down by Baker pretty easily. They have plenty of cover to play behind, and it's going to require some real effort to stop that.
That's a big angle from above there. Brennuk looking to create even more havoc. He's going to throw down his stingers, but he's walked right into the line of fire. KMBC 9 News with that flank. He's going to find one, but he doesn't quite find the player right next to Brennuk. He's going to start making his way down. Now he needs to start making a retake, especially as the attackers push up on site. Palomalo's smoke finds one. Is strafed on his peeking out from Blue, and he's finding another angle as well. He's going to tag Copper Tiger a bit, but not quite finishing him off.
Now, Copper Tiger here is in between a rock and a hard place, and the hard place has finished him off, leaving Perza alone in trench. The counter pressure, not pressure enough to get the guns off of where it mattered, and all of his teammates gone. He's got to run in and take these fights one by one. If he can isolate the firefights, this is possible, and he's actually made his way all the way up to the pillar. Does Leash know he's so close? No, he doesn't. That's going to be one. That's the start. This suddenly looks very doable. Only 25 seconds left, but he has the gun skill to do this, and he knows where the position of the Aruni is. He's going to make a peek. He doesn't find it at first. Running into the second goo mine. He's got 15 seconds left. As we just heard the announcer mention, he doesn't have the diffuser, and even if he does get a hold of it, it's going to be difficult for him to get it down, as there are two players in blue now. He's going to have to find a cover position. Now, the plant going down, he has to sticky. He doesn't have another option, and players in blue are going to be rushing up on him. He's going to get off just to save that KD, because, I mean, let's be real, what else is he going to do? He can't find the kill. At that point, just get off, save your KD. No one's going to worry about it, but first round in favor of Baker, and well played by them. Good discipline.
Yeah, that's the nice thing right there. You may as well save the KD. Hear the footsteps running right up on you. That's low stress right there. The round is already lost. Going upstairs now for the defense. After finding a little bit of success, they're going to be feeling better, and hopefully they can get this third try on their preferred site.
Third try on master bedroom office, and look at this lineup on attack. Not only is there a Blackbeard, there's a Nook on the board, and while Nook is an operator that has found her way into favor more recently,
Attackers need to locate.
this
and
is
defuse
not a
bombs.
traditional lineup, I'll tell you that right now. And replacing the line with the Finka as well, I think this could be a pretty potent attack. I think just looking at this Blackbeard, more than likely going to be an operator used for the big window to cut off this sort of lateral pressure from east to west, and that means more than likely we're going to see a bit of a solar take, and that's something that I'm really excited for, not something that I really expected from either of these teams, because it can be very difficult to execute, but one that could be very
Attackers have
potent
located a bomb.
despite that.
10 seconds left.
This Blackbeard pick on Extra Thick Ella is a little fascinating. That's a rarity nowadays. It's only going to block one bullet right off the bat. And there's just about nothing that he does that you're not going to get out of an Os in the same role. Prospectively, he's going to be up on the second floor window, but maybe there's not going to be a chance to get up there with Palomalu once again finding that opening frag.
Yeah, that is huge, and honestly, that's a frag you can't keep losing. Fanshawe, Palomalu looks pretty excited about it. I mean, he keeps winning it, but Fanshawe, you can't keep losing that, and it doesn't look like we're actually going to be seeing that solar take anyway. Extra Thick Ella making his way onto the P9 balcony, and just going to start applying pressure here so that his teammates are going to be able to get in, get anything off the wall that they need to, and hopefully get this wall open and repeat the success of their last few rounds on this site.
Yeah, there's that
wall
hard
already
breach
get open.
going off. Yeah, they don't even need to come inside for that one. That's good. Brennuk's been trying to make things work on that flank, but KMBC 9 News is ahead of him. He's already down here, and this is where he lives, down on the bottom floor on Chalet, waiting for someone to stray into his line of sight. Palomalu, once again, he's starting to get things rolling. He's going to take out Extra Thick Ella, the hero for the opponent's team on the previous map. So it's down to just Perza and Shrimp Father, and now just Perza, but he has not failed in his mission yet. It's going to be a lot, though, if he's going to get an ace.
Now, he is in an uncomfortable position. He's got 3 kills to find, and honestly, at this point, I would say just sit back and get yourself a little bit of a tactical timeout. You've got a minute and a half here to sit back, relax, get some talking out, or you have another option. Go in and try your best, and that is exactly what Urza is going to be doing. Now, while this is happening, I want to talk a little bit about this round because honestly, while this did get opened, these players just got picked off one by one, no trades whatsoever, and now KMBC9 News in a position that they're not aware of, and a swing from Cool Volcano going to end that round. Once again, in favor of Baker. Now moving on to their tertiary site.
Finally, Perza has been handed his first death of the map and of the match. He's been absolutely on a roll, but no ace for him, but also no flawless. So at least there's that to be holding on to. Fanshawe once again coming out storming, but Baker University does have what it takes to answer that one, just the same as last time. In fact, a little bit shorter. No 3 round in a row for either team, just 2 rounds in a row. We're keeping things a little more reserved, a little closer.
A little closer indeed, 2-2, as we see Fanshawe moving on to Bar Gaming. That is a huge site. This is actually the site that has the highest
need to
defender
locate
win
and
rate
defuse
on any of the sites. So there's a good statistic for you, and more than likely, I'm pretty excited to see Fanshawe, well, play this to their very best potential. More than likely going to be seeing one shield up on the top of blue stairs because vertical interplay on this site is key. Actually, on the site is, well, there's only one position to play in, and that's in stock. So if you don't maintain control of library and mezzanine, you're gonna get moved out pretty promptly, and the fuse pick here, along with Buck and Sledge, is going to foretell the intention of Baker, or rather of Fanshawe, to take the top floor.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, those drones are going to be in their location and give them some relevant info. 2 of them being lost in the prep phase, a little more than you really want to be losing, but that's okay. They've been doing a good job of conserving them throughout the round. Players had a hard time nailing down just about all of them, but they don't really need it so much because it's still hard to find the locations, especially their flanks. I mean, look at KMBC9 News. While having not a huge number of kills, he and Palomalu being the 2 that are really up there, but he's just so dominant. He's taking away rounds just by these individual kills that he's able to find, even if he's trading out. He's wasting time, too, with it.
Yeah, no, he has been finding some actual, surprisingly impactful frags, which normally you see this flank play, they come up, they get a pick, and it doesn't end up doing anything. But no, KMBC9 has been hitting the timing and finding the impactful frags, finding the frag on your lurking player, which is that's a position, I should say, I guess, that is sort of become very popular in the recent meta, and one that honestly a lot of teams have decided that it is not worth going without. So having KMBC9 News on this roaming position to shut that down, I think has been a huge benefit to Baker so far.
Cold Volcano taking a lot of damage, maybe from below there. Actually, I think Ella this time, he's had less success fragging out, but he's got the fuse this time, trying to play once again for that vertical damage. Shrimp Father finds a great kill right there, as Extra Thick Ella's fuses are going to be doing their job. The defense is looking a little ragged right now, with Shrimp Father barely coming around the corner, taking out Palomalu as well. He's feeling good as the blue is starting to cascade down from the lobby. King trying to find a home to take back in. The Mudroom is just not going to have anything. KMBC9 News finds Brenda, and he's got another 2 free ones right there. One of them with the defuse as well. He leaves Urza and Extra Thick Ella as the only 2 to do that with. But Copper Tiger might be able to res himself. No, he's got a timer still going.
Where is that call? As soon as KMBC9 found that kill on the top floor, those players should have been moving, but the call, I guess, didn't come out in time. They didn't move, and both of them lost their life. Suddenly, this is very doable for KMBC9. This could be the ace that gives them the advantage. Now, there is a ping going out, but it's not going to be entirely accurate, and the diffuser is going to be going down. Urza and Extra Thick Ella at this point simply have to bide their time. They have to get out of the map. That's going to make it very difficult for KMBC9 to find these picks, to find this round, and he needs to get aggressive now. The timer is ticking down, and if he doesn't find these 2 picks with enough time to defuse the diffuser, then this is going to be a Fanshawe round, and he is proning in 90 Hall. He doesn't know where the diffuser is, and if he doesn't know where the diffuser is, he doesn't know where the players are going to be playing to prevent any sort of attack. Now pushing his way into sight. He only has 12 seconds left. The diffuser needs to go down now. He is going to find 1 kill. Never mind.
Oh, no.
He's not going to find that onto Buck. An extra thick Ella going to clean it off. That was looking like a round that KMBC9 could have brought back, but Fanshawe was able to get the plant down and play in positions that were just good enough to finish that round out in their favor.
That was just such an unfortunate position for KMBC9. He did so much, the 3K on the round. He just needed the 2 more, but no intel to work with. And with those pings being so outdated by the time he was able to get to it, he was just lost in the dark with 2 opponents who were playing in really, really safe locations. And honestly, it was the round to lose for our Buck by peeking out, actually. He did not even need to be taking any shots. Even if he doesn't die there, it was still well under control by his
Protect your
team.
bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, Fanshawe was able to keep that running, and honestly, movement is such an important thing in this game. Obviously, if you can move well enough, no one can shoot you, right? In any case, we see ourselves returning to the basement. This is one of the 2 sites that Baker has won previously. However, they are locked out of the other site that they won, so obviously this would be a logical place for them to turn to. Now, Fanshawe is going to be bringing the same lineup that they did last time, albeit without the gridlock. So, more than likely going to be using Flores to get that wall open. And that is going to be enough for them to get that main wall open. However, they still have plenty of hard breach other than that, so I think potentially sort of play from this backside to apply counter pressure could be very potent if it was to come out from Fanshawe.
These defenders once again bringing out the Ella. Perz has just been so content with that grab. And with a wall, okay. Stop for a second. The wall bang isn't going to be quite quick enough from Extra Thick Ella. He's actually, interestingly, running the AR-15. So that's a little bit of a new thing there. He's got the DMR as opposed to an assault rifle. And doing that job, just tricking this thing out nice and quick. This time, not the same pressure. From a teammate with the super shorty, I assume it'll just be explosive open to up real quick. But he's immediately getting wall banged. Oh no, not wall bang, just shot through the feet. And he hasn't actually tricked all the way yet, so he's going to have to come back for a little more.
This is very uncomfortable. He is going to have a very difficult time getting that open. And there's a kill from Polomalu, starting things off through the same angle that I believe he died to last time. Someone else, though, is going to be filling that up as our friendly neighborhood Maverick is attempting to get it open. However, look at this. This is the exact trench take that I was talking about. This counter pressure that you, as I said, very potent, and oh my goodness, he doesn't know how to get this open. He's standing in front of the breach. It's uncomfortable. All of this counter pressure is going to make things very uncomfortable for all of the defenders here on the side. Polomalu making an aggressive swing, not going to find the first, and going to die to the second. However, first player has died. We now have 3 players, 2 on the front breach, 1 on the behind breach, and 4 players all nestled in sight on the side of Baker.
And they're still feeling pretty comfortable right here, but they're hurting for this lack of mute jammers right now. So many walls bursting open around them. Strafon's going to get killed from behind here. Extra Thick Ella finding his mark while teammate pushes back out of the trench. Extra Thick Ella now is taking his way all the way into box. There's some fire to protect him as well from the Goyo shield, so he can just hang out here while Shrimpfather collects even more kills. The 2 defenders have had to pull very fully off. There's a really fortunate loss here of the site pressure and probably of the round district with Extra Thick Ella finding yet another one. KMBC on 9 News is left all alone in another round.
Another round where he's in a 1v3 and there is a plant going down and he can see him, but he's not going to take the shots. And Extra Thick Ella is going to finish things off. Another round in favor of Fanshawe. 4-2 on the split. Very similar to what we saw last time. Now the question is whether or not Baker is going to be strong enough on the attack to turn this around.
This is their map. This has to be where it happens. They have to find this overtime here or all is lost for their upper bracket run right now. So they have to turn things around. They have to start finding these kills. It's been unfortunate that they haven't been able to really enable any fragging power on their team. KMBC 9 News stepping up to the plate quite a few times, but he's been up against such terrible odds that even he can't make it happen in those dying moments of rounds.
Now we are going to Master Office for the first round of Fanshaw's defense, the same site that Baker
Attackers
seemed
need to
very
locate and
confident in,
defuse
yet
as many
lost
bombs
twice
as
and
they
only
can.
won once. Hopefully Fanshaw is able to, well, not replicate their failure, but replicate their success, right? 3-1 or 2-1 on this site is not ideal. However, if you're able to make that, you know, if you're able to win it twice, then that's really what you're looking for here.
Yeah, they must be familiar with this objective, though, being willing to take it a third time after losing back-to-back rounds earlier. So even on the other side, I mean,
10
this
seconds
this
to
is
go.
their preferred site, so they know the angles on this, even if they weren't able to execute on them
seconds to go.
before. Palomalu is back on his very comfortable Osa, so you're going to see him probably locking down
Attackers
Master
objective is to
Bedroom
locate
as
a
he
bomb
likes
and
to
defuse
do.
it.
But his other teammates are going to have to step up once again because that leaves them stuck in one place for a lot of the round.
All right, so this is the exact solar take I was talking about. First thing that's going to happen is they're going to make sure they have control of below. Make sure no one's playing down there or on the solar stairs to deny any sort of an entrance. There you go. Osa on the big window as well, going to be applying a lot of lateral pressure, and that's going to be the first damage. Although the first pick is going to go in the other direction. Extra thick. Ella finding a beautiful shot onto Polomalu, and now it is going to be up to Baker to, well, to even this out. Based on looking for a frag, not going to hit anything, and actually think Ella ready to start
Oh.
a kill. Oh my goodness,
the
that
bait.
peak is so unfortunate. Strafe Dawn going to find that instead. Wow,
Nading his
what a
teammate.
toss. I don't know if he meant to do that or not, but
He's got the
I mean,
arms.
that really, yeah, goodness, that went right through that door.
Yeah, Captain finds the kill right there, but Strafedon is running through. He's got that double kill on the round and have you start running his way up. He's been emboldened by that kill off of Extra Thick Ella, the menace from the other team. Plant starting to go down right now. Baker University looking real comfortable. They're going to lose King, but the important one, KMBC9 News, is still up there. Strafedon is just going to keep up his reign of terror. Brendo is going to give away his location with an impact grenade, but it's all distraction, a ruse that he can pull up through office and try and find his mark. A little bit of a lag spike there as him in a mystery location as he's just jiggling the bomb chassis.
This is a tough situation. Even if he does manage to find Finka, KMBC9 News is going to be outside on the rappel. So that is going to be a difficult firefight. Everyone knows that fighting someone on a window can be very difficult. And right there, he's going to walk directly into a crossfire, expecting vertical interplay, not finding it, rather instead finding a few bullets in his body.
4K?
That is going to be a difficult way to die. And yeah, I believe that is a 4K from our friendly neighborhood Finka.
Yeah, I didn't even think that was Strafedon finding the kill, but he's having the time of his life on that round, just carrying. Like everyone can just sit down. We lost Palomalu. I'm doing it myself.
Well, good to have that player in mind. However, Master Bedroom Office is going to be brought again, and this time Fanshawe is going to be aware of the potential of a solar take. There was very little pressure on the solar side last
Attackers
round.
need to
That allowed
locate and
Baker to
defuse
just
bombs.
bulldoze their way through solar, through downstairs, apply pressure wherever they wanted, and even that solar wall was open within the first minute of the round. That is not ideal if your name is Fanshawe. So Fanshawe hopefully is a little more aware of it this time and is able to provide some pressure. Maybe a mute jammer on that wall would be very good, or even a Cade Claw. So, but we'll see how they elect to do this, and we'll also see if Baker even offers the same push.
Yeah, they're definitely reinforcing up over here. They've got the same 30 gate to cover up that angle. But it's not going to do much more. They're going to need to allocate some land pressure there. They don't have the utility to throw anything else on that position. Copper Tiger's on the dock now. He's got the MP5 for some nice dragon power and a 1.5 now sight. And that added survivability on a 3 armor with the heals and reses. But not a common one to be seen. That's going to boast some confidence on the gun.
I mean, this is an operator that they brought during the last round, but yeah, it looks like there's going to be a lot more pressure this time. A little bit of vertical interplay. They have a player in Owl. They've got a jump out ready for Highway. So unless they can start clearing out these operators here pretty quick, they're going to start wasting some time down. And honestly, looking at this, I'm not even certain they're still going to be going for this solar take. He might be rotating around here.
Bomb
Yeah, it looks like the
located by
attack has been
attackers.
contemplative. The same fight is going to be happening. Palomalu staring down his opponents. He sees the shield going out. This would be a prime opportunity to take a shield and an operator. That's great in the late game, but that is just not going to come. The shield is placed. That's the only one actually being brought, and it's not in any of the more traditional spots either.
Did he put his shield up to try and block the big window? I think he... Oh, extra thick
Same fight
Ella, I
again.
think, yeah, exact same fight. Olomalu going to die off that big window, and I don't know that that's his position. He needs a little bit of work on that window play. I will say this attack is going to be a lot more effective than the attack they were gunning for last time, as there's a lot less pressure on this side, although there is still plenty that they're going to have to make their way through, and only 1 minute and 25 seconds left to do it. This is going to be difficult, especially with that shield in the way. Any sort of entrance is going to get shut down exactly like that. Brendo and Extra Thick Ella both finding kills. Brendo aggressively swinging 4 shots with a shotgun. None of them going to find their mark, though. Oh my goodness. He is outside.
He is on the vibes.
Oh my goodness. Aggressive swing doesn't pay off. Now King and Strafed On, though, are very low and need to get ready to start making an entry into the site.
Yeah, they're gonna wait to use that Finka gadget to get a little bit more health back. Oh, yeah. That's the thing to do. King's got to get in there before it's gonna be a deniable amount of health that it's gonna take, but he's just going to die anyways, having to push up on a rough angle because of that Surya gate. I've never seen the Surya gate just, like, directly kill someone. I don't know, maybe a little indirectly. Maybe I made him miss it. But Strafed On still outside, still finding some kills. He's got one more heal boost to use, but still it's going to be at a huge HP deficit. He's got the nades as well, if you can maybe find some from below. But no, Shrimp Father, he's been running around itching for a kill for a little bit right now. And just any angle is one worth taking at this rate.
Yeah, that is going to be a huge lead for Fanshawe. 5-3, only 2 more rounds on this half to secure the playoff spot. So they're going to be looking for anything that they can take. Moving on, this is going to be their secondary site, Bar Gaming. Curious to see how their play differentiates them from Baker. I'd really like to see some vertical interplay here, because honestly, this site is not viable without vertical interplay. You must keep control of mezzanine. You must keep control of library, or else there will not be any chance of maintaining control of the site. There is only one viable position to play on the site, and that can be naded out from the big window. So you must have vertical control here in order for this site to work for you.
Yeah, it's always that last line of defense in stock room. Once again, there's only one shield for the defense, which is not something you'll commonly see because, oh no, Copper Tiger flip his frost mat by slamming the reinforced wall on top of it. That's not a huge loss, but it could be something. You know, that could be worth a kill. But usually it's not. You know, that's the nature of frost mats. But that one shield, I'm curious where it's going to end up if it's not on the top of highway. That's a great position to make sure that library stairs is just going to stay in your control until the very end of the round.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, not sure where that's going to end up yet. However, we'll point out that both of the hatches above the site are reinforced. That is going to limit the vertical interplay from either team. Not just from Fanshawe as they try to defend the site, but also from Baker as they try to take it. But oh my goodness, everyone is stacked up outside here. This is going to be a fairly direct take. More than likely going to try and take control of library, and Urza looking like he's going to get ready for a jump out. Or at least being a human frost mat. If anyone tries to jump in there, they're going to find a T5 in the face and ultimately not be alive for very much longer.
This push is going to come in from library side, so we're going to be trying to get that vertical pressure directly on top of site. This is a little bit of a dangerous place to be if there's some more pressure and some gunshots to be had from below, but it doesn't look like Fanshawe is actually too focused on this. They've let library go for free.
Yeah, library control, and not to mention a buck there as well. That is going to be a lot of vertical interplay available to the attackers now. Baker really needs to take that and take advantage of that. If they don't start getting this open soon, then, well, they might end up with one of those nice little flanks that we like to see. Not only does Baker taking care of those, but Copper Tiger looks like he's in position to try and take one anyone. An extra thick Ella as well in an active firefight. Look for that flank, and oh no, that is your buck off the board. And that is exactly what I was worried about, losing your buck. And now your Nomad as well. Extra thick Ella, technically with 2. That's difficult, although Polamalu is going to bring it back a little bit closer.
The angle, those two just on opposite sides of the window,
My God.
very killable. Such a tense spot right now. The library push has been taken entirely away from Baker University right now, and still no progress on that front. There it is. Copper Tiger taking a lot of damage. He's going to be able to hang on. Just a couple health boost, though, on the other side for KMBC 9 News. He's going to need it immediately as neither of them actually goes down. Not much health to be working on for either Extra Thigilla or Copper Tiger, but they're hanging in there. Olamalu right up in their face. He's going to throw a nade. That's probably going to ace it right into stock. Just doing a little bit more damage. He's finding so much damage, but not the kills he needs right now. He's holding up this first floor angle to allow his teammates a little bit more time to get in position for the execute.
Despite the fact that Fanshawe currently has a man advantage, they do not currently have a health advantage, and with that, they have also lost their man advantage, and an execute at this point is imminent, although this stock player is going to be a huge thorn in their side. All he has to do is take his time, get ready with the C4. Now, he doesn't have a C4, but all he has to do is take this time to wait this out. An entry is going to be imminent, and a plant as well, as long as he's in a good position when that occurs. And Perza has not been spotted out. He's going to find Finka. That's huge. KMBC 9 News is going to have to take this as a firefight. He is going to find it, but not enough health to go through the Surya gate. 3 seconds left. The plant is going to start going down, and now Cade is going to finish it off. Fanshawe is only 1 round away from going to finals.
This is a huge point to be at right now. Baker University have to rise to the occasion. They're down quite a few, but it's not undoable by any means. Their attack has been hurting a little bit here so far, though. They're getting caught up quite a bit. I mean, their library push getting just shut down so much. That team kill really hurt. They had the vertical pressure that you were saying was going to be so important on this round, and it just doesn't get to be there between a team kill and a good shot from Extra Thigilla.
Yeah, that is absolutely tragic to lose your buck on the second floor like that. That's gotta be rough, and not having everything set up in time and not using your buck to its fullest potential, that really is what stifled that round for them.
Attackers need to
Urza as
locate and
well,
defuse
with
bombs.
the patience, staying in that mudroom position for the entire round to find the kill and the pressure at the last second. That is huge. We are finding ourselves here in Kitchen, though, for our potentially our final round. As Fanshawe has made their way to match point, and I'm curious to see how this gets played too. This is another site where vertical interplay is usually very important, but not, well, we haven't seen a whole lot of vertical interplay coming out from either of these teams yet. And maybe if they, maybe Fanshawe is going to manage to get Baker's buck team killed again, and that's going to be the round.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows?
I'm sure they're hoping for it right now. And this is actually the first time we've seen this objective so far in the matchup. Neither of them has opted for it until we get to 4th round of the second half. So Fanshawe a little bit more confident in Kitchen than Baker was. Baker pushing in really heavily from the north side immediately. They might be going for one of these signature rushes. We haven't quite seen one in this matchup. They've been a little on edge dealing with Fanshawe. I think that tiredness is starting to set in as well. These teams have both been going at it all evening long. The pressure has never been higher.
This is the exact kind of vertical interplay that I was talking about, though. If Extra Thick Ella is able to find these picks here, this could shut down the round. There is no entry allowed, and it doesn't seem like they're even aware of this position. Polamalu does find a nice nade onto a Maya of all operators, but Extra Thick Ella is still very prepared for this entry to come out waiting in that position. There are a few shots ring out, and King is going to take some damage, but Extra Thick Ella is going to find a retreat back into the site as well, so that is going to be trophy control seceded to Baker University.
That's great right there, nading out a Wamai in his own home turf and trading out that damage even with how deadly Extra Thick Ella has been after switching the EBR.
Yeah, very aggressive on this short haul, though. I mean, I was getting ready to talk about how they really needed to start applying pressure elsewhere, but there it is. And with Nitro right there, going to even things up. We're not at a minute and a half. Very little control for Baker, or perhaps a lot of control, though Fanshawe with a flank is going to give themselves the advantage once again. And now it seems like Baker is a little bit lost on what they are trying to do.
Dipper's got that exact lurk. He was looking for a lot of damage going out there, but not quite a kill for Baker University. There's a long wall bang angle going off right here, and plenty of things to just keep the pressure on Palomalu as he tries to make this happen. He's lost all his resources, lost his teammates. He's going to lose his own head as Brendux finds him across the hallway. 2 players left to keep Baker in on winner's side. Fanshawe is just so close to making it directly to the finals, and Cool Volcano is going to be finding his input on this one. Is still a 2v3 for the KMC 9. News has found his mark before in such situations, losing most of his health, though. He's going to move up top. He knows he's got the angle, and he's going to make it happen. Topper Tiger taken out, but Extra Thick Ella once again on that EBR finds the pick. He's got the heals on the Thunderbird gadget as well, so KMBC 9 is left all alone.
This is a very familiar situation, although usually on the other side, KMBC9 with the 5.56 this time, going to finally opt to open up this wall. This is going to apply a lot of pressure, although Extra Thick Ella is ready for it, makes the swing. Is he going to find it? He finds the Thermite charge, but not Thermite. 15 seconds left, and Thermite has got to make his way into the site. He can't make it through the Syria gate, and there's Cade not looking in the right direction. KMBC9 is going to clutch it up, keeping Baker alive for just another round.
KMBC 9 news, amazing right there. A great gambit from Extra Thick Ella there. I love in the dying moments. He goes, okay, at this point, I'm outgunned. He's got a rifle. I needed the pistol to just land a headshot and finish the round. I need to take out that Thermite charge because I know it'll leave my teammate just all out. But Brenduk just holding the wrong angle. He's a little too exposed, so unfortunately for him. So that match point is forestalled just a little bit longer, but it's another match point on this round. Again, and Baker needs 2 more to take it to overtime, let alone win out this series. It's back upstairs as well. This is the preferred site for Fanshawe.
Fanshawe looked very confident in the way that they held this last time, aware of the possibility of a solar take. Fanshawe was able to completely deny that, and Baker ultimately tried to funnel him through the K9 door, and that went about as well as you would expect it to. Now they're going to be looking to replicate that, although Baker is definitely going to be changing things up. Perhaps if they apply a little bit more pressure than they did the last time elsewhere on the map, or even just making the solar take and being confident with it. Well, Baker could manage to find themselves a foothold here, and if they do that, I don't know that Fanshawe is going to be entirely prepared for the influx of Baker University team members into their site.
What I really want right now is to see Baker move in through. It's the one place that they haven't pushed, and it's the one place that Fanshawe has refused to put a shield. It's one of the most common positions for the shield, right on the piano. It watches right into highway really effectively, makes it so hard to push up into office site with that off angle. But they keep putting their shield either in office or towards Solarium, and they were only bringing one once again, which is pretty uncommon for this map. Chalet benefits from shields so much, and if Baker University recognizes this, they could sweep their way into sight and do exactly what they want, turn this into a big brawl right in objective, because those tend to turn out in their favor.
Fanshawe is looking like they're confident in their positioning. They're not being particularly aggressive with any of their holds. And now Palomalu.
Window chicken.
Window chicken. And KMBC 9 is going to find a Claymore on a Shrimp Father. There is the jump out onto the big window. Shrimp Father losing his life very early on, and that's going to be a very important flanking member. Ooh, aggressive push by Pola. Little bit of a peek and an aggressive peek back by the smoke, but nothing is going to happen. At this point, it is up to Baker to make things happen. If Baker doesn't get active here, then all Fanshawe has to do is sit around and wait. Baker is going to lose this and find themselves in the loser's bracket.
I feel like Fanshawe's going to need to redirect Extra Thick Ella over there, because he's the only one that can just solidly beat out Palomalu on that angle, and he's covering this up as well. So Brenduk and Copper Tiger are stuck in their locations. Brenduk wisely choosing to move away from here and try and watch for Solarium. He knows there's going to be some pressure out here, and he's down the player, so they're going to need that early attention.
Wait.
Office is empty.
Baker is inside.
Oh, KMBC 9 taken out, though, by Extra Thick Ella. He's not going to get all that cost from planting, but King is right beside him. He's going to go down as well, as the smoke has covered up the defuser. It's going to be hard for them to maneuver in there with Cold Volcano on no health. He can't touch the smoke one bit. It's a 3v3.
goodness gracious. The diffuser is down. Extra Thick Ella has a beautiful position on the blue stairs. That's going to make it just that much more difficult for Baker to find a plant. Although 2 kills, it's all up to
Attackers
Extra
have
Thick
recovered their
Ella.
diffuser.
They're looking for the diffuser. They've managed to take it. Extra Thick Ella is aware he has to deny this plant, and he has to live for 30 more seconds. Like he nearly finds that kill, but it's up to only him. The plant is about to go down. If he doesn't deny this, it's going to get that much more difficult. And the big window player is there, strafed on with a peek. Baker is now 5 rounds to 6. They are bringing it back on Fanshaw's preferred site due to just a complete oversight on a whole complete bomb site, just leaving it completely empty, and Baker taking good advantage of it.
Finally, Extra Thick Ella has been silenced there. It took until the very end of the round. And once again on match point, Fanshawe ready to take it all home. But Baker University is just 1 round off of taking this their way and taking this to another map. It's the basement defense that Fanshawe is having to pit this all on, or not to take us to the map, to take us to overtime. They still have a lot to deal with at this point. They need to take 2 more rounds, even if they take this one. For Baker University,
Attackers
it's
need to
the
locate
basement
and defuse
hold for
bombs.
Fanshawe College.
Goodness gracious. And this is a setup that we see over and over again. This lineup, they are looking to really deny this front wall. And while Maverick is still on the board, these operators are still going to have a very large impact on the timing that it takes Baker to get into sight. That being said, not a lot of these rounds have really come down to timing. It has happened, but Baker has been fast enough to force a brawl on the site, and like we mentioned,
10 seconds
a
left
brawl
before
is exactly what they want for it. If they can get a brawl on the site, that is going
5
to
seconds
make
left before
Fanshawe
insertion.
very uncomfortable. That is going to force them to take the firefight,
Attackers'
and
objective
Baker
is to locate a
suddenly
bomb
has
and
the
defuse it.
advantage of, well, not having Fanshawe just playing in their most comfortable positions over and over again to deny any sort of a firefight that Baker wants to bring their way.
Interestingly, this is also the first time we've seen basement on this team. We saw it played a couple times. It went both ways on the Baker University defense. They traded that one, but we're going to get to see how it goes here on the match point, as Fanshawe is actually defending it this time. Yeah, we'll make it... Taking no odds here. King's going to open up the whole thing, gets both sides tricked out. Take a second there before deciding on what to do with the next one. They're ready. They're ready to start opening up the hard breach. Yeah, okay. Looks like they don't want to go for the full trick. They just want to nade that one out. But a C4 come now is going to take out King. That's a rough one to lose. Unfortunately, they've wasted a little too much time and resources on this for what they'd be really liking. They need another nade to be dropped in there, so that needs strafed on to be there. I don't know if he's quite there yet. Yeah, he's pushing up on the location. There's a lot of players staring at this wall right now.
There's one problem, though. They don't have enough burn. He's about to start burning his charges, his Nomad charges, to make sure. Oh, no!
Oh, no.
He misses the nade. They can't get the denial off the wall, and a full rotation is going to be required. What a blunder. And now, while Baker does still have pressure on the main door, Fanshawe is going to be fully aware of the fact that the primary pressure of this round is going to be coming from behind, because
Attackers have
they
located a bomb.
cannot get the denial off the wall, and Ace is going to have to open up the walls on the backside instead. Cade, at this point in time, has a great opportunity to deny any sort of entrance on that
A
side of the
bomb has
map.
been
And if he
located.
does that, Fanshawe will be taking this practically for free.
Already today, I've seen Baker University win this round after not getting that wall open, and with a much stupider push. Twice in a row earlier today. So I'm honestly not even sweating for them. I think the worse the situation for them is, just the more they will come up to meet it. That smoke is going to make it really hard to push up in Trent, and they are losing out on so much time, though. It took a lot for them to determine they couldn't get in, and all 5 players are barely making it to the inside of the building at this point. So there's going to have to be a bomb rush into sight. They have to win the gunfights with barely any resources taken away from the defense. So these projectiles will have to burn out a Surya Gate in order to even get access to Wine Room, and even to get access to those smoke babes that are coming out.
Only one more of those left on the board, though, and it seems like they are aware of the fact that there is a player on the main stairs. That is going to be challenged, and while he is going to do a lot of damage, he's going to take a lot himself. Cool Volcano, though, coming down the blue stairs, is going to do
15
damage.
seconds.
Unaware of Perza playing in the corner, though, but it is still 2-3. Fanshawe is going to have to find some kills, and there's one, but KBC9 News is planting, and he is the last member alive. Fanshawe is going to find the kill and take this game. They are going to the finals, and Baker is going to have to find themselves relegated to the losers bracket.
An unfortunate way to go after 2 roaring rounds in a row to barely keep themselves on that match point. Finally, in round 12, they've fallen off of the back of some misplays that are very fixable. I'd love to see them really look at this stuff in the almost 28 hours that they have until tomorrow, when they'll be right back at it again. Same place, same time, same stream. But Baker University, they've got another chance. They're not out yet. And some of this is really fixable. You just have to work on your cohesion, opening up walls. That's lost them too many rounds today. And that's one of the easiest things to deal with. They have so much skill to bring to bear, but it just wasn't enough to deal with Fanshawe Fuel here, who comes out undefeated from our first day of nationals and the first team to secure their spot in finals.
Yeah, I mean, very proud of the way that Fanshawe performed, and as well Baker University. I mean, to take that team 7-5 twice in a row, I mean, that's nothing to shake a stick at, and you have to commend them for the work that they did put in. And not to mention, like you mentioned, about 28 hours before they're going to have to be back here. So both of these teams have shown wonderful potential, just cleaning up a few things, running a couple little dry runs here and there, and suddenly both of these teams could be real forces to be reckoned with as they make their way further on into the bracket and hopefully all the way to the grand finals, just coming up here pretty soon.
I think at this rate, the B stream should also still be running. So NECC 2, if you want to hop on next door, if you don't already have both streams up, so go support them. We'll be all done here for the night, though. I'm Treasure. I've been joined by Yali, and I want to shout out, I forgot to do this last time, our production staff here on the stream, Unnamed Gamer and Shira. They've been doing a great job keeping all this running and all that. And thanks to all y'all for hopping in and watching.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to NECC.
Never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.